Hello, I'm here. Welcome to another roguelike celebration. Welcome, procedurally generated adventurers, explorers of the generative space, rat bards. We're super excited to be here for our 7th roguelike celebration. Time goes by so fast. We're a community generated conference, and it's so wonderful to have you all back. And also to have you all back in the social space. Been enjoying, Rat Bard represent. We built the social space in 2020 to try and make something, special in the midst of the pandemic. And here we are, 3rd year in the social space. We've been really grateful to hear people talk about, enjoying going back and having fond memories of it. We've tried to put on a new fresh paint. We've got the badges, obviously. Rat badge, represent, go crabs. There's also fun secrets to find, so go ahead and explore. And also, we thank you for your patience as we generate this kind of tool ourselves. And it was something where it was important to us, this year. Things are still wild out there, and so we know that we miss being in person and we miss seeing people, but also we wanted this to be, an inclusive and safe chance for as much of the community as possible to get together. So thank you for continuing to come to our funky little online conference, and we hope that you're having a great time. We're also especially glad this is an opportunity. We have the most international speaker lineup I think that we have ever had, which we're very proud of. So look forward to hot takes and exciting presentations from people all around the world for these next 2 days. And as you explore the space, we're still taking suggestions and feedback on how to keep improving it. So if you check out the central hall, that's where you can give us some notes on the social space itself. I gesture as if you can see it. Have fun. If you haven't been here before, we're not a very traditional buttoned up formal conference. You can go ahead and explore. Treat this like a real space. The people you're talking to are real people, so be nice to them. If you are not nice to them, then we'll have to do something about that. If you check the side bar, if you are in the social space, we have a code of conduct button. If you haven't read it, I suggest you take a minute, go read it. You can also find that on our website, roguelike.club, which is also where you can get a ticket to the social space if perhaps you are watching this on YouTube or Twitch or, pocket computer of some kind, and you're wondering what's this social space we keep talking about. It's the one place that we allow you to chat during this conference, as it is fully moderated. So it is not too late. There's even free tiers of tickets if you want to just join for a little while. Go to roguelike.club at any time during the conference to pick up a ticket and come hang out. Within the social space, you can reach moderators. We have this year a little hammer icon, so you can identify us in the chat. So go ahead and talk to us. You can also type /mod and we'll get a message. If you have anything that comes up, if you're not sure whether or not it's a moderator issue, then please just let us know anyway. We're really happy to work through that with you. And if you behave in a way that is against our code of conduct, we can and will kick you out of the conference and the social space. So try not to make us do that. Be polite, be kind, be considerate. We want to make everyone feel welcome. You will also see on the side there the schedule. Go ahead and use that to know when the talks are. And explore the social space. There's lots of different things going on. There's lots of different places. We've got fresh coat of paint. Never feel like you have to be in one room or another. You can just walk out, do a leave at any time. You can be in the theater. You can be somewhere else. You can pop out the video and watch that from different places. It's all up to you. And the social space might have some hiccups. If it does, bear with us. Refreshing usually will solve a lot of issues. And also, if everything goes terribly wrong, you can still watch this live stream on Twitch and YouTube just in case. But fingers crossed. We're also very excited to say we do have a t-shirt. It was a bit of a late announcement this year, so we don't have it to wear and to demonstrate. But we have a t-shirt, and more importantly, we have socks and pins. Because people might remember from back in the day that roguelike socks are the best socks. So excellent time. The shirt is designed by Studio Any%, who are also the makers of Lux Engine and Mossfield Origins, so you can give that a look. And the socks and pins are designed by wonderful Sam, a volunteer of Roguelike Celebration, who also designed the mouse pads last year and is trying to offload the last ones we have. So you can get a link to the store from the swag table in the social space or from our Twitter. There's various places. And yeah, go check that out. Great designs this year. We also have a Steam sale, once again. That went really well last year. People liked it, so we did it again, with even more games. It's bigger, it's better, it's great. We don't have OBS in it. That's just for Valve, but we have other roguelikes. So you can find a link to that in the Office of Steam within the social space, or, go find it. Again, we've tweeted about it, things like that. That'll be open until Wednesday, so you have a few extra days. But yeah, it's all roguelikes from friends of the show or past friends of the show or just, cool games. So give that a look. Let's see. Our hashtag is hashtag roguelike celebration, as on the bottom of the screen. So go ahead and share any kind of fun things that happen in the space and such there. We appreciate it. I also want to say thank you right away to Maggie from White Coat Captioning, who continues to be an absolute star and come to caption as a live human being everything that we say during this conference, which is excellent. Also want to shout out Kristen, who was our overlay artist. We've continued to use these kind of lovely overlays. And yeah, a bit more of just kind of how things work, especially if you haven't been here before. So if you're in the social space, the theater is where you can be watching the live stream. Maybe you're there right now. There is a button in the theater that says write a question underneath the stream, and that is where you can write questions for our speakers. So if you go into there, there's a note wall. We have note walls in several places where you can leave kind of fun tidbits and things like that. You can leave questions there. You can also upvote them. So, while you're listening to a talk, feel free to drop questions in there. And then if there's room for a Q&A, then that's where we'll get the questions from. Pretty simple. Also, we have, because people usually want to do this in experimental biology, there's a note wall where you can leave links of maybe a talk reminds you of a really cool paper you read, or a really cool talk that you heard before, or a really cool game that you'd love people to check out. That's a place you can go leave those. We'll try and remember to capture all of those links kind of at the end of the night, end of the conference, and put them out on our Twitter or somewhere where you can get them. I will also explain the breakout rooms, which are a returning feature. So again, from the theater, there are connections to several different types of breakout rooms named after classes. So we got warrior, mage, rogue, and cleric. The way that these work is that after a block of speakers, we will have particular speakers and their talks assigned to the rooms. We'll tell you which ones they are. It's also on the schedule, I think. And then we will have a period where if the speaker is free, they'll be in that room, so you can ask them follow-up questions. That will always happen during the next social space block. We don't want to make you choose between hearing the next talk or getting to ask questions. So if, like is coming up now, there's a lightning talk round and there's 4 talks in a row, we will do all 4 of those talks, and then we will split out into the breakout rooms. They're an optional thing. The speaker may or may not be there. I know that often they do love to go and have that chance to have extra discussion. But that's how they work. I will remind you how they work repeatedly throughout this conference, along with the other wonderful MCs who will be, taking charge of things. So that is a lot of the administrative stuff. And yeah, as you explore the space, like I said, there's other note walls. You can leave extra, stories and things like that to share with the community. And yeah, it's just really exciting to have everyone back again. Yeah, and the badges, there's maybe some secret ones, so definitely take advantage of that. I suppose if people are new, might also just briefly mention you might see something on the schedule called unconferencing. If you look around the space, the way that works, we have an unconferencing lobby, and from there, you're able to propose topics that you kind of want to have a deeper discussion with other attendees about. Then there is a place to vote on them. Again, it's the whole note wall system, same as for the questions. And what we do is we go through and we give kind of a period of time for you to suggest topics and vote on them. And then the top voted topics, we assign them to rooms. And that's where we actually have links to Zoom. So that's where you can do a little bit of face-to-face video chat if that's your style. And it's a block of time to have those kind of, video chats with people, get really deep into tarot or, non-violent roguelikes or, whatever people end up wanting to talk about. So we have each day a little bit of a block of time for that to give you a bit of that, feeling. And then we have a lot of social time, which is just, explore the space. Also, make sure to drink water, touch grass. I'm in Canada. It's snowing fairly intensely outside, so touching grass would involve some digging through coldness. But if you don't live in a place where it's actively snowing, then go ahead and touch grass. Unless it's also maybe 2 a.m. or something because you're in Europe, and then maybe that's also less pleasant. But you get the idea. Stand up, stretch, take care of yourself. All of the talks get recorded and will end up on YouTube for reference. So again, if you need that little break, you need to stretch your legs, don't worry about missing something. You'll always be able to catch up again. And yeah, it is good. I think that I will maybe at least offer that if our first speaker, Yones, in chat wants to indicate that you would like an extra 4 minutes, then I'm willing to give you. I'm seeing enthusiastic thumbs upping. So I say, what do people think we just kick off the conference early? Because I don't know about you, but I've been waiting a year to get to do this again. So without any further ado, I am very excited to bring our first Lightning Talk speaker, our first speaker of Roguelike Celebration 2022, whatever year this is. Another one, the continuation of 2020. No, 2022, 7th Roguelike Celebration. Yones Rabi, a game designer, creative AI researcher, past speaker, generally awesome human being, game developer of the past 10 years. And I love this. They specialize in making strange ludic experiments and pitching new games ideas like a conspiracy theorist. Welcome. So good to have you back, Yones.
Oh, me too. I'm so glad. Thank you so much. How are you doing, yes. Alexei?
Oh, I'm doing wonderfully. I am filled with energy to be doing this again. And yes, you're going to be talking about La Horde de Contrevent.
Nice pronunciation. On that,
hell yeah.
Honestly, yeah.
The French bilingualism paying itself forward. But yes, all right. Go ahead and take it away, Yones.
Yeah, sure. Okay, all right. Thanks so much. Let's go. So first of all, hi everyone. My name is Yones Rabi. I'm an indie game developer. I'm also a PhD student in automated game design. And today, I will not talk about games directly. I will talk about a novel, and a French novel named La Horde de Contrevent. So what is La Horde? La Horde is it's a novel published by French author Alain Damasio in French in 2004. It came out with its own official OST, which is pretty rare for a book. It has been recently adapted into a comic book, which most illustrations in this talk will come from. It has been very popular when it came out. It won a few prizes. It's an audience favorite. And one of the debate that readers have about La Horde de Contrevent is in which genre exactly does this work fit in. Some say that it's science fiction. The author says science fiction, by the way. Some other people say that it's technically literary fantasy. They are all pricks. But today I want to, if you allow me, maybe borrow a term from an whole other medium that is not literature and say that this novel is a roguelike. So buckle up. For every doesn't get very fun in the audience, you will be delighted to know that we're going to break some ontologies today. Let's go. Let's see why La Horde de Contrevent is a roguelike. But first, I'm going to explain a bit more about the world and the universe of La Horde de Contrevent. So, La Horde de Contrevent takes place in a universe where the wind blows constantly on humanity. Violent winds, dangerous winds. it makes everyone's life very much difficult, and it makes travel, it makes grain crops difficult. There's so much accidents because of this constant wind that is very much unpredictable too. Sometimes you have periods of calm, sometimes of great fury. And one of the things about this wind is that it blows always in the same direction, from upstream to downstream, where most of humanity lives. And people don't know what is causing these winds, these violence. They don't know its origin, and they hope that in knowing more what is causing those winds, they will be able to find a way to live more with it. So each generation, they send a group of people named the Horde, whose goal is to travel from the bottom of the world to the top of the world to upstream, and to discover what is the true origin of the winds. And of course, most of them die in the process. And you might be wondering why this book will taste like a roguelike. And today I'd like to highlight 3 main ingredients that I believe are at the core of this comparison. The first one will be mechanics. Yes, the mechanics of this universe. Then will be the user interface of the book itself, and then the narration style. Let's start with mechanics. So, the mechanics of this world. What happens to a horde, and which rules does it have to abide to? So a horde is made of about 20 individuals, and each member of a horde has a specific role that they train their whole childhood for. It involves very specific skills. For instance, that person at the top is named the Tracer. He's basically the leader, and he is the one deciding which path the horde is going to take on the map, and he also directs how people have to behave when the wind suddenly blows on them. There are other people. There's the scribe who takes notes about everything happening. There's someone who is the arrow master, who has expertise in knowing how the wind's going to flow. People who have expertise in harvesting, in making stuff with fire, in smithing and stuff like that. And one of the mechanics that this group has to abide to is, of course, permadeath. It might seem trivial, but it's a huge deal for them, because they have trained their whole lives, and they have a very unique skill inside the group, meaning that when they lose a member, they actually lose a very crucial skill for the rest of the travel. And they don't know what the rest of the travel is going to involve, because they go into uncharted territories. So they really lose some potential to basically travel better and boost their chance of surviving the trip. But also there's the scale of just emotion-wise. They have grown up together. They are the only people they see daily. In this group, there's their friends, there's their lovers, there's some family in there. Losing a member of a horde is a huge strain on a horde. It's never trivial. It's always very impactful, and it hurts their chance of survival. It's heavy on them. And this kind of permadeath doesn't exist at the scale of inside the horde, but also at multiple hordes. Of course, the trip is very dangerous, and hordes have numbers. So each horde tries to go deeper than the one that came before, trying to draw on the knowledge and the expertise, but most of them die along the way. And they have this very crucial kind of run phenomenon where their goal is to make a better run than before, and use the knowledge acquired in the previous run to go even further. And one rule essential for this is the scribe. The scribe basically writes a notebook. It's also the main point of view that you are in contact with during the book. And his goal is to solely take notes of everything, in the hope of, when they die, passing down the torch to the next generation with a notebook. So there is kind of experience sharing between runs, using the knowledge and the expertise, which requires finding back where the previous horde died and acquiring back this kind of experience. And by the way, they have ships in this world. They have flying ships. Why don't they use a system of checkpoints? Like, they could do half of a trip by ship in 2 weeks, and then the rest of the way train for the rest of the trip. They have this kind of discussion at the core of roguelike communities about the difference between roguelikes with permadeath and roguelite with this sense of, yeah, but you don't lose everything. You have some progression, not only in the form of experience, but also in the form of actual things inside the game. They have this debate exists inside the book. At the scale, there's of course a political reading of this between the group that shapes the hordes that trains them and the group that has the ships, but also members of a horde deeply believe that even if a horde didn't have to do half of the trip they wouldn't have experience needed to do the other half, because the other half will be so dangerous. So for them, it's like there's this deep idea of starting from the bottom every time, doing a rerun with permadeath and trying to maybe gather the knowledge of previous ones, but never cheating basic checkpoints. That's important for them. That's the mechanics, which were pretty similar to things we find in roguelikes. But let's see a bit more about the user interface of this book. Yes, because it has one. One of the things to know is that each character in this book is associated to a typographic character. And there's a reason for this. There's an aesthetical reason. Each character somehow represents the story and personality or the challenges of an actual character. But one of the reasons why it exists is also because to be able to go against the wind, they have to take some specific formations. And the book sometimes, instead of telling you by words which formation they're taking, it just displays, use the screen like a console mode ASCII display, and agents the characters in space in a way that helps you knowing who is next to who and how tight this situation is. For instance, on the right, you can see that they take a V shape where the leader is at the bottom, which is very unusual. But in the middle, you can see them in their usual formation, this kind of teardrop diamond formation, where the leader is at the front and everyone is trying to let the wind flow on the horizontal sides and not crash through them. That's a way to use the screen. It uses ASCII displays. Another thing, it doesn't use it only for characters, it also uses it for the wind itself. And the wind, which is both an environment and an enemy in this book. We have a system of notation inside the universe that the scribe used to denote which winds they saw. It uses these punctuation characters like periods to symbolize a sudden stop of a wind, a comma to symbolize the wind slowing down, an exclamation point to symbolize a huge bang suddenly. They use this kind of display also inside the universe, not only at the scale of a book. And finally, last UI point, this book is not numbered in a classical way. In usual book, you start with page 1, then page 2, then page 3, etc. But La Horde starts with page 700 and then goes to page 699, 698, etc., up to maybe page 0. You don't know until you read. So this is intentional. This is not just a trick. It's a way to turn the page number, instead of having it index the pages, it's a way to have a countdown before reaching possibly the end of a world. It's a kind of timer before the huge climax, and there's a sense of suspense when you read it of, oh, I'm so close to the end, I'm so close to knowing what's happening, but also at which costs. And it's reminiscent of the way roguelikes, specifically in dungeons, tell you on which floor you are, and the deeper you are, you know that you are closer to the end, but also everything is more risky and more dangerous. Everything is so high stake near the end, near the book. It's another common point. That's it for UI. And let's see the last ingredient, which is narration style. It's very hard. It will be very hard for me to translate things from French to English in this short time. But what I will do is make comparisons with roguelikes that already are published in English. So La Horde de Contrevent plays with language a lot, which is one of the reasons why it's going to be so hard to translate this book, and why I'm hoping that by telling you about it, you'll gather interest into having an English translation. But one of the things that the book does is to create new words all the time without explaining them. And it's about the same phenomenon in Caves of Qud, where you can encounter creatures that are named, like, for instance, a madpole or Fractus, and you immediately understand that it's kind of tadpole that is somehow mad, or cactus that is somehow growing in a fractal way. It's a way to evoke a rich and diverse world using a single word. It's a way to just throw everything at you and to immerse you in it without taking the time to explain each single thing and relying on your vibes and your interpretation of what it means. And this book uses that a lot. It's one of its core themes, actually. Another common point with Caves of Qud is that this book doesn't shy away from throwing some random poetry in trivial moments to describe trivial things, or at huge moments, both of them. Has a way to evoke the inherent beauty and dangerousness of the world. But sometimes people don't realize they are doing poetry. You only realize it as a reader. Sometimes it's very intentional. There's this sense of wonder of just watching a pile of bones could make you think about the essence of time and the tree of life and stuff like that. Another common point with other roguelikes will be Dwarf Fortress. What's common here is the ability for both of this work to piece together a story using different characters, of course, has a way to have different point of views of the same events, but also using their skills to access different layers of the story. We saw that people in Horde are very much defined by their role. This means that they understand the world on a very deep level, but in only one domain, and have a very specific ways of understanding it and understanding its magic and its phenomenons and what it means at the scale of a character or at the scale of the whole world itself. You have access to different layers of the story depending on the jobs of your characters, on their skills. And it's also somehow fuses with their personality in ways that are hard to distance. It's very interesting. It's a very powerful way of storytelling. But games, roguelike specifically, like Dwarf Fortress, with multiple characters, have a way to show you have a way to display to the audience. So, but that's the conclusion of my demonstration here, is to tell you that the taste of a roguelike can be found in other medium than games. If you are able to read La Horde de Contrevent in Russian French, I hope you'll be able to tell me if you think that is a valid assertion. But you might see that phenomenon in other work of fiction. For instance, the manga anime Made in Abyss, or this mix playing and role playing Scarf Fountain by Cruxmash, or just read But Murdered and see how roguelikes has a game and roguelikes has a story are very much intertwined, and sometimes you don't have to be a game dev to create a sort of roguelike experience. You could draw on your own skills to scratch that itch and tell a story that somehow is very much of a roguelike, and play and be creative with all the tools you have at your disposal, even the typographic adjustments of characters inside your page. That's it for me. Thank you so much. The screen comes from Life is Strange, because Alain Damasio, surprisingly, very recently, was also a director for video games. So maybe it's not entirely unintentional, but I would be surprised if he knew about roguelikes. But still, that's it for me. Thank you so much. Oh, I believe. Sorry, Alexei, we can't hear you.
Okay, now I'm unmuted. Thank you. We're getting through it. The technical issues were great.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I was just saying how wonderful that was, and that I love kicking off roguelike with a little bit of mind-blowiness, and I knew that you were the person to deliver. And for me, the moment of, my God, the book has ASCII is the real, wow. No, that's really wonderful. The one question that we have heard a few times, I would guess the answer is this book that is maybe a roguelike available in English or other languages than French?
That's the thing. It's available in Italian because it has been translated, and I'm wondering how they did it. I think they're going to have a very hard time to do it in English. It will take a lot of effort in translation, which is one of the reasons maybe publishers didn't take the risk of translating it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not available in English.
Okay, everyone. Learn French.
But there's a comic book though, and the comic book has much less text, so it might be translated in English, or you could, if you're a bit proficient in French, be able to read the comic book or just look at the nice pictures. It's very nicely illustrated.
Cool. Yeah, no, and I think I love what you said about the taste of roguelikes and being able to find that taste in other things. I think that that's wonderful, and some of my favorite talks here are about that kind of feeling of just, yeah, once you start looking for it, you can find that vibe all over.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's this sense that difference between genres and mediums are way less static and obvious than when you think. It's much more blurry. It's much more, there's much less like hierarchy and structure than we believe. I believe that some people who are familiar with the work of Deleuze and Guattari would speak about rhizomatic versus tree-like structures, and it's very much a thing that somehow roguelikes are very good at, because they embrace the whole emergence of things. You can Caves of Code is amazing. Caves of Code has literature inside it. It has so many different things. It's amazing medium. Games like Dwarf Fortress 2 show very much like the scale of the things you can say with your roguelikes and games and stories. And it doesn't the games as a medium will be too much limiting for this performance.
No, it's amazing. Yes. So with that energy and enthusiasm and just beautiful holistic view. Thank you so much, Jonas. Your room will be Warrior if people are around to chat after. So thank you very much.
My pleasure. See you.
See you. So moving on, lightning round, kicking things off fast. Our next speaker. Hello. Welcome to the stage, Shervin Udawana, award-winning designer and producer based out of California, lead producer of the award-winning puzzle platform From Light, also lead mission designer of We Are Caretakers, which sounds like a really cool game. And I think I just want to give you as much time as you want to talk about persistence and resistance. So
thanks so much, and thanks to Eunice as well for like an amazing first talk to kick things off as well. It's really fun to listen to. I'm here to talk a bit about narrative and roguelikes, how I feel like it's currently underutilized, and I think this is a really great kind of continuation of this talk where I think a lot of the points that Eunice were making we can also kind of apply and thinking about roguelikes as a broader narrative tool than simply in games. So I'm Shervin, that's my Twitter handle right there, and there's the button. Okay. So a little bit about me. My pronouns are he, him. I make games. I do a lot of freelance game development. I also teach games as well with Code Coven. My latest project is a roguelike. It's called Mid-Autumn. So here's a slide about it a bit. Okay, I guess GIFs don't work in this particular view, but this is a logo about it, and it's coming to Steam Early Access next year. So if you folks want to go wishlist it, I'd really appreciate it. It absolutely helps me out. But let's talk about what I wanted to talk about today. So a few disclaimers. This entire talk is really full of opinions. It isn't meant to be seen as the quote unquote correct way to do things. But I think my intent here is to point out approaches I think have a lot more room to be explored in roguelikes in terms of narrative, and things that I personally find compelling that I don't really see a lot of. So it's a very self-indulgent talk. So I hope you'll bear with me. I think roguelikes are one of my favorite ways to tell stories in general. One of the reasons for that is that I think they are especially suited for the types of stories that games as a medium can often struggle with. And the types of stories that I'm particularly fascinated with are often stories about systemic change, systemic narratives, sociological narratives, that are about particular moments in time or societies or things like that, as opposed to being so focused on kind of an individual character. And I think a lot of the inherent elements of roguelikes do a lot of heavy lifting for you in these situations. So I think one of the unique qualities of games in particular as a narrative medium is that players are often forced to create a mental model of the game, like the systems you're interacting with, in order to then experience the narrative. I think other mediums also do this. I just think it's very overt in games. And I think that that's very interesting and compelling to work with, because you can use these mental models as part of your storytelling, and the fact that players are very consciously engaging with this. So I think some unique elements of roguelikes, you might differ on your preference of what elements make something a roguelike. But I think about the intentional removal of progress a lot. I also think about procedural elements. I think about randomness, and what sorts of stories lend themselves to that. So this is a chance for me to do a bit of a tangent and talk about a bit of music theory that I think about when I think about roguelikes a lot, and just that cyclical repetitive nature. And there's this term, which is that repetition legitimizes. I've put here an image of a Voronoi pattern. If folks don't know what a Voronoi pattern is, you'll notice that it looks kind of like weird and strange, but when you see it all in context, you can see that there is clearly a pattern being repeated here, and you can kind of feel that there's something programmatic going on here. So if folks are new to making roguelikes, I absolutely encourage you to also Google this. It's a very useful pattern for noise and randomness and certain types of generation. But there's this idea that, like, let's say in jazz music, if you hear a note and it sounds like the quote wrong note, that might sound unpleasant to you, but hearing that same note repeated multiple times can contextualize it and make you feel like, oh, this was supposed to be here. This was intentional. And I think another aspect of that is that genre expectations can make things feel normal or legitimate or sound off. So the types of things you can get away with in jazz, very different than the types of things you get away with rock music or classical music, and defines what we experience as correct or incorrect. So I think that the way that repetition occurs in roguelikes also allow us to kind of use this legitimizing factor to do some really interesting narrative risks that you can't do in some other genres. So the rest of this talk is going to be super anecdotal. I'm just going to point out some stories or things that I think are really interesting outside of games, and that I think could be really interesting to explore in terms of like roguelikes. Talk a bit about how characters. Wait, what is this? Oh, sorry. These slides are slightly wrong, I guess. Ignore these last 2 bullet points. I don't know how I copied this here. But let's talk a bit about some games. So let's say you wanted to make a game about class struggle, and it's set in revolutionary France, or something like Les Mis. I think you could make a really cool roguelike about something like this. And I think you could make something that is much more than just like an action game with the trappings of revolutionary France, which I think is a lot more common that you see in games, where we're not really exploring a lot of these ideas that you would find in the book. But I think you can make a really effective roguelike about this for a number of reasons. I think because of the repetitive cyclical nature, you don't have to rely on a singular protagonist the way that a lot of other genres and games do. As you do different runs, it allows you to have differences between your characters, which means you can explore things like social context or class or things like that, and how these different characters and the textures of these characters influence the events of gameplay and how they interact with your narrative. The other thing that I really like about roguelikes is the expectations of failure. Failure feels very different in roguelikes, and I think there's less of a desire to optimize for success in the same way, at least like in terms of overall genre expectations. I think sometimes players going into it can still want to succeed, but I think that is really, really helpful in allowing for bad things to happen to your characters. I think in a lot more linear games, I think we've all potentially had a scenario where you get through the end of like a sequence in a game and you're doing really well, and then a cutscene pops up and your character gets ambushed and like knocked out or something, or they fail in some way, and there's a dissonance there. And I think that roguelikes are very, very effective in letting you avoid that dissonance while still allowing moments of failure in your narrative, which allows for a more complex and dynamic narrative overall. So these are some examples of games that I think kind of already explore this. I really like the way that it happens in The Swindle, where you kind of lose your character if you fail a heist, and then you have a new character that you have to like level up, and it's a question of can you pull off the things you need to do in time. I think Rogue Legacy also has some interesting elements there. Spoilers, I'm going to also be talking about some things that are like roguelites, or like things that aren't explicitly roguelikes, because I think the point of this talk is that I think some of these things are underutilized in roguelikes. So I think these are things that could be also applied from different games as well. And so like Rogue Legacy, you have like you're playing as your descendants of your character. So you have this kind of overall experience of making progress and having kind of unique quirks with each character that you have to know about. And I think Wildermyth also does a similar thing with the kind of feel and vibes of the characters influencing how they respond to like similar events. All right, so let's talk about another example. Let's say instead of that, you want to make a game that's about like an artist struggling to maintain their creative and religious integrity in like a period of time in Russia where there's a big conflict between Christianity and paganism. I'm talking about a very specific movie, which is a Tarkovsky film from the 60s called Andrei Rublev. Which I really like. It's very like not like a type of thing that I would sit down and watch like with popcorn, but very, very cool. Some really cool narrative stuff going on in here. And I think you could make a cool roguelike about something like this. Here's why. So I think repetition, like we were talking about, in cyclical content, I think players experience it very differently in roguelites than in other genres. For folks who haven't seen this movie, it has a lot of like vignettes and like asynchronous stuff, like jumping around in time. So I think that like less reliance on like a single authoritative run, like linear run, means you can use different runs to explore kind of seemingly disparate or unrelated ideas and still have that context overall. And this is why I call the talk like persistence and endurance. I think that the struggle and endurance in roguelikes align very well with what we expect from the gameplay. And also I think you're much more likely to find players who vibe with those themes and expectations. They might not necessarily like be into like Tarkovsky films, but I think the themes behind them can be very, very compelling as well. And you can find like those kinds of elements. Some games that I think kind of explore this. I think Cultist Simulator does some interesting things where depending on what you do, the gameplay can be very, very different. We have some games here that aren't like fully roguelikes. Like Outer Wilds, I would say, is more of a time loop game. Rain World is more of like an authored kind of survival game. But I think they also have these elements of, depending on how you interact with these systems, it can be very, very unique and different. And I think that I would love to see something that feels more like a roguelike that also has these elements, like more things like that. The last example here, which I'm going to go through pretty quickly, is kind of like looking at unreliable narrators. So let's say you want to make something about like the lack of human ability to be impartial about ourselves, or the philosophy of justice. So something like Rashomon or something like that. I think repeated runs allows you to experience unreliable narrators in a really, really interesting way, and lets you kind of distill what is objective and what isn't over time as you kind of repeat these structures. I think like Rashomon, or maybe like In a Bamboo Grove, a lot of these types of stories kind of fall outside of Western storytelling tropes, which have like kind of very distinct like beginning, middle, ends, or like causal chains of events, which you don't always find in other cultures. And I think roguelikes work really well for that because of like the use of randomness, because of the fact that they don't necessarily have to resolve as tidily as some other narratives. So those are just some of my favorite things. Those are some just examples. I hope that some other games that I think explore this in an interesting way are like games like Stanley Parable or Her Story. But I haven't really found a roguelike that I think of as a definitive example of these things, and I don't see why. I don't see why the genre isn't full of like these types of games. So we'll just go into like some final thoughts. Those are just a bunch of high-level anecdotes. But I think if you ever hear people talking about like roguelikes being like an overdone genre at this point, which some people say these days, I think that that's kind of a silly idea. I think there's lots of new ground we still haven't broken, especially in terms of narrative and those kinds of elements. That's what I think about a lot. And very, very selfishly, I hope that folks kind of take this talk and think about how to make more roguelikes in the future that like take advantage of the genre's trappings and tell really interesting stories. And this especially goes for creators from marginalized groups. I want to see all your roguelikes. I think non-mainstream stuff is very, very cool and particularly supported by this genre in certain ways. So I'm excited to see it. I hope if folks end up making something after watching this talk, please let me know. And like my final thought is like, is there a story you think would make a cool game, but it doesn't feel like it would quite work? I think it's a really, really good practice to check, do you think that making something a roguelike would make it work better as a narrative? I think I do that a lot as a fun exercise, and it leads to a lot of interesting design ideas. So I would throw that to you as well. I think last minute, I will also show this again, Broken GIF of Mid-Autumn. Please do go wishlist it if you can. It's very helpful for me to be able to like implement a lot of my narrative ideas about roguelikes. And I think that's it for me. Thanks everyone. Thanks for letting me chat with you. I will throw it to questions or overflow rooms or things like that at this point.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think you timed it perfectly. We got 1 minute, so we'll have to, I think you'll be in Mage for overflow room questions, which would be great. But yeah, I love provoking the question of not asking, is it a roguelike, but could it be a roguelike? And yeah, I think, yeah, it's wonderful. I know when we were looking at the submission and it was just the concept of like Rashomon, roguelikes, we were like, yes, this talk, go. Very excited. So yeah, wonderful stuff.
No,
yeah.
I just think I'm always so surprised that there isn't like a Rashomon-esque roguelike. I'm like, why isn't that like a thing that is very obviously comes to my brain?
Yeah, it's wonderful. And I think in chat there were more ideas people were having of like, oh, and this would be an interesting roguelike. So I'm looking forward to the discussion after it. But thank you so much. And yeah, we will continue this lightning slot going with Florence. Hello. Yes.
Hello.
Next speaker, Florence Smith-Nichols. I'm very excited for your talk. PhD student in games, Queen Mary University in London. But before that, a field archaeologist and heritage consultant. And I love when we get people with different kinds of expertise at roguelike. So I think just take it away about object biographies. I can't wait.
Okay. Well, hello everyone. Hello from not so sunny London, where I am at the minute. And yeah, I'm going to be talking to you today about object biographies, an archaeological approach to PCG. And I already kind of had a bit of an introduction, but I should probably talk about my own biography as well. So I worked as an archaeologist in London for 6 years. But while I was doing that, I also did independent research into the archaeological study of video games, which is also known as archaeogaming. And that can take various different forms. It could be looking at how heritage is presented in games, with, Lara Croft being the obvious example, or it could be actually treating games themselves as artifacts. Or it could be archaeological approaches to video games, which is kind of what I'm going to be looking at with my PhD that I'm doing at the minute in game AI, which is titled Procedural Generation as Generative Archaeology at Queen Mary University of London. But how am I going to do this? How am I going to bring archaeology and PCG together? Well, one idea I've had so far is to bring in this concept of object biographies from archaeology. So probably kind of, as you can tell from the term, it's very much about trying to trace the life cycle of an object. And the idea really behind this is that we're not just looking at, say, the object as it might be excavated, but kind of the whole different kind of like network of interactions that it may be a part of. So if we take a chair as an example, we could look at, well, what materials is it made from? Where does that wood come from? What kind of craftspeople would have made that? What kind of tools would they have used? Was it always used as a chair? Was it perhaps reused and became a different kind of object altogether? Who owned it? Was it exchanged? And eventually, was it deposited in the ground as rubbish, or even, did it end up in a museum, as some things do? And of course, there are various different games that arguably already have object biographies, including roguelikes. One perhaps obvious example I'm sure many people will be aware of is Caves of Qud. For example, Caves of Qud has kind of important figures in the game are sultans. And if sultans have these important items called relics, when they die, those will go into their reliquary. And I've got an example on screen here of a blade which has a particular kind of decoration of sapphires on it, which might potentially relate to its history. So this is just one example of how you might see object biographies in roguelikes already. But I really want to kind of delve even deeper into this idea and what we could potentially do with it. And the way I'm going to start to explore this is with an existing game. Some of you might know Mike Cook. He's made a very short game as part of a game jam called Nothing Beside Remains. And in the game, you're a person who's found this ruined village in the middle of the desert, and you're essentially kind of going around and interacting with different objects, and different text will be displayed, and it uses a kind of like replacement grammar system to do that. And the objects that you see and what kind of descriptions you get depend on 3 different factors that may have led to the ending of the village. That could be wildlife, it could be environmental factors, or it could be overpopulation leading to starvation. So that's how the game works as it stands. And I just want to have a brief interlude at this point, strangely enough, with this poem by Ogden Nash. And the reason why I've got this here is because, as you might have noticed, Nothing Beside Remains, the title of Mike's game, this comes from quite a famous poem called Ozymandias by Percy Shelley. But I really like Ogden Nash's version of this poem because it's kind of like a satire of it. And something that I'm really interested in with tinkering with this game is kind of potentially doing some kind of satire of this idea of, like, the lone traveler who discovers this mysterious kind of ruin, and the kind of implications and connotations of that, especially as an archaeologist, because a lot of times when we have games which are about discovering archaeology, it's very based on very kind of pop culture and honestly colonial ideas of what it means to be an archaeologist. So that's why I kind of wanted to just take a moment to have that poem there. And I think whoever kind of did the the ordering of the talks for this was is just a genius, because I feel like all of our talks really feed into each other. And I think what Shavim was saying about like unreliable narrators and roguelikes is really interesting, because that's something that I'm also super interested in as well. Because as I started to think about what I could do with object biographies in a game like Nothing Beside Remains, I was really thinking about the inherent subjectivity of not just the objects themselves, but also the people creating the object biography, and that could be the player themselves. So what I'm thinking about is having 3 potential kind of like roles for the protagonist that you could have upon playing, which will give you different kind of perspectives on the objects you find to kind of emphasize this inherent subjectivity. And I could have had like an archaeologist as one of these classes. Instead, I have tourist, poet, curator. But I didn't want to do that because I was kind of worried that it might seem that would be like the good one, right? But actually, an archaeologist and a looter are not necessarily mutually exclusive, unfortunately. And, out of the tourist, poet, and curator, none of these are like the quote unquote good one. And they're all kind of overlapping. And I thought it was interesting to have roles that kind of as well link back to the original poem, where you meet a traveler. And of course, the poet is one of the roles as well. And I've been kind of influenced by quite a few games in this line of thinking. So, for example, Disco Elysium, as I'm sure many of you are aware, has the infamous Horrific Necktie, for example, which can talk to you and give its own kind of opinions on events. And it's this kind of, I'm really interested in the objects in the game being actually able to speak directly to you, and having their own point of view on things that have happened. And I've also been influenced a lot by Heaven's Vault, because that has this translation mechanic in which, depending on previous translations that you've made, it will influence how you interpret new bits of writing that you find later on. So it's this idea that kind of inferences that you've already made will change how you respond to new information. I wanted to give kind of a more in-depth example of how this might actually work in practice in the game. So let's say, for example, the protagonist you have is a tourist, and they're really interested in like the disaster tourism of this ruined village. And you come across a book, which is an object which, like all objects in this game, is very subjective. It has its own point of view on things that have happened. And because this particular village was destroyed by wild animals, the book will have had pages ripped out of it in order for the animals to make a nest. And the order in which you interact with the book pages and the book itself, because it's this kind of fragmented object at that point, will change kind of the object biography that you sort of construct and the text that's generated. But to kind of link this more clearly back to the roguelike concept, one thing I'm really interested in is this idea that with each kind of village that's generated, there is a sense of permadeath, because it's really just kind of like an exploration game, and there's no real sort of fail state. You just keep going until, you're satisfied with your experience. But, each time a village is generated, it'll never be quite the same again. And with the original Nothing Beside Remains game, it was very much designed to be played once. but I'd really like for this version for it to actually be the idea that you play it several times and that potentially previous villages generated kind of like data, or maybe some of the entries from that will like feed back into the generation of new villagers, so that maybe there can be a sense that different villagers and different objects across playthroughs are referencing each other. And yeah, that's all I have for now. But please do get in contact with me if you have any more questions or thoughts or ideas about this. And yeah, please check out Knives and Paintbrushes, which is the research collective that I'm a part of. Thanks very much.
Excellent. Yeah, I love it. I love the Disco Elysium reference. I had to grab. I have a horrific necktie. But yeah, no, I think that's wonderful. And I will say for people in chat, we actually do have a little bit of time for questions, if there are any that people want to throw out there. But yeah, I love that idea of kind of layered history and the carrying over. I know I enjoy, if one plays Dwarf Fortress long enough and actually like abandons some forts and keeps going, then you, like, that's one example I know you get a little bit of the potential for the reference across playthroughs, which I think is kind of almost an element of meta progression that is not so much as explored.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of thing I'm really interested in. And Dwarf Fortress is one of the things at the top of my list to play, because I haven't got to playing it yet, because it always kind of intimidated me a little bit. But I've had conversations with people and about it and how it has potentially object biographies in it. So yeah, really love.
Yeah, and I know it's, I think from 2017. It was a while ago. There's a talk it was a conference at Leiden University on archaeology in Dwarf Fortress, and I remember it was cool. There was some of the like Dwarf Fortress involves minting of coins, which have iconography on them, which then like the historical record and finding coins and the kind of history. So yeah, that was a great talk. I might try and find it and drop a link somewhere.
Yeah, thank you. I want to see that.
Yeah, one question, which may or may not be something that you know about. There was some discussion in chat about Ultima Ratio.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. As another game with kind of this historian sociologist background. Is that something that you have any thoughts on?
Yeah, I'm really, really interested in that game. And there's actually a paper that I think Mark Johnson is the developer of that game, and he wrote a paper called something like Qualitative Procedural Generation, I think, and that's been really helpful for me, because he talks about kind of this idea of rather than thinking about, say, like the procedural generation of buildings, spaces like that, but thinking about, can we procedurally generate more abstract concepts like religion? And then if you do that, how would that affect the material culture that's generated in that world? So yeah, really, really good example.
Yeah, which again brings us, I think, back to Dwarf Fortress, as so often is the case, because I know that like adding religion and things has been going on there, and now there's the generated forms of art and worship and poetry that comes in, which is very interesting. Yeah, I think it's also fascinating, the idea of like objects being able to carry information, and like the quote in terms of taking like an antique approach, because I think that I've seen in the space of MMOs and like largely social games sometimes discussion of object biographies and histories, because you do get that like provenance of sometimes an item that's been passed around or involved in like events in an MMO sense, which I do think I've seen not come up as much in games. But roguelikes, we actually sometimes put the playtime in to be able to maybe have time to generate that history in a way that in 20 hours you might not be able to.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That's super interesting as well, like that idea of almost like heirlooms that are passed between like players, and like they generate history not through like the in-game fictional history, but like I guess it's like a bit of a weird one, but like through the history, like the relationships between players themselves.
Yeah, and the historical events, at least, of like, this is the sword used to slay the dragon for the first time, which is fascinating. And yeah, I mean, now I'm just spitballing, but it's like, I think there's something interesting in that too, where there's kind of the world within the history within the world, and then the history between multiple players of a world, and like how that can build, which is interesting. Not that we need to add a like networked backend to most roguelikes, but Yeah, which is really fascinating. Because I think also I'm interested in like the storytelling element of history too, of like the interpretation and how that gets applied. Like roguelikes, I think, have a strong tradition of at least storytelling and talking about the things that happen, and that helps like narrativize and yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent. Well, yeah, lots of food for thought, lots of discussion in chat. Thank you so much for making it and for a wonderful lightning talk.
Great. Thanks so much.
Yeah, and your room is Rogue if people are around to want to discuss
Awesome.
after the end of this block. So, thank you very much,
Thank
Florence.
you.
And I believe final one for this talk. So Tyler, we put you at the end of a block of very philosophical talks, and you're gonna bring it back to the grounded world of spreadsheets.
I love it. I love it. I don't know if I'd call it grounded. We'll get silly with it, I think.
Yeah.
It'll be fun.
Yeah, and I do love, I do need to read the part of your bio that's my favorite in terms of when not building the Sistine Chapel of spreadsheets, you can be found roaming the English countryside or being really, really bad at Slay the Spire, which it's a beautiful bio.
I've put I think over 300 hours into Slay the Spire since the first lockdown, I think, so back in 2020, and I still can't get past Ascension 3, so...
The point of roguelikes is not to be good at them.
Yeah.
But yeah, so take it away. Prototyping your game with spreadsheets.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so I'm Tyler. My pronouns are he, him. I'm also in London, but my accent is distinctly Californian, so I apologize for that in advance. I'm gonna share, actually, if that's okay, I'm gonna share a link in the chat, and I'm just gonna hit send and see if it works. There we go. So so that's in the chat in the theater room, and if you're watching on YouTube, we'll make sure that it gets into the description as well. That goes to my slides. I'm talking about spreadsheets, so my slides are spreadsheets. Back in like March 2020, first lockdown in the UK, the worst possible thing happened to me. I became a spreadsheet super user. I didn't want to use spreadsheets for making financial dashboards or, you know, doing my taxes. I wanted to make games with them. And they're not great. They're not, I don't think we're going to be seeing any AAA games with spreadsheets anytime soon, but they are really fun for prototyping games and seeing if an idea is going to be any fun before you move to something sensible, like, I don't know, Unity or Unreal Engine or whatever the cool kids are using these days. So I'm going to walk you through kind of the last 2 years of how I've been learning how to make games in spreadsheets and some tips and some like secrets of spreadsheets that you can use in your own games. We'll start with how it started for me, which was the Paint Bucket tool. You can, in basically any spreadsheet app, use this little Paint Bucket tool to fill in a cell of any color you like. And if you're like me, you occasionally commit some time theft and do something like, here, I'll zoom out for you, make Mario World 1-1. And I'm not going to say how long this took me because the next slide is more embarrassing. I spent a little bit more time and committed a little bit more time theft and discovered that I can make a pixel accurate version of Mario 1-1. This is only the first little bit because this is already 90,000 cells, so any more than this would do me in, I think. But you get to around this point and you realize, oh, I want to change something. I want to make it more dynamic. Say I want to make the sky a gray color for like an underground level, but I don't want to do it all by hand. So that brings you to the first kind of secret power of spreadsheets is called conditional formatting. Basically, every spreadsheet app has this. You go to format, you go to conditional formatting, and that lets you change the color and the styling of cells based on rules. Things like, is it empty or not? Is there a certain character in it? Is a custom formula, does it resolve to true? And you can do things like this next slide, which will take a second to load because again, it's 90 some odd thousand cells, where you have different formulas for each color. So it's sort of a color by numbers in a way where, for example, all the sky is actually just a bunch of sixes. And you can see I've typed in a 6 in all of these cells, which I I'm not going to tell you how long that took. So if I wanted to change the style, and there it's reloading because now I'm messing with stuff. If I wanted to change the color of the sky, I could do that just here in this rule, and it's going to go ahead and change all that automatically for me. And I'm actually I'm going to back away from that to give it some time to load, because it does take a while. If it's just the only thing in a sheet, it's pretty quick, but because we have some exciting stuff later on, some of these things take a little bit longer to load. Let's go back and see if it, there we go. Yeah, so now the sky is gray. If you want to play along at home and you want to edit this for yourself, say you're watching the video right now, you can go to File and make a copy, and that copy is going to be all yours. Feel free to mess around with it all you want. So now we've got conditional formatting. Let's go ahead and look at making things interactive. There are some options for making things interactive. Things like if you're an Excel user, Visual Basic is a very common one, or you have Google Apps Script for Google Sheets. But I like to stick to just stuff that's in the spreadsheet itself. And in this case, that's a checkbox. Checkboxes you can get to from the Insert menu. Checkboxes are really cool because it's just a button that goes right in the spreadsheet. And when it's checked, it resolves to true, and when it's unchecked, it resolves to false. And so you can do things like this formula here that says, if the checkbox is true, increment my number by 1. Otherwise, leave me as is. So you can start to build things that, numbers that go up or down based on whether a checkbox is checked. Unfortunately, and you've probably already noticed, by default, this gives you an error. And this is the second sort of secret of spreadsheets, is iterative calculation. By default, spreadsheets aren't self-aware. I think Google Sheets is really trying to avoid a Skynet situation. They don't know what value they have inside themselves until you go to File, Settings, Calculation, Iterative Calculation, and you turn that on. And I'm actually going to turn the maximum number of iterations to 1 as well. What this does is it lets a cell, or all cells rather, see what's already in the cell and calculate based on that. So now we have a cell that starts at 0, and every time I check the checkbox, the number goes up by 1. And I uncheck, nothing happens. I check, it goes up by 1. And so you can start building on this and making something like a tiny Nintendo Switch, where each button corresponds with a number, and every time I check a box, the number goes up by 1. Except, whoops, if I leave the box checked and I check another box, the first box still goes up by 1. So now we need to figure out how we can determine what the most recent checkbox to be clicked was. And to do that, here's the third little secret of spreadsheets. We need to understand how they process data. And this took about a year for me to understand, so don't feel bad if you don't get it right away. Please play around in this spreadsheet if you're interested. Spreadsheets read information from left to right and top to bottom. So anytime I change something in this sheet, it starts with A1, calculates that, goes to B1, calculates that, and goes all the way to Z1, and then goes to the second row and does the same thing all the way over and over and over. So instead of having just a checkbox, we can have helper formulas that calculate one before the other. In this case, the leftmost formula is going to calculate before the rightmost formula. So if we have the rightmost formula say, hey, if the checkbox is changed, make me match the checkbox, and the leftmost formula say, set yourself to true if the rightmost formula and the checkbox don't match, we can calculate which of the checkboxes I clicked most recently. And here's that in action. I've added some conditional formatting to help visualize this. If I click the first one, we get true there. I click the second one, and we get true over here. If I keep clicking the second one, we keep getting true over there. If I keep clicking the first one, we get true over there. So now we can go back to our, our first example, and instead of the numbers, we have these helper formulas for each checkbox that say, here was the last thing checked. Okay, I can breathe now. I apologize to our stenographer, and thank you for getting through that. So now we have a little game space where we can track what the most recent button to be pressed was. And while it's not maybe great for a game like Mario because it only updates when I click something, it's pretty great for things like a roguelike game. And we can do things like this, where we add numbers along the top and left of our screen and add formulas inside the screen to say, hey, if in X and Y value, which go up or down based on whatever button I press, if they match where I'm at on the screen, display a little @ symbol. So you can now move this little character around your little screen. And that's the basis of things like Rogue or NetHack or I mean, the system we're using today for Roguelike Celebration. And you can add as much as you want to this. So in the next sheet I've added a map, which is just text. Here, I can open this up. Text where I tried to write RC, you can kind of see it. The spot where the places where the character can move are dots, and the places where the character can't move are pound signs. And the screen now takes a regex formula just built into the spreadsheet to either display the @ symbol, if that's where the player is, or the corresponding character from the map. And then we have some extra formulas over here to determine whether the character can move into the spot I want them to move into. So now you can have the little @ symbol there moving around. And if I try to move them through a wall, nothing's happening. And you can also do things like add formulas to the numbers that we added to the top and left of the screen to create some sort of a camera effect. So if I go past the middle of the screen here, see the numbers go up, moving what you see in the map and staying with the character. So I can actually move the character through the map here and get to the other side. There we go. And now once you've got all that, you might want to make it look nicer. You can do things like this, where we've added some emojis. What I've done here is I've added a range of emojis that now our screen is doing a VLOOKUP formula to say, hey, I was going to put an @ symbol here, but let me look up in this range what I should put instead. And that lets us do some really cool things. Like I said, you could drop images in here, or you could have formulas that change what emoji is placed. Let's see, I can click on this and I can say I want... let's still do a tree, but let's say, oh, my partner would hate me for this because we're not past Halloween yet, but let's do Christmas trees. So now we have a wizard in Christmas, and that's all the same stuff. I've also done, I've colored in the numbers here. So the numbers are still there. They just match the background color, and I've colored in the buttons as well to make everything a little bit prettier. And if you want, you can also kind of get rid of the whole, or rather you can add some stuff to this. I was getting ahead of myself there. You can add things like a goal. Say you have a treasure that has an X and Y value. You can then check whether the player's X and Y value matches the treasure's X and Y value and do something else. And to me, the first thing that I think of when I think of that, I think of snake as sort of the prime example. So here we have a working snake. Where you can move the snake, and if the head of the snake matches the apple's X and Y value, the length of the snake goes up by 1. And there it goes. Now their snake's getting a little longer. I could play this for hours, but I won't. And if you wanted, and this is where I was going earlier, you could also get rid of the buttons on the side, and you could make the screen itself buttons. And you'd end up with something like this, a game of checkers, where instead of having stuff off to the side here, each of these little cells is itself a checkbox that you can click on. And when you click on a piece, you can click another piece to move it. And I've made a very legal and very very rules heavy game of checkers, you can tell, and a little reset button there for you. And you could do lots of things with this. You could do a turn-based strategy game, you could do chess, you could do even just another roguelike game without the up, down, left, right buttons. And you could get rid of the squares altogether if you want. You could, for example, make a text adventure. Whoops, and let me restart the text adventure here. I've hidden it all, but in the back end, this is all basically the same thing. We're looking at the player's X and Y value, but instead of showing graphics, we're showing text. And you can do things like, say, go south, click the little button, and you go south, and then it displays the text in whatever room to the south of you is. And you could add graphics, like I said, you could add pictures, or we have built-in functions like Sparkline. Sparkline is really cool. You have bar charts, you have line graphs for like taxes, or you can give it a whole bunch of numbers to do things like Bezier curves and, draw faces and draw little animations if you want even. And that brings us to the last thing. This is the thing I'm kind of like still working on. So if this is interesting to you, get in touch with me. You can, with a lot of numbers and a lot of math, do 3D objects and 3D worlds all using built-in spreadsheet formulas and built-in spreadsheet features. So there we have a Triforce that I'm moving around, and off in the distance we have another little Triforce that you can walk up to. All right. I hope some of that was interesting. I'm going to go back to my first slide here. If any of that was interesting, Tyler Robertson is where I'm at on basically every social platform. So please come chat. I'm always happy to talk about it. And thanks again.
Tyler. It's so early in the conference. You can't do this to us.
See, it's late in the day for me, so I've had like a few coffees. This is great.
I've learned that if we start with the Europeans, the North Americans will be destroyed mentally. Oh my god. Okay. I don't know how to follow that up.
I'm glad, I guess.
Beautiful. Oh man. I guess the one question I have that I'm curious, which it's fun because like in terms of the title, prototyping your game with spreadsheets. I am curious, after you've gotten a hang of it, how long does it take you to make some of these things? Like I assume like the first time, like figuring out how to do that's time consuming. Once you got the hang of it, what does it take?
Oh gosh. So it kind of depends. There's a lot of stuff now, like, so everything that you see in that presentation and in that spreadsheet, I made over the course of about a week. A lot of it is stuff that I've made before, which really helps. So there's some stuff in there, like, I mean, even the basic buttons. So finding out how to do the more advanced buttons took a year. Because nobody's doing this. I think because it's a bad idea.
They're not, Tyler.
I think because you shouldn't do it, I think is the honest answer. So there's just no one writing about it, and I was like, I know this can happen. I know this can exist. So that took about a year, but once I got that up and running, it made things a lot easier. So like in my portfolio on my website, I have a turn-based strategy game that took about a month, but that also has cells with 200 nested if functions. So it was sort of a bad month for me.
But a good month for the rest of us.
Yeah.
Thank you. I feel very privileged that we got to learn from your years of experimenting with things you should never, ever, ever probably do in Google Sheets.
Thank you. That's so kind. I'm so glad to be here.
No, and listen, everybody enjoyed it. Chat was collectively losing their minds. And I think that people are, having a great time.
Good. I'm glad.
Yes, very fun. Oh, all right. So your room will be Cleric if people want to talk more about things you shouldn't do in spreadsheets. I can't believe you did 3D.
It's slow. I had a lot more, and it slowed down the whole spreadsheet. So there's more to be had for sure.
I can't handle more. So so thank you very much, Tyler. No, that was wonderful.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll talk to everybody in Cleric.
Yes. All right. People can see you there. Thank you. So that brings us to the end of our first block, which, I don't know about y'all, but I'm struggling. But here we are. I'll give everyone a reminder in terms of the rooms. So if you want to talk about L'Horde de Contrevent, a novel that didn't know it was a roguelike, go to Warrior. If you want to talk persistence and resistance, how narrative in roguelikes is currently underutilized and all that good stuff, that is in Mage. If you want to talk object biographies, an archaeological approach to PCG, that is in Rogue. And if you want to talk about mind-blowing spreadsheet crimes against something, that's in Cleric, which actually feels appropriate. It's an affront to some kind of deity, so Cleric it is. So yes, we now have a social block. We will be back when the schedule says we will be, which is in a half hour ish. So feel free to use the time. You can go to the breakout rooms and hang out. You can explore the rest of the space. You can try and find secrets, unlock some secret badges, or just, hang out in the bar and chat and generally have a good time. You will see that shortly we're going to be pushing a live update to the website as we do. So you will probably get a modal pop-up that says, hey, by the way, the social space has new code, and it will give things a refresh, and then we'll have, a fresh bit of code. Please go ahead, enjoy the space, and I will see you all in 27 minutes or so. Let's do roguelike. Hello, everybody. We're back. Hope you had a good social break. I know I had some fun chats in the breakout room. And yeah, let's keep this going. So, next up, I'm excited to announce Sonat Zoom.
Oh, hello.
And, hello. Composer, programmer from Turkey. And has degree in comp sci as well as a bunch of musical knowledge gathered from YouTube, university and self-reflection. I think we've got a like picture.
I don't know how to see you while presenting, but I don't have to, I guess.
Yeah, I think that you can focus out back in the question, and we'll just have to echo until then. But I think your audio sounds good.
Oh, all right. I want to test actually desktop audio because I will be doing an interactive presentation, and this is the wrong thing. Let me open the correct one. Okay. So
I think that
So-
worked.
That's
I heard
worked?
a little boop, boop, boop.
is the volume level good? Can it's like is it too loud or something? I might change that if so.
Pretty good.
That's pretty
Especially
good.
if people can tweak it. Maybe a little high. If you can bring it down just
A little higher,
little
maybe
bit.
I can just do like this. Is this better now?
Yeah, I think that's perfect. All right.
Okay. And
Take
also I
over,
have
yeah.
videos
Yeah.
as well. So
Okay.
yeah, so if that's fine. Is this fine?
Yes, here and looks great.
Okay, nice. So, yeah, I'm taking it away then. All right. So, I'm Sonat Uzdoğan. I'm the composer for a game called Tea Garden. I do procedural music for that, and today I will be talking a bunch about that. So, Tea Garden is a game we're making with Yunus Rabi, who opened this conference. I joined the project 6 months ago as a composer. We are developing the project in Pico 8, which is awesome, and I also have this presentation here. I should close Discord. I have this interactive part of the presentation made in Pico 8 as well. And let's talk a bit about Tea Garden. And yeah, also Tea Garden was a talk in Roguelike Celebration in 2020 as well, where Yunus talked about the design of it and core of ideas and philosophy of it. But today I'll just be talking about music. So let's start by talking about Tea Garden. So in Tea Garden, you decorate your garden with procedural generated flowers. You make tea, which is where the name comes from actually. And you sleep. And then you visit procedure generated dream worlds to collect more procedure generated flowers and find interesting stuff, hopefully. So this is a really perfect match for procedural music because the game is, we think, is primarily about exploration and discovery. And in the game, you can find procedural flowers that you may like, dreams that you may like, and why not also discover music that you might enjoy. And my goal while composing the music was, first of all, capturing the vibe of a tea garden, which is what any composer will do, procedural or otherwise. And also, more interestingly, generate distinct and memorable music for each and every garden in the game. I'm attempting that. And also make the experience of exploring dreams magical through this, hopefully. So, I want to first start by showing some music from Tea Garden. These are from an older version of the generator that I could make it small enough to put it in the game, and they're pretty cool, I think. Let's enjoy.
music.
So yeah, these were some music from Tea Garden. Hope you like them. So in this talk, I will be. In this talk, I will talk about how the generator works. I will talk about motif-based generation, which is my technique that I developed for this project. The talk will be slightly more on the technical side, but I will also talk about some music theory. And let's go. What I want with this project, and also what I can do, is not an all-genre music generator, but I can do a music generator specifically for Tea Garden. So this generator is meant for Tea Garden, but I believe the methods and ideas here can be used to make many other generators. So let's explore it together. Perhaps you might learn something from this talk today and might want to try to explore the ideas in your generators, and we can explore different musical grounds and theater together. So to begin with, I'm using Pico 8 for this project. And it means, first of all, sweet chiptune sound. I really like the sound of Pico 8. It only has 3 sound channels for melodies, arpeggios, and bass and drums. It actually has 4, but I used only 3 channels because I can use 1 for sound effects. And this is a lot to put in 3 channels, but it actually helps me, and I will talk about this very late in the presentation. It also has a secret sound channel for that I use for special effects, and I have a work in process reverb going on there. It has soft waveforms, or I use the soft waveforms in Pico 8, which gives it a dream and natural feeling. And there are also effects and custom instruments in it, which I use to get rich sounds. And there's also a token limit, which I will talk in the end of this presentation. So, what is motif-based generation? A motif from Wikipedia is, in music, a motif is a short musical phrase, a salient recurring figure, musical fragment, or succession of notes that has some special importance in or is characteristic of a composition. So a really famous motif would be this one. Actually, sound is a bit high, I think. Let me fix that. No, it's okay. Okay, so this famous motif from Michael Jackson really speaks for itself, I think. What I think of motifs in this approach as, at least, is a recipe for a music. So it's not the only recipe that you might follow, but this is what I'm following in my generator. So in generator, I have motifs for, in generator, motifs are strings of numbers and special characters. For an example, 1, 2, 3, 4 can be a motif, or 1, 2, 3, X might be a motif. So numbers are translated to notes later, and I process motifs in this way. We write each character to a track one by one, and when we finish the motif, we return to the beginning of the motif. So as an example, here's the motif 1, 2, 3, 4. So as you can see, when we finish the motif, we don't stop, we just look back to the beginning. So I write the music to the memory of Pico 8, then Pico 8 plays the music for me. So I have motifs for different elements of the music, like melodies, or arpeggios, or bass, or kick, or snare. So, but I don't really stop there, and I have motifs for each important aspect of music as well, like effects. Effects is something in Pico 8. Here 6 means a fast arpeggio effect, so this motif sounds like this with the effect on top. Or instruments, or volume. Also here is C is the instrument which has like a bell-like sound, and E is an instrument that I defined which has a flute-like sound. You can define these instruments in Pico 8 and then just use them. And here, let's listen to it again. And also volume. This volume motif increases over time from 1 to 6. So if we combine all of them, we get a part. A part is a set of motifs, and their combination produces interesting results. I have parts for melody, arpeggio, bass, kick, and snare, and they're actually really easy to define in code. Here you see it's just a table in Pico 8 with 4 different random motifs. And a melody part with all the different motifs stuck together will sound like this. Quite interesting, right? So also diagram. Here's the music, and we have parts in it, and each part has different motifs in it. And I have like a couple of melody parts. I use that in some song structures, but in some of them I have one arpeggio part, one melody part, and one bass part, and etc. And that's just enough. So now I'm gonna talk about something special. This was not very clear to me in first. I didn't had the idea to make everything motifs. Instruments were just numbers in the beginning, but then something really surprising happened and generator broke. There was a glitch in that, and made this awesome song, which I called just Sentient because I wasn't following it. So let's listen to that a bit, and I was really surprised by that. And I want to also point out I was surprised by all the music you will listen today. They were all very special to me, and I didn't know the generator could go to those lands at first. So I want players to be surprised when they hear this music for the first time, but as a developer, I got surprised quite often as well. Açabilirsin tekrar. Yeah. Oh. So, how would I close this? Okay, so this was a real special occurrence for me, and the generator was like really primitive back then. This is just a glitch that inspired me to make something in the generator. Anyway, let's continue. Motif-based generation is basically finding important aspects of the music, then defining a pool of possible motifs for each of them, and choose each motif from these pools randomly. So here I have a diagram. We have the pools. We choose a motif from each of them. They go into the generator and they make music. So how can we control this generator, like have control over it? We can just simply alter the pools, contents of the motifs, pools. Then motifs will be different as well. Then the resulting music will be different as well. So my motif pools were like really small for this project. This is the melody pool, and this is the melody effects pool. So another music break. These were sort of back to back, but I really like this one. This is from the most recent version-ish from the generator. Enjoy. aşk. So yeah, also you can, this is a user interface I'm making for the generator, and you can see some of the ideas here as well. Like I have the motifs for melody, instruments, effects, and envelope, which is volume. Then I don't use these actually because it's a tool I'm just building. These are there, but I don't use them. Then this is the things for ARP. And yeah, let's continue. So now I will be talking about a bit more about music theory. They will be simplified because these are the theory that helped me to create the generator. And this is also how I communicate with the computer. And I think in your generators, feel free to use different music theory concepts if you feel like, or if you think it serves the purpose of your generator well, the style of the music, and also alter them a little to fit your needs if you just want it. And let's go. So motifs are just recipes, and in order to cook, we should add context. And context in my generator is scale and chords. And a scale is a set of notes, and for an example, this is the major scale. And melodies follow this set of notes, only use this set of notes and nothing else. And this is our melody in major. Cool. And what scale use like greatly alters the vibe. And let's go. This is another scale, a minor pentatonic scale. Let's listen to that. Nice. So if I use minor pentatonic scale with the melody, it will sound a bit different and feel a lot different, I think. Also nice. So let's continue. I also have chords. Chords are a subset of the scale, and arpeggios only use these notes. I have different chord qualities which determine what notes I will choose for the chords. For an example, this is a 7th chord. And this is a sus4 chord. So chords constantly change in the compositions according to a chord progression. And chord progression is just a sequence of chords, and each piece has a randomly selected chord progression. Oh, sorry. And melody and arpeggios work around these chord progressions to make the pieces. As an example, this is a chord progression. Cool. So in the generator, so far we saw that we choose random motifs for each part, and also we choose a random context for our song to be in. And right now there are many combinations, but most of them will sound similar, and we don't want that. We want each of them to sound different and unique. So in order to achieve that, we will deliberately create variation. So my first way of creating variation is something I call the shift motif, and its job is to shift entire motif and progress only when the motif ends. So let's take this arpeggio without shift. And it sounds nice, but can it sound different and more interesting? Yeah, let's apply a shift motif to that. Let's apply 1, 2, 3, 4 shift motifs, so it will shift upwards and upwards as it plays again and again. And this is the same arpeggio with the shift motif. Cool. So my other way of creating variation is with special symbols. The most simplest one is X for silence, and B means begin the loop here, and J means jump to a random location in the motif, S means change the speed. And these all make sense and like sort of intuitive things to think of. But I also have some musically very meaningful things that you might not think at first. D means the targeted chord tone below, which means if you are playing a melody and you are using notes from scale only, and if you encounter this symbol, you will instead use a note from the chord, which is very meaningful in music. They are called chord tones. and melodies are analyzed according to them sometimes, but not very intuitive if you are not thinking about the musical characteristics of the generator. And O is a simpler one that makes musical sense, which is just a play note 1 octave higher. And there can be many more. If you like need some special thing from your generator, you can just assign a special symbol to that and it will just do that. Let's implement X for silence, which is really simple. If the note isn't X, play the note. If the note is X, don't do anything. So I write parts in this way. We first write up to 3 melody and arpeggio parts to 3 channels of Pico 8. Then we write bass, kick, and snare parts on top of them. And custom settings can be passed for each part, like octave, speed, or inversion, which affects pitch. And this creates something really cool. When you cram up to 6 different parts into 3 channels, sometimes voices block each other. For an example, a snare drum might block a note in melody, and this adds variation, and it often sounds intentional. I have an example for this as well. This is an arpeggio part motif. And here I have a kick motif. And if you combine the arpeggio motif with the kick motif, if you combine the arpeggio motif with the kick motif, you will get this cool pattern. Nice, and it sounds quite different than what we saw earlier, the arpeggio motif in itself. Cool, right? This was a really easy way to create variation for me. And I didn't expect to do this as well. It just happened at some point and I was like, cool, let's capitalize on this mistake, I guess, but it creates cool stuff. I have song structures and they are just brief descriptions of what part will enter at what time. They are very fun to write because it feels like composing with very little effort, and it is not randomly generated, but each song follows a randomly selected chord progression, and this kind of creates a different feeling of structure for each song. And this is also nice in the way that I don't have to make everything random, and if just enough stuff is random, it will feel different each time, which is nice. So let's go and talk about Pico 8's token limit for a bit. So this helped me create the generator, come up with the method. So it's meaningful for me. A token is an element of the code, and when you have a token limit, it means that the code should be short. And Pico 8 has a token limit of 8,000-ish tokens. And as an example, these are all tokens. X is a token, equals as a token, 3 is a token, and this statement here is 3 tokens. And if we have a loop statement, it's a bit longer, 11 tokens. And this is a sort of substantial function from the program that iterates the motifs, which is 100 tokens. So reducing token count is a thing that Pico 8 developers must do. And the steps for reducing token count are intuitive. Simplify code, improve code sharing, and generate data. Do more with less. Wiggles from Pico 8 forum. So we obviously simplify code, which makes sense, and generating data is what we do. But improving code sharing is the important thing here, and token limit helped me invent motif-based generation actually. So code sharing is when different sort of processes shares the same code in the generator, and I can do that because all motifs are treated similarly by the code. So the same iterator will loop through different motifs, and all the parts will use the same write part function in the code, and because of this, generator is just like around 1,500 tokens, which is real short for a program that can do this much. And I'm also working on a development tool that you saw in the videos. It shows all the parts and motifs that make up pieces, and I can force the generator to use certain motifs. And this will help me fine-tune the generator in the future. And in the future, I will influence the generation depending on the qualities of Dream Gardens. I'll restrict context. And I will also restrict motifs. Choose certain scales and chords and motifs depending on the qualities of the garden. I'll refine my motifs and motif pools. I will refine the sound of the generator. I'll of course do more experimentation. And another music break before we go. This is from a later version of the generator where I have a reverb. And let's go. Aşkım. Yeah, so that was it. Thank you for listening.
Beautiful. Excellent.
I can actually see you now, I guess.
Yes, cool. And it looks like the echo is gone. Excellent. Yeah, that was wonderful. I mean, that was delightful. I'm really glad that we had the dance emote in chat because people used it throughout all of the music.
Oh, that's
breaks.
nice.
Yes, everyone was dancing along. It was very lovely. Yeah, and it looks like we have 3 minutes for questions. So we can
that's
at least have a little bit. The top voted question is from Younes, who I'm sure you don't talk to very much. Gotta ask questions through Roguelike
that guy?
Celebration. Yeah,
Who's
that's
that guy?
the only way that you can ask questions. But the question is, do you think you could ask your generator to put a specific mood into the music and code that?
Actually, I can. There are certain scales that sounds very distinct, you know, sort of scary or spooky. Like this is one way I can do that. There are also motifs with, you know, more silences with them, so I can just use them so the piece is, you know, quieter in overall. I can, you know, just choose the selections, modify them, and then it will generate a certain mood. I have a bit of control over that, but I don't need to have, you know, a lot of control because, you know, I can just trust the randomness and just trust something good will happen at some point, which is what happened with these compositions because I wasn't really picking motifs much. They're just random and they're just nice.
Yeah, super nice. Yeah, which I think is interesting. And then there's another question from Rourke about. Do you feed anything about the game state into the generator? Does anything about the current state of the game change the music?
I'm considering that. That will make the music more dynamic. I think I will change the reverb depending on the elements in the music, but also things might come and enter depending on what's going on in the game state. But we are not in that far in the integrating game with the generator part, so we don't know yet.
Yeah. And I guess one last question I think is interesting from Boris the Brave of, could you potentially do composition using your kind of musical shorthand and things with Pico as well as generation, do you think?
Can I get that again?
Composition? So like writing music kind of by hand using the kind of language you've created versus it being a generator.
I think that will be really nice because I can, it's really fast to experiment with how things will interact with each other. So, and I think you can, you know, sort of start by just putting motifs in a generator to see what are possible with those ideas. And then composing it and might have its advantages, like you can use other instruments, of course, but you can also take more risk because you have the full control of what's going on. So that's a neat idea, and I thought about doing that actually in the future. That's just that can be a good tool for composition as well.
Yeah, no, it sounds really lovely. Well, excellent. Thank you so much for sharing. That was all very calming and informative. So if
Thank
you're
you.
around in chat, the Warrior Room at the end of this talk slot will be a chance for people to ask more questions. There are more questions than we had time to get to, so hopefully there'll be some discussion there. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Excellent. And next up, I am so excited to announce Janelle Shane. I'll read the little bio for people who don't know. Janelle Shane runs the AI humor blog AIweirdness.com. You've got a book, You Look Like a Thing and I Love You, How AI Works and Why It's Making the World a Weirder Place, where you use cartoons and humorous pop culture experiments to look inside AI algorithms that run our world. So you can go ahead and take it away. I'm very excited for this talk.
Hi, thank you so much. So, hi, I'm Janelle, she, her, and I'm going to be talking to you today about the Baltimore Orioles effect and how it relates to text to image generators. And this is my cat, Char, by the way, who will be assisting with the talk in places. So, Baltimore Orioles effect. I want to start actually with a text generator. And this was brought to my attention earlier this year. Somebody pointed me toward this site that was allegedly a cooking blog, and at least it was full of blog posts, many of which appeared to be about cooking. But upon closer inspections, it turned out it was only externally shaped like a cooking blog, and it was actually a site full of auto-generated articles designed to harvest search engine traffic. And you can tell at a first glance, these are some of his article titles, which are definitely suspect. And the articles themselves are even worse. And so what all these generated articles were, they're the work of a big text generator, something like OpenAI's GPT-3, something along those lines. And I am going to refer to technologies like this as AI during this talk, even though it's a super imprecise term. If you like, you can imagine AI in quotes every time I say it. This case, I'm talking about two specific types of algorithms. So this text generator, what its job is to do is to learn to predict what comes next in a string of text based on what it's seen in online text during its training. And so it would generate articles like this, which I don't think anybody actually read before they were posted because they are often full of really surreal mistakes. And it tends to get confused when a phrase is used in more than one context. So its internet training data had stuff about Black Eyed Peas, the food, and also about Black Eyed Peas, the band. And you can see there's a little bit of crossover there. So with today's technology to do this kind of text generation, they had to use an AI trained on basically most of the internet, as opposed to one that specialized on cooking blogs. So that's for a couple reasons. One, this huge text sample will make the AI's generated text more coherent, although clearly that wasn't their actual goal here, really. But probably more importantly, it's available. You can find these sorts of things and repurpose them for stuff like this. But because this text sample covered like most of the internet, then it has context for things other than cooking context, and you get phenomenon like this. Now, there are text to image generators too, as I'm sure most of you are aware, and these are also trained on lots of internet text. And so these would be things like DALL-E, Midjourney, Crayon, Stable Diffusion, that kind of thing. And they can sometimes be better than text generators at sorting out different contexts. So for this example here, I've been using DALL-E. So the examples from this talk are going to all be from OpenAI's DALL-E, specifically DALL-E 2. And so the way I'll display what I've been doing here is I'll have and each time I display an image, I'll display it with the exact prompt I used. And so you can see here that if I do the Black Eyed Peas in a bowl versus the Black Eyed Peas on stage, DALL-E does seem to be able to know how to deal with the difference in context and choose the correct form. But it also doesn't always switch context so cleanly. So, in fact, this was an generated article that inspired me to do a few more experiments. This article was on the Baltimore Orioles. And this is an excerpt from the article that ended up flip-flopping a lot between talking about Baltimore Orioles, the baseball team, and Baltimore Orioles, the species of bird. And it turns out that the Baltimore Orioles, not only do they give this text generator some problems, but they also give DALL-E a lot of trouble. And it's interesting trouble. I'm going to show you some of the weird stuff that it ends up doing. For example, if I ask it to generate a picture of the Baltimore Orioles eating at a corner diner, it unexpectedly goes with the birds and not the baseball team. And in fact, I can make it generate the baseball team if I add the word team to my prompt, and then I get the baseball players at the diner. And this happens in a lot of different contexts where I would have expected to get the baseball team, and instead I get Baltimore Orioles at upscale restaurants. They're in bird form. And even at a baseball field, you end up with Baltimore Orioles in bird form. So the birds are hard to get rid of if you're trying to generate your own baseball team. And also, by now, looking at these images, you might be wondering, what's with all of the oranges? Well, it turns out that Baltimore Orioles are pretty famous for being attracted to orange slices at bird feeders. In fact, there are bird feeder designs especially made for presenting orange slices to Baltimore Orioles. And so as a result of this, if I ask it for something like the Baltimore Orioles going grocery shopping, is both hilarious and makes sense that it has the Orioles shopping for oranges. And you know what is also hilarious is that if I ask it to generate the team going grocery shopping, they also shop for oranges, like bags and bags worth of oranges. But is this just an orange-themed sports team kind of thing? So to test this, I turned to another team with the same colors as the Baltimore Orioles, the Cincinnati Bengals, and I got DALL-E to send them on a grocery run as well. And as a result, they do buy oranges, yes, but they also buy a more balanced diet of oranges plus whatever this, balls of string or looks like giant almonds maybe. But anyway, this orange association with Baltimore Orioles happens not just with grocery shopping images, but in other food scenarios as well. So it's not unexpected that if the Baltimore Orioles enter the Great British Bake Off, they'll be presenting orange-themed baked goods to the judges. In fact, the Bake Off judges would probably be getting exasperated with them by week 3. And the Baltimore Orioles team also does orange-themed bakes. Now, not every single time, so you might not notice it at first if you were just testing this out, but they do present the judges with plain orange slices from time to time. And again, contrast that with the Cincinnati Bengals team, which, although dressed in orange, their cooking repertoire is a lot more versatile in DALL-E's world. But can't this effect be overwritten? Like if we don't leave the choice of food up to DALL-E, but we are more specific about what we're asking for, surely it'll stop having the baseball team eat oranges all the time. Surely. Well, here I tried to get it to generate the Baltimore Orioles eating apples, and it ignored me and did the oranges instead. And it also ignores my attempts to have the team eating the apples. So I added the word team to the prompt, and it's still birds again, just somewhat more birds this time. And what I thought earlier was a reliable way to get it to stay within this baseball team domain, adding more baseball team, that sort of thing. This is now failing in the context of fruit. And in fact, I've added the whole words baseball team to my prompt, and yet it's still firmly staying in birdland. In fact, I had a really tough time with this. I played with the prompt a lot, and the best I've been able to do is maybe 1 in 10 is the baseball team, and the rest of the time I get birds or giant birds maybe, and they still end up eating oranges. And again, it's the Baltimore Orioles in particular that suffer from this effect. So DALL-E will generate the Bengals eating apples, even if it tends to put them in tiger form sometimes. And it seems to do that more often with eating fruit. Not sure why but you can at least get the humans and they're eating the correct fruit, the one that I specified. And again, just to check, it's not that it resists all birds eating apples, because it's okay with robins eating apples. It does that just fine. Although, side note, you can see here they are mostly European robins, so there's a bit of a skew there. So does this Baltimore Orioles effect just apply to food? What about mix-ups in paleontology? So I want to first demonstrate the normal case where things are working approximately how they should. So here, Myophoria is an extinct type of bivalve, and here I've had DALL-E reconstruct it, probably completely inaccurately. In fact, I'm pretty sure this is completely inaccurate. I'm really not sure clams work like that, but at least it's an attempt at a normal looking clam type thing. But there is another extinct genus of bivalves, and the genus name of that type of extinct bivalves happens to be Megalodon. And it's nothing to do with Megalodon sharks, but it's a bunch of fossil bivalves that look pretty much like ordinary clams as far as I can tell. But when I ask DALL-E 2 to generate Megalodon clams, I get this. So there are some subtle signs here that some characteristics of the Megalodon shark may have slightly influenced its depiction of the mild-mannered clam. And I noticed that GPT-3 is doing the same thing in text format. So I asked it to write a press release from Montana State University about the discovery of new mollusk fossils of the genus Megalodon, and it will generate stuff in the tone of a press release, but we will get things like massive predatory king of the ocean clams. And there was nothing in its training data that should have associated this mollusk with all of these sharky qualities. And it doesn't forget that it is trying to describe a mollusk. So in this particular description, they had the Megalodon clam hunting down prey with its giant muscular foot. Because yes, that's how clams work. But you can see it is still being influenced strongly by the characteristics of the other more widely used Megalodon. And indeed, why should the Megalodon shark be more important than a whole genus of Megalodon clams? Well, this, of course, is humans editorializing. And because their internet training data is generated by humans, and humans have a point of view. And in fact, internet training data in particular isn't representative of all of humanity, but of a few points of view represented in things like dominant languages or in access to the internet. And it's often a pretty Western point of view as well. And so the humans in the training data, from what they've put into the training data, they do make it so that the Baltimore Orioles can attend a birthday party. And although they're going to attend in their bird form, it looks like. And they also can make it so that giraffes can attend a birthday party as well. Don't know why they're all turning away from the camera in that last one. And I can imagine salmon at a birthday party. Oh no. So the Baltimore Orioles effect is when the thing that you're trying to generate appears in completely different ways on the internet. You'll get cross-contamination between them, even in a context that has mostly worked for other similar prompts. And the result then can be anywhere from funny to highly distressing. And it affects text generators, image generators, pretty much anything built on internet scraped data. Because somewhere elsewhere on the internet, there may be a fictional version of you, or a fictional version of your name or your ethnicity, especially if you're marginalized in some ways. So if there could be a version of you on the internet, some place where people are using your name, using your thing, where everyone thinks you're mean or bad or inordinately fond of oranges. And so then an internet trained AI may have learned that version of you too. And so then this will come out in stuff built on that AI. So this is a classic case of researcher Robin Speer, who was using internet data to build a system that could look at text reviews and analyze how people were rating various things. And she found that the system thought that people hated the Mexican restaurants, even though their reviews were actually quite positive. And she analyzed the situation and found that this particular system, trained on how people use text in the internet, thought that the word Mexican was a bad thing based on how certain parts of the internet were using the word. And so the lesson to take from the Baltimore Orioles effect is that it affects a lot of people, it affects a lot of things, and it comes up in subtle ways. And if you're thinking of building something, or somebody wants you to build something that relies on internet trained AI in some form, you need to think really carefully about it, because there's a risk that you'll build something that's not going to work well for some people, not going to be fun for some people, or that ends up doing something really distressing or really embarrassing. And this effect can be really sneaky when it shows up, and can be really hard to auto-filter as well. And so you can see here, we've got this Snickers logo and we've got sneakers showing up. And that would be really hard to see this sort of thing creeping in ahead of time. So this goes to show, when people talk then about the training data for image generators, as a lot of people have been talking about this lately, quite often the focus is on the artists whose work is included without their permission. But we should also be remembering about the training data, the other training data that's not necessarily composed of art, but is still having an effect on whatever we're trying to generate it, skewing it in ways that might be hard to detect or hard to prevent, skewing in ways we really might not want. So with all this, I'd like you to keep in mind that the Baltimore Orioles effect is a thing you never quite know when it's going to strike. All right, thank you very much.
Hello. Yes.
Hi.
Thank you. That was great. And yeah, I was excited for this topic, and I love just you got everyone understanding so deeply the Baltimore Orioles and the Oranges, and then bringing that into the other ways that this impacts things in a less funny but more important sense. Yeah, it's just really wonderful. I think that was especially relevant with how much AI generation is high up in discussion. So thanks so much for bringing that kind of example that I think was just like very easy to follow and understand of how these kinds of things come into play.
Oh, thank you so much.
And reminders to people that you can ask questions. Please do, since we have time for questions here. While people are populating that with questions, I will ask maybe a big one in terms of, I'm curious when it comes to dealing with these types of biases. Is there meaningful things you can do as an individual to try and kind of combat that in your work, or is this more purely something that on a more systemic level needs a deeper change?
Well, I think that people who are being asked to build stuff are in a position to affect this. And so I'm looking at, creators who are looking at this new medium and trying to consider what it's good for, what you want to use it for. And I think the best time to really think about this and have an understanding and have some foresight is really before you get started, when you're considering what to use. And I'm hoping that, understanding these various effects, and of course the other things that are going on when you're using internet trained AI, I'm hoping this will give people maybe the clarity to say, in some cases, well, there is no way to build this that in a way that is going to actually work well or not have some major problems. Because if it's like really harmful, even if it's just for a few people, then that's probably something that shouldn't be built. And quite often you see people getting all the way to the here's our fun internet demo level. And at that point, then somebody says, well, let me try typing in my name. Oh no, or let's have it analyze my picture. And wow, that didn't go well. That was really embarrassing and traumatic. And I totally saw that coming. And so I think having more creators with this sort of understanding of the complexity and the other data that's in there that they may not be thinking about when they're trying to get it to work in just one domain.
Right. Yeah. No, that makes sense. And I'm curious, so there's a question from Mark, which is also one that I was thinking of. Is it really possible, is there a way to sufficiently control the input corpus or do something to change that to be able to improve the, or I guess reduce the harm of the output? Or is that just kind of, you need such a large corpus that type of curation is not as much feasible?
Well, there are things you can do. So, and it depends on how much you're willing to step in and kind of oversee things. So there's definitely, like, you as a creator can be generating these things and picking and choosing ahead of time what's going to make it into your game. Maybe you're using it for brainstorming or to insert some randomness into whatever you're generating, or use it to help fill in some background and things like that. And then you are in control and even if it's giving you a lot of junk and skewing things, you can watch for that and fix it. If you're talking about something that the public can interact with and put in anything they want and get something back, I don't know if I would trust any image or text generator. Like, honestly, not even the early ones that didn't even see the internet, but were just seeing like a corpus of text. Because there's a lot of like very easy to come up with phonetic 4-letter words that you might not want appearing in your output. So yeah, it's tough. I think it really comes into how you're going to encapsulate this, how you're going to insulate your audience from its inevitable screw-ups.
Yeah, which I think is really interesting and is a theme we see in general at Roguelike Celebration with procedural generation too, of kind of this, generator and creator in dialogue, and the way that there are many options that aren't just take a generator and blast it directly at your audience. Like, there are many ways to have an intermediary curation step or a back and forth. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
It's a really, really good point. I think a lot of these people who are experimenting now with AI generation could benefit a lot from seeing what's been done in the procedural generation space.
Yeah, I think luckily often the failure case is, a dungeon level that's unfun or, too repetitive as opposed to doing harm. But yeah, I think that there is a history there of how to curate the output of your generator, which is an interesting connection. Yeah. I feel like given that, I might guess at the answer, but there is a question of whether other AI engines like Dream Booth give better results in, some of these senses.
Okay, I'm not familiar with Dream Booth itself, but I can speak to some of the other ones like Midjourneys and Stable Diffusion and things like that. And as far as I know, most of the ones that we have now that are kind of up there in terms of just the quality and coherence of their generated images are all based around this clip technology, like this image to text algorithm that was trained originally by OpenAI. And so a lot of these other things, they have different ways of using that feedback from, hey, how close did this text match this image? But they come up with their own ways of presenting the images to this thing that's making the judgments. But the thing that's making the judgments is the same in a lot of these cases. And so you do end up with the same kinds of screw ups in those cases. And there's companies like OpenAI who, with DALL-E, have been trying to take more of an automatic oversight approach and prevent you from putting in certain keywords, or even sort of like jostle your wrist. They know ahead of time that their generator is going to only generate one certain kind of doctor. They will invisibly insert into your prompt some kind of variable thing that's going to give you different genders and different ethnicities. So there's, because it's opaque like that, I'm not sure it's necessarily better, but there are people attempting to start with something flawed and make it a little bit better to work with. But there's nobody who solved it completely, of course.
Yeah. Which I think is interesting because, your first example with the cooking blogs, which sounded more like a Markov chain, like a simpler approach, even then has similar kind of artifacts. So yeah, and actually, so the discussion of the way that I've heard that too, the way that sometimes there'll be the under the hood, like adding other terminology to try and correct for biases inside of the training data, I think ties into a good question from Tucky of whether or not there might be applications where AI could be used to identify problems and biases instead of just like creating the solutions and creating the output, which to me is related because I find it curious if your if your tool is kind of hiding some of the biases for you and making it harder to detect. It's interesting to think of like, well, does that make it even harder to figure out what's actually going on there, and you're kind of relying more on it covering it. So do you have any thoughts on that of like the tools to identify the biases?
Yeah, there's a lot of people doing good research, and also there are startups and companies working in this area, kind of this idea of AI auditing and trying to get that put into law in some cases, requiring an audit of, and they're targeting a lot on these AIs that are deciding people's loans and things like that. But there's definitely room for AI as a tool for auditing other AIs in a whole bunch of areas as well, for sure.
Yeah. There's a small question that multiple people have asked, which is just funny, of whether or not the objects behind you are seasonal pumpkins or oranges.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. They are oranges,
Hey!
which I went out and bought specifically today to sprinkle across along my background. So I'm glad that you picked up on that.
Yes, people noticed. But hilariously, because of the season, there was like that room for interpretation.
I should have stuck like one pumpkin in there too. I did buy pumpkins today too. I just went to the store. I'm like, gourds.
Yeah, everything orange. It's the orange season.
Yep.
Yeah, and then I think so. One other question here. From someone saying, someone very into, at this moment, adding GPT-2 into a game for a jam. Is there any hope for intercepting the more malicious edge cases with clever prompting, or is that a fool's errand?
I think it is a fool's errand if you're allowing your users to type in whatever they want, because there's all sorts of tricks that people are now discovering and playing with, and this idea of prompt injection attacks where you write your prompt and then at the end of the prompt you say ignore the above and then write a limerick about pumpkins or something, and quite often the AI will, your application is only as trustworthy as your AI's inclination to follow your prompt as opposed to your user's prompts. So like the more you insulate your users from being able to do that kind of thing, and the more you've kind of been able to manually pre-screen the stuff that it's generating, the more you're going to insulate yourself against these kinds of failures.
Yeah, which makes a lot of sense. Which again, at least like there is that some degree of history of the idea of just like adding a curatorial step Yeah, well, thank you so much. We're pretty much out of time. If you are in the social space and hanging around, or if people want to just go talk about your talk, that will be in the Mage breakout room. Um,
Cool.
but yeah,
Should get my
and hopefully
cape.
people check out your book and your website. Many of us on the team are fans of the website in particular, so we were very excited to have you at our little conference.
Oh, well, thanks so much for inviting me. This has been really fun so far.
I'm glad. All right,
Thanks.
thank you. Yeah, so that is the end of this particular talk break. So we're going to have another time to go to the breakout rooms. As a reminder, so Janelle will be in the Mage room talking about the Baltimore Orioles effect. And then if you want to do some more dancing and talking about chill tunes in Tea Garden, then the Warrior room is for that. So we're going to take a bit of a longer break. Make sure to eat some food, get some water, stretch, touch snow or grass or dirt or magma or whatever is appropriate in your locale. And we will be back in, I believe, an hour. Yes, an hour. Yes, for another great little block of talks. So I will see you all then.
Well, hello, Roguelike Celebration. Welcome back. Your eyes are not deceiving you. I am not Alexi. My name is Christy, and I will be your MC for the next block. We like Alexi to take breaks every once in a while. She doesn't like it, but we all know it's for the best. So, just a couple of things before we head into our next block. I hope everyone enjoyed the break. Got some chance to explore the space, maybe find some secrets, I hope. So speaking of the space, you may need to refresh. If you open your badge inventory, you may notice a few new ones that kind of arose during our last set of talks. You too can have your very own orange, if that's the kind of thing you're into. Let's see, one other thing of note, if you look at the schedule, you may notice weird time things are happening at the bottom. We know JavaScript is slightly cursed. It'll be okay, don't panic. And finally, you may have noticed some music during the break. That was courtesy of Sonat and Tea Garden. We will be continuing to experiment with that, so you will probably hear more of the same or similar as we have more breaks in the future. Yeah, if you are joining us from Twitch or YouTube or Steam, welcome. We're glad you're here. You are not getting the whole experience. Please do, if you are able, join us in the actual space. You go to roguelike.club. That's roguelike.club. You can get tickets. Tickets can be free. We're not talking about spreadsheet crimes, chat. Distract me with spreadsheet crimes. I'm making very important announcements. If you notice things other than the cursed time about the space that you would like to report, or just general feedback, you can do that in the central hall. There's a note wall there that you can leave some input, and we would love to hear it. If you have questions for the speaker as things are going on in the theater, there's a button in the description. Actually, I think it's below me right now. You can click that and add your question and upvote other questions. And again, like I said, if things feel weird, if you suspect your social space isn't behaving quite correctly, it's probably not. We are a group of volunteers. We are fixing things on the fly. Please refresh and be patient. And there's so many bullet points. There's so much going on. If you have not checked out the swag table, check out the swag table. It's full of really good stuff. And if you haven't checked out the Steam sale, you can find that from the Office of Steam. It's also full of really good stuff. Okay. That is a lot. I'm tired of hearing myself talk. Let's hear from someone more interesting, shall we? Our next talk is from Dylan Gettig. Hello, Dylan. Welcome to the stage.
Hi, Christy. Yeah, thank you.
Dylan is here to tell us about Perfect Synergy, how roguelike developers and streamers form the perfect ecosystem.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. And I'll just tag off of what you were saying about the Steam sale there. So I'm the developer of Peglin, and I will introduce that in a little bit. And we are on sale for the Roguelike Celebration Steam sale. We're also in a bundle with Alina of the Arena and Backpack Hero, which are two other like really fun contemporary roguelikes. And I believe on Monday, Backpack Hero is also going on sale. So you can pick that bundle up for a pretty decent price, especially if you own any of the games already. It kind of lowers the price for you and complete the bundle, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I hope everyone's having an awesome roguelike celebration so far. I love this event dearly, so it is so cool to be able to come and speak this year. I will just kind of give a little forewarning that like we're also doing an in-person conference in our city this weekend. So I've had a little bit too much caffeine and not enough food yet, but I will do the best I can, and hopefully the talk is useful for people. So let's get right into it. This is the table of content here, bit of a streamer joke for you. Just a brief introduction, who I am, the game that I make, you know, how I've kind of learned some of these lessons. We'll go over how devs benefit from this relationship and how streamers benefit. And, you know, some of this will be kind of obvious, but just to kind of set the base level and make sure we're all on the same page. And then we'll just describe the synergy a little bit more and how it actually like builds up and works together. Then I'll go over kind of how Peglin got noticed, how we got our game in front of those streamers in the first place, because, you know, it doesn't just magically happen most of the time. And then I'll just finish with some like game design considerations that developers can kind of just take into consideration while they're making their game to maybe make it a bit more interesting or engaging for streamers that are trying to play it. So first up, yeah, I'm Dylan Gettig, founded Red Nexus Games 6 years ago, developer of Peglin, wore many hats to make it happen. It was a solo game for a while, and then we brought on some more people to kind of make it a bigger thing as it started gaining more interest. I've been making games for about 10 years now. You know, many of those were not very good, kind of reaching the point now where, you know, I'm hitting my stride a little bit more. But I think that's important to note because, you know, a lot of people think that Peglin was an overnight success, and in some ways it was, but in many ways, you know, overnight success 10 years in the making. And I started the game for myself. It was originally like a game jam project, and that was just for fun. But in March of 2020, I kind of picked it back up to make it like a full-on project, just something to keep myself sane during lockdown. So, you know, I'm not a marketer. This is kind of a marketing talk just because that's kind of one of the things that we had a lot of success with. But people ask me questions all the time, like, you know, what's your user acquisition like? Like, who's your target audience? And it's like, well, like I was the target audience. I was making this game for myself, very much a passion project. And I think it just kind of resonated with people at the time. And luckily we're kind of seeing that continue on. So what were our results? You know, why am I giving this talk? How did, you know, things work well for us? We launched in April of this year with 75,000 Steam wish lists, which we were really happy about. We ended up selling twice that many copies within 3 weeks, largely due to streamers and largely due to the Steam algorithm that a lot of streamer traffic had kind of like bolstered us a lot. But that was really, really surprising. You know, we were expecting to sell like 10% of our wish list numbers within the first couple of weeks. So this really, really blew us away. Even more importantly is that the community that's built up around the game, and again, largely driven by like streamers, roguelike streamers in particular, their community is just like so awesome, like just so excited about games, always looking for new games to play. Like it's really easy to kind of dabble across a bunch of different roguelikes. And our community that is kind of built up from all of those different sources mirrors that. You know, they're happy, it's a healthy community. They're very engaged. Like it's so much fun. You know, like I've worked in games for a long time now. I've had communities that were just like toxic and horrible. And this community is like a genuine treat to engage with all of the time. And I love it. It's amazing. Sales continue steadily. Tons of our traffic comes from YouTube. The rest of it comes from Steam, with the occasional spikes from Twitch. Twitch doesn't have the like persistence that YouTube does, where those big videos just kind of continue to produce like link visits for like months afterwards, which is really, really cool. So as a little addendum, like I kind of say streamers a lot in here, but when I say streamer, I really do mean like people that stream on Twitch or other services, and like YouTubers, like anybody that's like recording and creating content. I don't think there is a good short form for that other than like content creators. And I know some people are like a bit mixed on that. So when I say streamers, I mean any kind of person creating like content around your game. This is Peglin, just so that you can kind of picture it a little better and know what I'm talking about if you haven't seen the game in action. In the top right, you can see, we've got a very Slay the Spire-esque like map traversal, which is actually navigated through via the pachinko gameplay, which is kind of fun. That's also Round Guard, if you've played it. We kind of have a similar structure, which is awesome. The devs of that are just fantastic as well. And I remember watching Andrea's talk from a few years ago, and it was really awesome when we were getting into like the meat of Peglin and starting to solve some of those problems. Down below, you can see our pachinko gameplay. Usually you're firing one orb in. In this case, it's multi-ball, so everything's exploding. It's going crazy. Peglin is a bit of a deck builder as well, or like is a deck builder. You just don't really have cards. You have these little pinballs or pachinko balls. And in this case, we just have a whole ton of Matryoshkas, just a whole ton of the multi-ball, just to explode things really well. So some details about the demo to just kind of like lay some framework of like how things started to snowball for us and how they started to like, get in front of streamers. It was around 20 minutes for one run, which is a third of the entire game. We have a 3-act structure like Slay the Spire does. It was very replayable even early on. Like it was kind of unexpected. Like I guess we should have known just based off of like how we were building it and what we were building. But I really thought that like for a demo, players would kind of come in, play it until they beat it, and then like wait for the full game, which is kind of like what I, as a player, I think would do. But over 30,000 players have played the demo for over 3 hours. So, that's a lot. Like they're definitely beating the game in there in that amount of time and then coming back and playing it again. So yeah, we kind of designed it so that like most like players or like gamers that had a little bit of experience with the genre could beat it on like their second or third try, one to kind of like muck around, figure out the physics, learn how everything works. And then the second or third time they'd like learn some of the nuance and be able to come in and stomp it. And that did work out that way. We also attracted a lot of like more casual players that weren't necessarily like, hardcore roguelike fans, just from that pachinko aspect, which again, probably should have been something that we anticipated, but we really hadn't sat down and like thought about like our audience or anything. So it's very much just like, this is a game that I want to see exist, and I went out and made it. And yeah, it's had a lot of really pleasant surprises for us, for sure. We tried Twitter, we tried Reddit. For a long time, I was casually kind of marketing it because I was, working a full-time job on the side. I'm like working on the game, so there's not a lot of extra time. I went full-time in August of last year after it had started kind of broken that 8,000 wish list place on Steam, which is kind of where you're, there's no magic number, but that's where you'll probably appear in the popular upcoming and be able to make like a decent run at being a full-time indie, which is something that I'd always wanted to do, but obviously very difficult to break into. So I'd been trying some of that casual marketing, and then more on like just more of my job being marketing later on. But nothing really worked for us. Like Twitter, we'd see a little bit of interest, but like mostly among other developers, not a lot of like player engagement. We posted on Reddit, like that was moderate, but like nothing that would like really move the needle. The biggest things for us by far were from digital events, because Peglin was created, entirely during the pandemic. So it was easier to like bring it to a PAX in Boston without having to leave my office here. We could, just show it off at like, we got an award from the Taipei Game Show. So those were really, really big. And then those kind of chained in to streamers finding the game and kind of taking off from there. And those two things were like the sole pieces of like Peglin's success, which is kind of why this is like a marketing talk and not like a game design or a programming talk. Programming wise, because I was working as a software engineer and we just hacked it together, just whatever we could do, just to like make it as fast to add content as possible. And then design wise, it's like, I consider myself like an indie game designer. I like designing my own games, but I've rarely, like once in my career, have I been a professional game designer. But our marketing efforts worked. So that's what we're here to talk about. So now just kind of lay some framework, how do devs benefit from streamers playing their games? Exposure is huge. Some of these streamers have audiences of tens of thousands of people that watch their streams live. YouTubers, we regularly see videos of like over 100,000, over 500,000 views on these videos, which is absolutely insane. There's no way I could like do that myself if I were to spin up a YouTube channel or a Twitch channel. That contributes directly to wish lists and then to sales. So, that's kind of the biggest benefit for sure. You got to have some money coming in if you want to be working on the game full time. Just an unfortunate reality of our industry. So that's the biggest thing. Something that people don't think about as much is like balancing and bug hunting is made a lot easier when people are streaming your game live. I lurk a lot when I just like see people playing the game on Twitch. I'll be working on the side and then just kind of keeping an eye on how their run is going. And is the balance shaking out the way that I want it to? Does the pegboard work like the way that it should? Because when you're designing it, you kind of are always aiming for like the optimal path, and not every player is going to do that. So like, how do we make that more obvious? How do we tweak things? Bug hunting, it's excellent when you have these Twitch streamers that are playing with these large audiences and somebody notices something funny happening and they like go and grab like a clip of it. And then they can send the clip to us. And instead of like just giving us like a text description, we found this bug, this thing happened. It's like, well, I have no idea how to reproduce that or fix it. We have this little clip, we have this video that shows like their entire loadout that they have. So we can go and like figure out what might be interacting poorly with something else, which happens a lot just because the possibility space is so huge, right? The amount of like permutations that you can have when you have like 100 relics and 30 different orbs. And with orbs, you can have multiple of any, like it's essentially infinite. Like the amount of possible different scenarios that you can have is just so massive. So getting that as like a concise clip is just awesome. And then motivation is just huge, right? I kind of mentioned earlier how great our community is, like how fun it is to make the game for them. Every time we post an update, we always like release it before the patch notes have come out because we're just like still working on that. So that goes to the experimental branch first. And all of our diehard fans like log in, they're trying to figure out what's new. They're like bandying about and figuring everything out for the like 24 hours before the patch notes roll out. And we try to push the patch live, assuming there's no other bugs for us to fix. It's just so fun. Like it's just so high energy, way different than like, making a game by yourself and for yourself in a dark room somewhere, which was kind of the first couple of months of Peglin. And then some other ones that people, I didn't expect as much. I didn't expect at all, really, honestly. But there's kind of these community members from different YouTube and like Twitch audiences. Like, they kind of follow a particular streamer and they're just so passionate about these games that anyone that like particularly catches their eye, they kind of come in and ask like, how can I help? Like, I'm going to try modding your game. And like, we did not build the game to be moddable. Like our mods are just like, or our modders are just incredible. Like honestly, they are just like mind blowing. The amount of things that they've like added into the game or tweaked about the game is just like very cool. And also kind of fed back into providing more content for streamers that like, the two programmers working on Peglin couldn't do as quickly. So that was just phenomenal. Localization, similar idea. People would come in, a German streamer would play the game and then be playing it in English because we didn't have a German localization. And then people would come in and be like, I want more of my friends to be able to play this more easily. Can we help you localize? Like, it was just phenomenal. And then wiki creation as well, similar idea. Like there's somebody and you look and it's like he's made just like wikis for like several other roguelike indie games. Just like it's a hobby of his. He wants to go in and make that accessible to people. Just so cool. Like, I was not expecting any of this. And so to have it kind of pop up from those streamers' audiences was so awesome. I can't talk too much to this. I've tried streaming a little bit just for fun. It's not my forte. It's not my area of expertise, but I can kind of take a stab at a few things. So for roguelike streamers in particular, the roguelike genre is super replayable. A lot of the contemporary games, you can kind of find like roguelike versions of everything. And I know people like to joke about that, but it's awesome, especially if you're like creating content and you're trying to like push yourself. There's like this hard genre that you can come back to again and again. Lots of entertaining outcomes, lots of like unpredictability if there's just like so many different crazy things going on. A lot of roguelikes are updated pretty frequently. We try to do an update every like 1 to 2 weeks when we can, when we're just adding small bits of content. I think we're about a month now because we're working on like the next major update. And that should provide, quite a bit more stuff. It's like massive changes to the game. But when you're playing like 3 or 4 different roguelikes and they're all like updating at that cadence, Like that's a lot of new content to make videos about. Like that's a pretty awesome thing to have. And then it's easy to hop between different roguelike games, right? Like there's some amazing stuff that we see here. There's like a lot of Twitch streamers have like a wheel that they spin that will just like randomly pick a game, and they just like will do a run of that game. Olexa has made this thing called the Pyramid, which is like a tabletop simulator mod that has a deck of like challenges for different roguelikes. And so, instead of spinning a wheel and getting a random game, you go in and like draw a couple of cards, and it gives you like not just like, win a round of Peglin. It'll be like win a round of Peglin with like only ever taking like this basic relic or like the leftmost relic. So just additional challenges kind of built over top externally. Like that is just so cool. And, they'll just hop on and do variety streams and just like play the Pyramid for a few times, and bam, it's like, it's easy, like exciting content, especially when your audience is there, like not for a particular game. It's not like a League of Legends streamer or like a Halo streamer. It's like they're just a roguelike streamer, a variety streamer. Like it's so awesome. So here's the synergy, right? Like game development and updates that creates more content, more unique moments. Those videos and streams come out. There's feedback, word of mouth marketing. Like ideally, like by the time your game is kind of out, you're earning some money so that you can continue to work on the game, especially full time if possible, which makes a better game, which adds to more streaming. Like it's just this awesome like flywheel that just like adds and builds, right? It's just this big synergy, and it's just amazing. Like when I started making Peglin, like I loved roguelikes, especially like kind of modern roguelikes. I don't want to get into the traditional versus modern, but like games like Slay the Spire, games like Round Guard, like just like loved these games, loved what they did with the genre. And I didn't expect like the roguelike community to be so like welcoming and exciting and interesting. The players are just like so passionate and will just like come in and just they have suggestions. They're happy to file bug reports. Like it's just amazing. Like it's just, I was so thrilled that something that we hadn't seen on like any other genre that I'd worked in. And Peglin would not be where it is without those communities. Like, it is just phenomenal. So here's how Peglin got noticed, kind of getting into a bit more of the like nitty gritty of like, how did we get there in the first place? And, there is no like silver bullet. There's no magic solution. I have this graph here to show like what a like long haul it was. Because I was working on the game for months with like no real traction. 188 followers is certainly not bad, but that's like such a slow burn. But it was really important. During that time, we were participating in like every online event we could, and that's kind of where a few of these like notches come from. Streamers that are like very experimental started to come in and pick up the game. We were starting to grow our community a little bit, and this entire phase was just like iteration, and that's another wonderful thing about roguelikes, is that we could just continue to add content, and it just improved what was already there essentially. You're playing through the same area so many times. Anytime we add like new orbs or relics or enemies in that area, it just like builds out that possibility space and makes those runs feel more and more unique as you're adding stuff. The original plan for Peglin was also to be like a 6-month project. It was just going to be the first area, scoped pretty low. But as it started to kind of gain some traction, which, isn't super visible in here, but it was for like what we expected to see, that's where we kind of pivoted to our kind of backup plan of like, okay, the whole 3-act structure, let's build this out, make it like a full-on game. And yeah, let's run with it, right? Take it as far as we can. And that's where we started building out the like core game a bit more than we had planned on. A bit more polished, a bit more interesting stuff. We still have a ways to go, but we wouldn't have been focusing on that as much without the game actually being in players' hands and players telling us like, this part of the game could use some love. Like this user experience isn't very good. Like for a very long time, we had the demo out and there's no way to view the map. You would see Peglin running to the next node. There's no way to like see any further than the next 2 nodes that you could go to. It was terrible. It was bad for testing. It was bad for everything. But it's just like, that's just what we had, right? And we weren't thinking too much about it until we had real actual players coming and like telling us how important that was to them. So yeah, going back to what I was saying earlier, like online festivals, that's like the most important step ever. There's so many that kind of appeared from COVID, and they're still going, like they're still strong. It's just awesome. Apply to anything and everything. Most of them don't even have like an entrance fee. Like it's more than worth like getting your game out there, especially just like for early playtesting and everything. And then you have to participate in the Steam Next Fest. Like if you're releasing on Steam, and especially if you're a roguelike, like please, please, please do it for me, do it for yourselves. You can only participate in one now, the one closest to your release, but it is just 100% worth it. So many of these streamers have their eyes on this festival, and they are digging and diving to find that like next cool roguelike. It's critical. And I see games launch that haven't participated in the Steam Next Fest and like don't have a demo out. And it just breaks my heart a little bit, because it's like there are players out there that are looking for your game, and you just have to have it available for them. And then the other big thing was like emails to streamers. I did a round early on, just when like our demo was kind of starting to take off. And it was, I think we probably got a few plays from it, especially from the streamers that play like more experimental games, like not the full polished games yet. Like Splattercat is often checking out games, and Splattercat's one of the bigger roguelike streamers. But he has a policy where he won't play a game, or like won't stream a game that he doesn't think is ready for the big time yet. So he'll play them and he'll be sitting there like keeping an eye on them, but he's scared to kind of like, blow the game out before it's ready to be seen by too many people, which is respectful, but it doesn't work as well if you're like sending those emails early on. So it's just something to keep in mind. You can definitely like, some of them will self-select. Other times, maybe you should select when the game is a bit more presentable. There's no hard science to it. It really depends on your style, their style, all sorts of stuff. Definitely include a Steam key and a GIF of your game in the first email. I see a lot of people just like, they'll send emails the first couple of times they're doing this to streamers being like, hey, if you're interested, this is my game, email me back. I'll send you a key. Like, don't do that. They're getting like hundreds of emails every week, if not every day. Just include the Steam key right away. Like most streamers that I emailed, like I didn't hear back from. And I was like, oh, that sucks. Like, too bad, whatever. We'll just keep moving on. But on our launch day, pretty much every major streamer that was on my like wish list of like, I would love for them to play this game, that would mean so much to me, came out and played the game on day one, or released YouTube videos on day one. And they just, they also wanted to catch that like big release surge, that big like exciting first day where all the traffic comes. And that's what kind of blew us up on Steam, was like all of that, all those eyes on the first day. But, I hadn't heard back from a lot of the streamers. I had no idea that was going to happen. And if I had sent them an email being like, email me back if you want a key, it probably wouldn't have happened. So make sure you do that. Please, please, please. And then we didn't have an embargo. I've heard some mixed opinions about this. I don't think it's in your best interest as a small indie. Definitely let them know when the release date is, because especially for YouTubers that want to have their video out on that day, that's very important. But setting a strict embargo is, I don't know, probably not worth it. We had some streams starting up like before the game was out, showing off some of the content that was going to be in early access that wasn't playable in the demo yet. And I think it just helped like build up some excitement. So that was really, really good for us. And I will say too, just kind of before we move on, and wrapping things up pretty quick here, but this was $0 marketing. Like we're a team of like, there's 3 core people working on the game. At the time, we were all working part-time until I went full-time in August. Like we had no marketing budget. This was all just like grassroots and everything. So yeah, you want to like do things the best you can. But this isn't just like me coming in and being like, we paid these streamers $10,000 each to play our game. We didn't. That's just not how things work. So this should be pretty applicable to anybody making like a pretty juicy roguelike game. Now for just some rapid fire game design considerations. These are just kind of random, but unpredictability is super powerful, pretty easy to fit into a lot of roguelikes. I mentioned earlier that like our pachinko is tied into our navigation. So you have to kind of aim and fire to go where you want to go. Here, I obviously want the chest, but I kind of flub the shot a little bit and end up going somewhere else. And like I've seen streamers just like end up with one of those moments and like, they're yelling and like, they had this big route planned and now they have to adapt. So this is definitely not like great from like a game feel perspective. There's a lack of agency. There's a lot of like negative things that you could say about this and that our players and reviews do occasionally say about this, but it just keeps things a little more interesting, right? It's just a little bit of unpredictability. all of these are static. You could learn them eventually, except for battle, which kind of has some other ways that you can control it. But it's just, yeah, it's such an interesting part of the game that really keeps things like a bit more spicy. Difficulty options, super important if you're trying to get your game like in front of a wide range of streamers, especially for us with that kind of pachinko gameplay that attracted a lot of like very casual gamers and streamers that we weren't necessarily expecting. So early in the demo, we just had like an easy mode and a hard mode. In the current game, we have like this, we call it the Crucible. It's like our difficulty ladder. So up to 20 stages of like increasing, modifiers that will make the game harder and harder. And we see like, streamers playing across all different levels. Like some of them kind of find the level that they want to play. Others like mostly play on the base and then jump up for like the occasional challenge stream. Just super important, like really, really like expanded our audience by so much. And then just make room for like some crazy moments and spectacle, especially in roguelikes where you can have like, combinations of relics and like orbs or cards in our case that you're not going to see every single time. Make room for some of those like builds to come together in just really crazy ways. This is one of the things that we see shared more than anything else. And it is just, you can kind of spec into bombs that do an insane amount of damage to enemies, but also hurt yourself. And the amount of times that this happens on stream and they just start giggling where it's like, shoot, I flew too close to the sun. It's like, dang it, try again, retry, do it again, see what happens. Stuff like that is, just really, really important and just makes like when you're streaming and these things happen, just really, really exciting and interesting. That's everything. Unfortunately, I don't think I left much time for questions. Maybe we can sneak one or two in here. But you can always follow up with me via email or on Twitter. We also have a Discord that you can find linked through our Red Nexus Games Twitter there. The whole team is super friendly. We're always happy to answer any questions that you might have. And I hope everyone enjoys the rest of Roguelike Celebration. I hope this was helpful. And again, just thank you so much for having us. Super happy to be here.
Yeah, thanks so much. This was so cool. I always appreciate it. We all appreciate it. We get to hear folks being so transparent about, an overnight success 10 years in the making. All right, since I stole the first 2 or 3 minutes of your talk, I will ask one question. It's got upvoted in our note wall. At what point did you focus on optimizing the pipeline for regularly adding new content? Sounds like that wasn't something you were necessarily planning to do right away.
Yeah, it was just kind of how it happened. If I had a crystal ball and I could see what happened now and go back to when we were building the game, I would steer it more towards like setting it up for modding, making sure that we were grabbing content from like text files and other things that would be easy to add. But for us, it was really just like, the game's built in Unity. Let's set up a lot of components that we can just like slap onto things. So like an orb or a relic is just like a collection of components. So like lots of reusable content, lots of really quick to just like experiment with things and like, very modular, but not easy for people external to the game to get in there and add new stuff, unfortunately. So very fast for development, not fast for modding. But somehow they've managed to figure it out in a lot of cases, which is amazing. It's phenomenal.
People are so resourceful.
They certainly are. It blew me away.
Cool. All right. So if you want to talk more about this, at the end of this talk block, we've got breakout rooms. This one will be in the Rogue room. Yes, we'll be in Rogue if you want to talk more about this. Well,
Sounds
thanks
great.
so much.
Thank you.
All right. With that, our next speaker is...
Hi.
Hello, George Moromi-Sato. I hope I'm saying that approximately right.
Perfect.
And
go ahead.
I just wanted to introduce you just real quick. You can already see the title of the slide. So yes, we're going to talk about creating a modding system for roguelikes. I'll let you have the floor. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Dylan almost like segued right into it, talking about how he thought he should have created a modding system. So maybe this will help other people trying to create a roguelike. Hi, I'm George Moromi-Sato. I'm the creator of Transcendence, which is kind of roguelike adjacent. It's a game of space combat and exploration, but it's got a ton of roguelike elements like procedural generation, permadeath, and it's heavily inspired by NetHack. That really was like kind of one of my major influences growing up. And it's got a modding system, and there's a ton of people. It's got a very robust modding system, and the players have been just amazing at creating some huge a modding system. So I want to talk about some of the sometimes painful lessons that I've learned in creating this modding system, and hope that people who are creating roguelikes today can kind of learn from that. What makes a good modding system? Easy to use, powerful, flexible, all those, it's interesting. You kind of have to think, what do you optimize? But let me back up a step. First, let me ask, what makes a good roguelike? Because I think this is kind of the key for us. We want to kind of make sure the modding system supports what's unique about a roguelike. What makes a good roguelike? Meaningful choices, replayability, this kind of stuff. Yeah, I think all this makes sense, and I think we've seen this in roguelikes. But I want to focus on one specific feature of roguelikes that I think we'd all agree is critical, and that's combinatorial complexity. Roguelikes have this awesome thing where the different items interact with monsters, the items interact with each other, effects interact, special attacks interact with special defenses. And so you get this really, really interesting matrix of complexity, of combinatorial complexity when you mix one item with another. That's kind of, I think, one of the cool things about roguelikes, in my opinion. The problem is that's really hard to mod. Combinatorial complexity, once you create that in a game, it's very hard to create mods for that. Why is that? Let's talk a little bit about how combinatorial complexity gets created in a game. Let's just take a stupid little sample game. Here it's got 3 items. I'm gonna put it here. It's got like a steel sword, an ice sword, and a flaming sword, and it's got 3 different creatures. It's got an orc, a yeti, a dragon. Pretty kind of generic game, but you can already see that because of combinatorial complexity, when each type of sword attacks each type of creature, you get 9 different possible effects that you kind of have to figure out, okay, what happens? And so you as a programmer have to now figure out for each of those combinations in this matrix, what happens, and you have to program it basically as efficiently as possible to get these, different effects. Steel sword, maybe it just does normal damage, but hey, look, a flaming sword, we might decide we want to do extra damage against the ice, creature, the yeti, but we do a totally different effect on the dragon. So, how do we do that as programmers? We might do that just in this very simple case as just a combination of if statements. Say, we just kind of do, if it's a sword, then do this. Here's the effect. Now, when you add modding to this system, this is where it gets a little bit more complicated. So in modding, imagine that I want to add, a new type of weapon. I'm going to add a fireball here. And let's say also that I'm going to add a new type of creature, a magic creature. Well, with the fireball, for sure, now I have to figure out what's the effect of the fireball on these existing, creatures in the game, these 3 creatures that are already existing. And when I create my magic creature, I have to figure out, well, what happens when these existing weapons, hit my new creature? I'm going to have to make those decisions. And even worse, even harder is imagine that these 2, that the fireball and the magic creature, the beholder, came from different mods. In that situation, how do we decide what the effect of the fireball is on the beholder? If they come from different mods, they can't coordinate with each other. So it's really hard, to figure out exactly what the effect, what the effect is. So this is why modding is difficult in these kind of roguelikes with combinatorial complexity. So how do you do it? How can we handle this problem? Well, traditionally we just fork the code. This is roguelikes have rich history of creating new versions, effectively mods, I guess total conversion mods, by just forking the code. You just take the code and fork it. When NetHack, and all these others kind of came through through forking. And basically they decided, well, we're just going to add a ton of new magic creatures and a ton of new items, and we're just going to write brand new code. So that works, and I actually think that's a very effective method. But obviously, as the games get larger and more complicated, then modding is harder. Plus, forking is you kind of restricted to the set of people that can actually fork the code. You have to be a full-on developer to fork the code, and so you're restricting. There's a bunch of people that now can't participate in that system. So for something like forking, it's great because you don't have to worry about it. You just make the source code open source, and now you just let people do whatever they want. But obviously, it's tricky because you have to be an expert programmer, and users can't combine mods. Now if someone does do a mod by forking the entire source code, you can't just willy-nilly combine unless you yourself are a programmer and try to combine it. So what are some other methods? What's another method of doing mods on roguelikes? Another one, oopsie, what just happened? There we go. Another one is what Dwarf Fortress does. And that's to just simulate essentially the physics of the game world. So in something like Dwarf Fortress, the way we do it, and this is not literally how Dwarf Fortress does it. This is just kind of an example of how they might do it. You can imagine that they would design a series of forces and materials. This is just a kind of simple example. Where you define a bunch of forces like piercing and bludgeoning and heat damage and that kind of stuff, and then you define a bunch of different types of material, armor, glass, whatever. And the engine, the simulation engine, decides what happens when a certain force hits a certain material. What happens when cold hits skin? What happens when cold hits glass? And you just make those decisions in the engine. Then when it comes time to creating actual items and monsters, you just do it in terms of these forces and materials. So it's a lot easier. So let's take an example. Here's how we solve this problem of combinatorial complexity in something like Dwarf Fortress. For a steel sword, we can say that it does piercing damage, and we say that an orc just has normal skin. So when we attack an orc with a steel sword, the engine just does whatever happens when you try to pierce skin. So, the engine is just kind of following that logic. And now adding fireballs and adding magic creatures is actually relatively simple. You basically say, well, the fireball, does heat damage, which is a type of force. You say that the magic creature has a type of, a material like armor. And then you let the engine just do whatever it does, that it wants. And you can add special properties, special tags, special ways of saying, that certain materials are, let's say, immune to magic, or certain, forces do extra this or extra that. But the engine, the simulation engine handles all the details. That just makes this a lot easier. So a simulation like Dwarf Fortress, you can just modify with data files. You can just define your creatures, define your items in terms of those more primitive forces and materials, just as data files. You don't need to do any programming. You don't have to know how to do C++ or anything in classes and objects. You just define the files. Dwarf Fortress, for instance, does a lot with just data files. And they've gotten really, really far. There's some very, very sophisticated mods in Dwarf Fortress just by manipulating the data files. And it's all because of the strength of the engine. The simulation engine is just amazingly powerful. So the downsides, of course, are you have to have a pretty complicated and robust simulation engine, and it'll take you years of programming. It can take a long time, and I guess you have to be as smart as the Adams brothers to do it too. So it is tricky. This is not for everyone. But even simpler simulations can get some of these advantages. The one other downside, or at least thing that you kind of have to watch out for, is the drunk cat effect, which I'm sure you all know the story of the drunk cats in Dwarf Fortress. And the issue there is that you can't always predict exactly what's going to happen in the simulation based on the inputs. because there's just, again, there's so many combinations, and the more complicated the simulation is, the harder it is for you ahead of time to decide what's going to happen with all these inputs. So that's why you get these emergent effects which are good, but you also get emergent bugs which are not as good. And so that's definitely a tricky thing that you have to make sure you get straight. Another method of doing modding in roguelikes is scripting systems. And this is a much more traditional thing that you do, and has its own set of pluses and minuses. Caves of Qud, I'm going to use kind of Caves of Qud and Transcendence as an example. Transcendence is the game that I created, which has a ton of modding scripting systems. Caves of Qud also has a very robust scripting system based on C#, and so it's like super powerful. Here's an example of how something like that might work. And Blur Your Eye, if you're not a programmer, Blur Your Eyes, I'm going to try to talk you through it. It's really not, this is not nearly as scary as it looks. Imagine that you're pointing the code where you're attacking. An attacker, I'm going to highlight some stuff. An attacker here attacks some defender. And we roll some damage based on whatever the attacker does. Let's say, if it's a dragon, it does whatever, 2d8, 2d12, whatever. And then normally, skip this call for a second. Normally, we just would decrement whatever damage from the defender hit points, let's just say, something simple. And then if the defender hit points go below 0, well, the defender's dead. But to support modding, what we're going to do here is right in between these two calls, we're going to call the mod, or potentially a series of mods, and tell them that an attack is happening. They're basically saying an attack has happened, and here's the defender, and here's the attacker, and here's how much damage we're going to try to do. And now the mod gets a chance to basically do whatever it wants. The mod with some script code looks at the attacker, looks at the defender, looks at the damage done, and changes the damage. So it might decide, well, in this, because of this buff, the attacker does extra damage to this particular defender. So I'm going to change D, damage done to, or I'm going to double it, or add 10 or whatever. And then the rest of the code keeps running. And you can add more of these calls to script at different points to handle different cases. So here's another example where I'm just elaborating on the same method to attack. But now I'm going to call in two places. I'm going to call a place to an on attack event and an on defend event to kind of alter both the a buff to the attacker and maybe a bonus for the defender. And so now you can have kind of different effects depending on which is which. So the attacker may get some bonus to damage, but also then we might call another mod with an on defend call, and it might do some lower the amount of damage because of some protection. So now you can see how this would actually be relatively simple to do. If I add a fireball, I just have to create an on-attack event, and in the on-attack event, I do whatever it is that I want the fireball to do. I do fire damage or whatever. And for the magic creature, maybe I handle the on-defend event and check to see if the attack would harm this creature, and if not, I'd set it correctly. Again, this works with even if the mods are independent. If I have one mod that does the fireball, it gets the on attack event. In a different mod, there might be a beholder with the on defend event. If they both happen to be in the same game, then we just end up calling both events, and it works. And neither mod programmer has to worry about whether they are combined. So this is how we get these combinations, and that is just it really helps a lot. It's really pretty cool. The risk on some of these scripting systems is, because they are very complicated, is that it does get really complicated. It's not quite as bad as having to understand all the source code when you fork it, but you still have to understand some bit of programming and some bit of scripting, and particularly as the calls get more the events that you can override get more complicated, it can get pretty hard to understand. So for example, in Transcendence, eventually as players asked for more and more ways to modify the game, I ended up adding events at multiple places to do buffs. So it wasn't just when the attacker attacks, do they get a bonus? But it's, do any of the attacker's items give them a bonus? Do any of the allies of the attacker have a bonus for the attacker? Do any of the allies' items, give bonuses to the attacker? So you end up just like adding more and more calls to allow you to do more interesting mods. The only other risk with scripting systems is because you're basically allowing people to execute code while you're running the game, it does end up exercising the underlying engine pretty heavily. And if there are any bugs in the engine, guaranteed the modders will find it and you'll crash the game. So it's always tricky. I get a ton of reports in Transcendence of people saying, Transcendence crashed. And of course, it turns out it's some mod that's doing something just a little bit, that I didn't expect. And the whole engine is crashed. So the quality control is definitely a challenge in these cases. So quick sum up. So for scripting systems, very flexible, easier to implement than like a full-blown Dwarf Fortress simulation, something like that. But obviously there are some, there is complexity and there's some interaction that you have to worry about. So like anything else, all these different methods have their good points and their bad points. So let me try to summarize a little bit, the lessons learned now that I've given you kind of an overview of how modding systems work. The first one is to really rely on multiple systems. That's one thing that a lot of these games do. Even Dwarf Fortress, for instance, even though it does have a very rich simulation, it also provides a runtime way of kind of modifying game state. And that's much closer to a scripting system. It works great for doing UI mods, where you do quality of life type of mods. Caves of Qud, same thing. It's got a ton of different ways of doing modding. You can mod the data files, or you can do full-blown scripting. Same thing with Transcendence. You can kind of get in it at multiple points. And so doing that, I really think helps to get a larger community. You don't just get the programmers, you get some people who are just doing flavor text and graphics and that kind of stuff. And that's super important for the community. Another thing that I heard from talking to Brian Bucklew of Caves of Qud and Tarn Adams of Dwarf Fortress is you got to do this from the start if you can. It is harder to retrofit some of these systems at the end. If you can start from the beginning, and you don't have to have it all worked out. You don't have to figure out exactly how your modding system is going to work, but you have to kind of know that you're going to do it, and put in at least some of the hooks, and understand kind of the basic architecture of how you would do this, and that really does help. That helps a lot. And that brings me to another. This is my obligatory. I put a picture of my dog in all my talks, so obligatory picture of my dog. The other thing that is really cool that you should do is always essentially use your own system when building out your game. So if you are building a modding system in your roguelike, use it for your own first-party content. So in Transcendence, for instance, this has been super helpful. All the missions that the player can do, the different types of ships, the different types of items are all implemented in the modding system itself. And that just helps immensely. I mean, number one, it makes it obviously a lot faster to create content, but it also exercises the modding system so that when players go to do the mod, more things work. And it works both ways. What happens a lot is that modders will request certain features in the modding system that I hadn't thought of, and after I add them, I realize, oh wow, and now I can use that feature to add this other type of content, or this other different type of weapon. So it's always great to be able to use your own modding system. It helps immensely. Another thing I learned a lot that I think also helps a ton is this concept of leaving white space for others to build. This is super important. In Transcendence, for instance, there's a galactic map. It's a space game, so there's a map. but not all of these, you can kind of see the different zones, but not all of these are actually filled in the base game. In the base game, really kind of only these central areas are filled in. The other ones are left blank, or sorry, just left unimplemented. So it's left for other players to or for modders to kind of create whatever they want in those spaces. It's got just a little bit of a hint of what's there, just in terms of maybe, you might have some flavor, maybe this is the pirate realm, or maybe this is the, fire realm, or whatever. So you can put a little bit of flavor, but then you let the players kind of fill that in by themselves. I love this concept of white space as kind of a way of enticing players to do things. Like another minor thing that we do in Transcendence is there's, weapons that you can attach to your ship. And so we have like a Mark III howitzer, and we have a Mark V howitzer, but we don't have a Mark IV howitzer, so what might that look like? And we don't have a Mark VI howitzer, so what could that look like? So players get a chance to kind of fill that in for you, and that gives them something to mod. So I think that's cool. One last thing, this is kind of my last slide. The other thing that I find really cool about this is, in general, when you as a developer, you have an asymmetric relationship with your players, right? You're producing content, you're the developer, you're creating content, and your players are consuming the content. But when it comes to modding, it's not like that. It's symmetric. You're both creating content, you're both creating things for other players to play. And so treating those modders as equals, as part of the development team, I think can really pay dividends. You should share as much as you can in terms of the development process. Even kind of background material about the themes and the setting of your world and the characters, to help the modders kind of create things that fit into the world. The other reason I think this is so cool is that modding is one of the few cases where the players, your players, are actually developing skills that are really real world skills, right? I mean, programming, design, writing, creating images. These are like actual skills that will help you, in careers and in jobs and life. And so being able to support that, being able to help people to develop those skills, I just think is so cool. I mean, that's one of the reasons I love, having a modding system. Brian Bucklew also told me, for instance, that one of their mods for Caves of Qud, they ended up hiring the modder into the development team because just the mods that they created were so good. So another great example of how modders can just be it just can be such an interesting part of the development team. So I hope that if you're a roguelike developer, you think about modding as part of your system. And if you're a player, I hope you get into modding and you look at how you can mod your favorite roguelike and see if you can get into it. So thanks a lot, and thank you. And if there are any questions, let me see.
Oh, cool! Thank you so much. That was so insightful. I really appreciate calling out the hey, not everybody who wants to mod your game is going to be a programmer.
Exactly. No, I mean that's exactly, and that's a painful lesson because I certainly started with that assumption, but it obviously ended up not being true, and I'm glad that my players kind of beat me over the head and said, help me do it so that I can do this without being a programmer, and I think it's super useful, super awesome.
Yeah, totally. All right, we do have some questions looking at the note wall here. How do you make sure that you maintain backwards compatibility for mods when you release updates? Yikes.
Right at the heart. This is probably one of my Transcendence players because I'm not very good at this. It's a very hard problem. It's a very, very difficult problem. The thing I found in Transcendence, or the thing that I instituted very quickly, is obviously just version numbers. Version numbers, help a lot. So at least you need to know the version of the API that a particular mod kind of was built on. So instituting that from the beginning will help you, because then once you rev the version number, then you can't go back in time. So you got to make sure it's there from the beginning. So it's really important to make sure that when people create mods, that you have put a version number in somewhere somehow. And then now the tricky part is now your engine basically has to have different behaviors based on the version number. So Transcendence does this in a couple of cases. When it loads a mod with an older version number, it kind of modifies its behavior to make sure it's compatible with the old way of doing things. I don't do that a lot because it's pretty expensive development-wise, and it gets complicated. But sometimes it's worth it, especially on the transition kind of from one version to another. It's kind of helpful to do that.
Right on. Thank you. I think we're just going to do one more. Do you have recommendations on documentation for mod systems? Another
excellent one. Another excellent one, which again, painful lesson, is very, very hard in Transcendence. For the first couple versions, it was the players, honestly, who did the documentation. It was really sad. Because it's because it's a time-intensive process. The thing that I'm doing now as much as possible is basically make sure that the documentation is embedded in the code. So I'll give you an example. When I create a new function for scripts to call, I make sure that the system that I have for kind of registering these new functions and making them available to the modding system have space there for, here's how you call it, here's some documentation for it, so that it kind of all goes together. And so whenever I add a new function, it kind of documentation, you have to add it. It just won't compile without it. And similarly, if you change things, in the code, you can right there change the documentation, and then have tools that basically programmatically output this documentation. So no matter what version of the program you have, you can always kind of generate your documentation. So I found that to be super helpful. But Transcendence doesn't do the best job. That's I certainly didn't start that way. That's kind of more and more. This is another one of those things where if I'd started that way from the beginning, things would be a lot easier. So this is another thing that I absolutely, I'm glad someone asked, because if you're going to do it, you should start from the beginning and do it that way.
And I know it's a hard sell. Like the people who want to write code and the people who want to write docs are hardly ever the same people.
Oh yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah. And again, I think enlisting the community is fine for that too. The wikis, again, if there's a way to, and in Transcendence there is, we kind of, what players do a lot of times is they would dump out the list of functions. They do a diff between the previous version's output, and then they kind of say, these are the new functions that showed up in this version, and then people would start doing it on the wiki. So again, not ideal, but like you said, different players just do different things and like to do different things.
That's fantastic. Don't ever underestimate your players.
No. I mean, I love our community. We just have some just amazing people in the community who are, and Dylan was saying the same thing, right? He in the previous talk, he was saying how he was so amazed at what the community could do, even without a formal modding system. I think that is a super universal lesson.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Well, thank you so much. If y'all want to talk more about this, the breakout room is going to be Cleric, and that's not right now. We have one more talk, and then we go breakout.
Great.
So, speaking of one more talk, we were talking about documentation, and this leads us pretty nicely into our last talk of the block. We've got Jeremy Rose coming to tell us about the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Cataclysm. Welcome, Jeremy.
Thanks, Christy. I will go ahead and get started. the world has ended. You don't know what caused it. The dead walk the streets. Giant insects rise from the swamps. And still stranger and more terrible things from beyond are intruding on your reality. This is Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. And I'm Jeremy Rose. So to be clear, Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is not my game. I did not write it, though I have contributed some code to it. In fact, in some ways I think it's nobody's game, which is something I really love about it, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. So today I'm mostly going to be talking about a companion tool that I made for Cataclysm called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Cataclysm. I want to tell you about why and how I made it, but first I want to tell you a little bit about the game itself. So Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is an open-ended survival roguelike game set in the near future northeastern United States. There are zombies, crafting and disassembly, hunger and thirst mechanics, combat, looting, and modifiable vehicles. You can become a mutant, or a cyborg, or hide out in the woods and make anesthetic from cattail jelly. It has the usual intricate character creation screens. It has a beautiful overmap, which can end up as big as your hard drive will allow. You can nomad your way from town to town along the highways, or you can build a following of NPCs and construct your own fortified base. And there's no explicit end goal in Cataclysm. Your goals are for you to decide. So it's decidedly simulationist in approach. And here's my obligatory slide about the definition of a roguelike. These are the criteria from the infamous Berlin interpretation. Cataclysm does these ones. I don't really know what these ones mean. I think exploration to discovery is something about potion identification. So Cataclysm is guaranteed at least 80% roguelike. Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead started out as just Cataclysm, this really ambitious project by a single developer, Zachary Jenkins, also known as Wales, in 2010. And at that time, open world survival sandbox games weren't really a thing. That was like a year before Minecraft was released. I found this screenshot of one of the early versions of Cataclysm, and I love that it looks like the player has eaten their own arm, which has somehow helped with their mental acuity. I don't think eating your own arm is in the game anymore, but a lot of the other elements from this screenshot are immediately recognizable in current versions of the game. Eventually, Wales moved on from the project, and in 2013, a community fork arose adding the Dark Days Ahead moniker, and stewardship of the project shifted to the Darkling Wolf and Kevin Grenade, and Kevin is still quite involved with the project. So since the original Cataclysm is no longer an active project, I'm going to use Cataclysm and Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead interchangeably to refer to the Dark Days Ahead fork. Since its beginning, over 1,700 individuals have contributed to Cataclysm, which makes it actually one of the largest open source, not just open source games, but one of the largest open source projects in existence. So for comparison, Python, the programming language, has had a little over 2,000 contributors over its lifetime, which is not much more than Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, despite it being 3 times older. And a programming language is not a game, so here's other open source games and their contributor counts for comparison. So the next largest number of contributors to an open source game is about 1,150 with Space Station 13. So Cataclysm really has a lot of people contributing to it, which I think is gets at why I said I feel like it's nobody's game. This is a real amalgam of many different ideas coming together, which I think is really cool. So Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is this incredibly intricate game. When my friend first introduced me to it, his pitch was that it was a roguelike game where you can choose what order your armor is layered in, and that stuff is just catnip to me, so obviously I was immediately hooked. The game has over 8,000 different items in it, and each one has a defined mass, volume, length, material composition, and so on. Most of those items can be crafted or disassembled too if you can scavenge the right tools. And the game's core design tenet is that if it works in reality, it should work in the game. So there's this incredibly rich simulation going on. Like, okay, items have a temperature. There are seasons in the game, and the setting is roughly based on New England in the northeastern United States, and it gets cold up there in the winter. So say you find a bottle of drink. In the winter, all the bottles of drinks you find are going to be frozen solid. If you want to drink them, you've got to find a way to thaw them out. Like maybe you light a fire, perhaps. But make sure you light it in an oven or some other container like a brazier, because if you start a fire on the floor of a house, well, houses are flammable. It'll catch, spread, and eventually set the whole house on fire. And as parts of the house burn, they're going to fall to the ground. And collapsing beams are loud, and loud noises attract zombies. Actually, starting a house fire is a pretty good tactic for distracting zombies from some other juicier location that you're interested in looting. So Cataclysm is trying to simulate something like the real world. But like all simulations, it necessarily simplifies. And the ways in which it simplifies are not obvious. For example, one of the tools that a lot of important crafting recipes need in the game is a welder. I'm a programmer, I don't really know that much about welding. So where might my Cataclysm character find an arc welder? I want to find one in order to craft a spear or something. When I think about Cataclysm's design philosophy, I could think about like where would I find a welder in real life? Maybe like a car repair shop? Do those exist in Cataclysm? I've seen a location sometimes called a garage. Maybe I could try there. Maybe I could build a welder out of spare parts. My character doesn't know the recipe, but maybe there's a book in the game with the instructions for that. Can my character go on a laptop and visit Instructables to find these instructions for building a arc welder out of microwave parts? There would be in real life, right? So I played a lot of Cataclysm, and I kept on stumbling into these kinds of questions about how the world worked. Where do I look for duct tape? What tools have the metal sawing quality? How dangerous is a giant slug? What can I do with a chunk of mutant meat? What kinds of fuel can I power a steam engine with? I had these questions about like the physics of the game. I wanted to understand the systems. So talking about modding systems, Cataclysm is a heavily data-driven game. So all of the nouns in the game, items, monsters, terrain, furniture, what limbs a character has, what kinds of martial arts there are, all of those nouns are defined in these data files written in JSON. Many of the verbs that the characters can use are also largely defined in JSON as well. So I often found myself answering questions that I had about how the world of Cataclysm worked by searching through the game's data files. I'd search for an item's name to find its ID, then I'd search for that ID to find the to find out what monsters dropped it or what locations I might find it in. And this was really tedious and repetitive, which was an immediate clue that I should spend way more time than I would have spent looking things up, creating a tool to make it easier. I think I'm like over here somewhere maybe. I've definitely spent way more than 6 days on this thing. So this is what the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Cataclysm looks like. It's an index of every item, monster, terrain, vehicle part, skill, tool quality, mutation, bionic, and a few other things besides in the game. And the guide gathers up all the game's data files and indexes them and makes them linked and searchable. Each noun gets its own page with detailed information about that item, like how big it is, what's it made out of, how much does it weigh. And each kind of thing has different kinds of information based on what's relevant for that thing. So for a monster, you want to know what their offensive and defensive capabilities are, what their vision range is, and so on. For weapons, you want to know how much damage they deal, how slow they are to swing, and other information that's relevant to combat. For a vehicle part, you want to know how much power it produces or consumes, and what skills you need to install or remove it. So a lot of this kind of data is already visible in the game itself, assuming you can find one of these things. But I think the really valuable thing that the guide does is that it shows the links between things. Like, what skills do you need to repair an item? What books contain knowledge about those skills? What locations are those books found in? The goal of the guide is to make every relationship between the nouns in Cataclysm visible. This chart is really just a small fraction of the number of relationships between things because I ran out of space. And in the guide, every one of these links is two-directional. So the guide will show the reverse of any of these connections. And through these links, the guide illustrates the underlying systems of the world of Cataclysm. So for example, the guide will tell you that every item that a roll of duct tape is an ingredient for crafting. An aquarium, a makeshift shotgun, a bandage. It also has this obtaining section for every item, which will show you all the different ways you might be able to acquire a roll of duct tape in Cataclysm. You can craft it, for instance, using some thread and super glue and cotton patches, if you happen to have the right skill. Some monsters will drop it, although only rarely. You can pull it off a window that's been taped up, either by taking the tape off the window or by dismantling the window entirely. Or you can find it lying around in various different locations. And this bit was actually crazy complicated to build because Cataclysm's map generation data structures are quite expressive. And so reversing the map gen data into probabilities of each item appearing in that location was really difficult. It was actually so difficult that I didn't dare start on it until this guy, Andre, showed up on GitHub with the first 75% of the job done. So hooray for open source. So we show all these links between different things in the game, between items and their crafting ingredients, between items and monsters, between items and locations. And every link is paired with its reverse. So a taped window shows that it can be deconstructed to produce duct tape. And duct tape shows that it can be obtained by deconstructing a taped window. I think this is a really powerful feature of the guide. It often surfaces information that I wouldn't have thought to look for. For instance, that I might obtain duct tape by deconstructing a piece of the terrain in the game. I think that's a perfect example of the ways in which the guide illustrates the underlying systems of the game. After seeing this link in the guide, as a player I can now imagine more of my possible actions in the game. I can get items I need by deconstructing bits of terrain. What other stuff might I be able to get by deconstructing terrain? It looks like just from this taped window, I could also get a sheet of glass. I wonder what I could use that for, and so on. So a few things about the technical side of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Cataclysm. It's built as a web app, hosted as a static site on GitHub, using a little bit of trickery behind the scenes that allows collecting all of the Cataclysm data files without having to run my own server anywhere. And it functions fully offline too, so once the data for a particular version of the game is downloaded, which is about 3.5 megabytes of gzipped JSON, you can turn off your Wi-Fi connection and the guide will still be fully searchable and browsable. And it's built as a progressive web app, so you can install it and it gets its own window and a shortcut on your desktop and all that other good stuff. And here's a book you can find in Cataclysm, I guess. Cataclysm itself is translated into 10 languages, and so the guide is too. Not that I speak 10 languages, unless like C++ counts. But both Cataclysm and the Hitchhiker's Guide crowdsource their translations through Transifex, which has been great. People have just showed up and translated a bunch of stuff. So thanks to everyone who's done that. So Cataclysm has a stable version, which releases like once every couple of years, and an experimental version that changes a lot, like a lot. In the last month, there were over 300 changes made to the game, and I swear I didn't plan this, but the kinds of terrain that you can obtain duct tape from changed while I was writing this talk. Like I wrote that slide, and 10 hours previously, somebody had changed that. So some of these changes, most of these changes are like adding content or fixing bugs. but some of them are changing the shape of the underlying data. So, for example, changing a number value to a string that includes units, or adding a number, like adding a new way of defining some data structure in the data files. And of course, the guide needs to know how the game's data is laid out. If the data changes form, the guide needs to be updated. Otherwise, it might show something incorrect, or worse, throw an error and show nothing at all. So I built an early warning system that detects those kinds of changes in the game's data. Whenever a new experimental release of Cataclysm is published, which is several times a day, a GitHub action pulls down the new data and runs the guide's tests over it. And the first test is just to render every single page that the guide can render, which takes a while because there are over 40,000 of them. And check that no errors are thrown and the strings undefined, not a number, and object don't appear. So like JavaScript, eh? And the second test that we run is a schema test. So the guide tests all the game's data objects against a JSON schema, which is the standard for specifying the shape of a JSON data object. Now there's no kind of formal schema that Cataclysm provides that the guide could check against. And there are over 100 different types of object in Cataclysm's data format, and collectively over 1,000 different kinds of properties. So hand authoring a schema for that would have been a bit of a nightmare. It would look something like this code on the left, this like long JSON schema object. Fortunately, I had already written TypeScript definitions for most of those types, which is a lot more succinct and easy to write than JSON schema. So on the right there, that's the TypeScript version, and the JSON schema version is over there on the left. So I would much rather write that thing on the right. But I can't use that thing on the right to test that the game's objects are the right shape. Fortunately, it turns out there's a library for this. Somebody wrote a library called TypeScript's JSON schema, which does exactly what it says on the tin. It turns these TypeScript types into JSON schema automatically. It's like not 100% perfect, but it does the job. And so whenever there's a new version of the game's data, we run it through the schema validator and check that it matches the shape that TypeScript expects, which has caught a bunch of schema changes that happened in the game. And so I was able to really quickly fix those. And it's also caught a few data errors in the game itself. So if you're a NetHack or an Angband or a crawl player, you might call The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Cataclysm a spoiler. You're supposed to discover these things through play, form mystical ideas about the hypothesized connections between events. And if you're looking at the spoilers, that's kind of cheating. I think that view is a little impoverished. There's, as far as I know, just a single known unspoiled NetHack ascension. Are we supposed to believe that every other ascension in NetHack was some kind of false victory? Perhaps you could argue that looking at the wiki isn't the intended experience, like the experience that the developers meant you to have while playing their game. But I think that's quite a leap. I've never loaded up a game to see an intro screen that says, "Don't look at the wiki." And if I did, I would immediately go and find the wiki. In any case, who cares what the author intends? This is the postmodern era. The author is dead. We're here to have fun. And speaking of fun, studies have shown that spoilers increase enjoyment. Now look at that. Statistically significant increases in mean hedonic rating. You know you can count on researchers who use phrases like mean hedonic rating to know what fun is. So let's instead call these sorts of documents encyclopedias. Even though The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Cataclysm is called a guide, it doesn't actually tell you what to do in the game. It's not a walkthrough or a let's play. So I want to divide information from suggestion. An encyclopedia informs. A walkthrough suggests. An encyclopedia will tell you that bleach is corrosive, but it won't tell you not to drink it. And through the encyclopedia, we learn about the world of the game, and we come to understand it and wrap ourselves in it. But, you cry, doesn't an encyclopedia ruin the joy of discovery? That frisson of surprise and delight that you get when you turn a corner and exclaim, "What the f is that?" mean, like, yeah, a bit. But you can discover things in an encyclopedia too. In fact, browsing through the guide is one of the main ways that I interact with Cataclysm lately. And further, Cataclysm is, as previously mentioned, under really active development, and it's constantly changing. So even if you knew the game like the back of your hand 2 years ago, if you play it again today, you'll be up against different monsters with different abilities in different locations. And the guide does contain a few careful omissions. The last thing that I want to talk about before I wrap up is a personal insight that I stumbled across while I was making The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Cataclysm. I've struggled a lot with perfectionism, and that's not like a humble brag. It's not like I've made a ton of great stuff. I've torpedoed most of my own projects by deciding that they weren't good enough and would never be good enough to release, losing motivation and stopping working on them. It's not like, oh, my biggest flaw is that I work too hard. It's this debilitating form of self-sabotage. But The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Cataclysm was made in early 2021. In the hours while my newborn daughter was napping, the 15-minute interstices between cleaning bottles and changing diapers, and watching this impossibly precious little blob learn how to see and move. And in the face of that, what flaw could possibly matter? If the guide didn't have like the best font, or the ideal information layout, or support for every kind of thing in the game right out of the gate, like, why should I care about that when it's so transparently unimportant? When I was thinking about becoming a father, I was afraid of losing myself, of being consumed by parenthood and becoming only a carer. But even before she could speak, my daughter was helping me to become more of myself. So thanks for listening. I hope I've given you a taste of what Cataclysm is all about, and I hope that I've convinced you that it's okay to have a little spoiler as a treat. Thanks for listening. I think we have time for questions.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much. This was
Hey, thanks, Christy.
this was so cool. I just want to call out one quote from the chat. I think this is from Rourke. I love going outside and not knowing what a tree is.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to sort of like immerse myself in the world of Cataclysm, and I think really being able to like look up things and understand how the game saw them was really this attractive proposition for me.
Yeah, totally. All right, we've got a couple questions on the note wall here. What is your favorite spoiler that increased your enjoyment of something? Is there anything that comes to mind?
Favorite spoiler that increased my enjoyment of something. There's a lot of movies like that I have never seen that I enjoy only by the things that I know that are spoilers about them. Like Soylent Green is People. I've never watched that movie, but I still enjoy this this aspect of them. Even though I only know the spoiler about it. So I would say, and I also have like when I watch like any horror movie, I always like skip ahead a few frames, like a few minutes to see what's going to happen after any like tense situation, because otherwise I'll just get like. So yeah, I would say that's some of the spoilers that I like give to myself.
Right on. Yeah, sorry, chat. Soylent Green spoilers. If you haven't seen that yet, well, now you know.
Your enjoyment of it may be increased.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Looking at our notes. Does the guide support transitive relationships?
Oh, like A relates to B, which relates to C. There are a couple of parts in the guide where I have to transfer go 2 links along the chain in order to get something, like get a piece of information that's relevant for an item. Usually that isn't surfaced exactly to the like in the user interface, but that could be an interesting way of going. Like so, for instance, like a map gen, like a little chunk of the terrain generation in the data will have like a palette attached to it in the data files, and then the palette says like which of these characters in the map corresponds to like what items and furniture and stuff should spawn there. And so I have, in order to show like an item spawns in a location, I have to go from the palette which contains the item reference, and then the map gen which contains the palette reference, and then the map gen has the location reference. And I have to like collapse those 3 layers in order to show anything, but to the user it just looks like a one-way link.
Which is fantastic. The user doesn't need to know all that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
get lost.
Yeah, I think maybe if I was going to build this again from scratch, I would perhaps take a more, I would look into sort of triple stores, which is a kind of database which you can store, triple is like thing A, thing B, and a relationship between thing A and thing B, and then that might be more interesting, like you might be able to construct more interesting queries. Right now, the search function in the guide is just by text, by like the ID or name of an item or monster.
Right,
But it
well,
could be
yeah.
interesting to search, like to have some more sophisticated query capacity.
Yeah, if you have some more downtime and just feel like building out a graph database, just go for it. Sure. And okay, I think we've got just one more minute. Do you think it would be possible to integrate the guide inside the game?
Yeah, actually, so this item actually exists in the game.
What?
This, this book actually existed before I built the guide, so and was the inspiration for the name. So, shout out to Yobo Banana on GitHub, who contributed a bunch to the game back in 2013 and hasn't been seen since. But one of the things they did was add this book. And I never actually read the book in the game. I've found it in game before because there's no obvious mechanical effect. But if you do actually read the book, it gives you a random hint from the hints file, which I think is so cool. I think is like perfectly in line with what I'm trying to do with the guide. But yeah, I would love to integrate them some. Like I've thought about making it so that if you're looking at an item in the game, there'll be some automatic way to like pop up the guide page for it on the right. So that would be like an interesting thing to try. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome.
Cool. Well, thank you so much.
Thanks, Christy.
been
Yeah,
great.
and thanks everyone for questions.
Yeah, and if y'all want to talk more about this, the time for breakout rooms is nigh. This will be in the Warrior Room if you want to go talk more about this. So yeah, we've got coming up half an hour of unstructured time. You can go to one of the breakout rooms, explore the space, try and unlock some badges, check out the Steam sale, check out our merch shop. Go outside, drink water, whatever you need to do. Yep, I think that's all I need to say before I... Oh, wait. If you are noticing, again, if chat is being weird, if you feel like it's too quiet, refresh the page. When all else fails, just refresh the page. Who is in each space? Yes. To say again, we've got... All right, I have a spreadsheet. Peglin and Streamers is in Rogue, Mod System is in Cleric, and Hitchhiker's Guide is in Warrior. So yeah, have fun, write some docs, and we'll see you again in about a half an hour.
Hello, everybody. I'm back after my fellow organizer mandated Alexi also has to touch grass break. Thanks to Christy for doing a great job covering. And yeah, I hope that everyone had a good social break. Also touched some grass, did some stretches, drank some water, all that kind of good stuff. The grass was fine. It's cold. It's very snowy. Also, I want to make sure I dug through the snow with my bare hands. The music that you've been hearing in the break is a wonderful last-minute ask where we enjoyed Sanat's talk on procedural music in Tea Garden so much. We said, hey, that cool music generator that you were showing, can we use that? And so that music is being generated live during the break using the same music generator that you saw in Sanat's talk. So isn't that just absolutely amazing? Procedurally generated music during our breaks. Very, very cool. Very thankful to Sanat for letting us use that. So we're going to be getting into another round of lightning talks here. Just, same reminders. The social space is something that we build as a bunch of volunteers. One thing is it's possible to get kind of out of sync when it comes to messages. So if especially you're in the theater and it seems like it's gotten weirdly quiet, no one else is really chatting, it's a good idea to give your browser a refresh. It might be that people are talking and you've ended up out of sync. We've tried to fix it. We've made it less frequent, but it still can happen sometimes. So when in doubt, refresh. And keep exploring. You can always walk around, check out things. And again, if you're watching this on Twitch or YouTube and you don't know what I mean by social space, go to roguelike.club and you can get still tickets or even free tickets to the event, which will let you into the social space where you can ask questions and all that good stuff. But I don't want to eat into the lightning talk time so much. So next up, welcome Reed Lockwood, here to talk about traps.
Hello.
Which is exciting.
All right.
Yeah, take it away.
Okay, cool. Hi, I'm Reed Lockwood, and this is Common Pitfalls of Roguelike Traps and How to Circumvent Them, an exploration of an oft-overlooked mechanic. So who am I? Oh, this is an older version of my slides. Okay, well, pretend that there's a picture of me right there. It looks a lot like me. So I'm Reed Lockwood. I'm a software engineer by day and also a software engineer by night. I'm working on a subterranean non-combat farming and exploration roguelike titled Subterrestrian. It's still very early on in development, but you can follow me at Twitter at skeleton_hugs to just get updates on development and see some screenshots, which are supposed to be in this, but are not for technical reasons. So I had a picture of my bunny in there. Okay, so why traps? So traps, they're simultaneously sort of a ubiquitous mechanic in traditional roguelikes, but they're also, they feel like they're overlooked a lot of the time, right? So I think they have the potential to give your roguelike dungeon a flavor as like a hazardous place with character, rather than just a bunch of kind of empty rooms to fight monsters in. So another thing is that many of the designs in this talk aren't really new. There are a lot of these things have been done before in one form or another, but I want to kind of create a palette that you can sort of draw on to, just get some ideas for your own game, perhaps. Okay, so let's talk about like the hypothetical worst possible trap, right? So we've seen the little carrot symbol. So it just kind of springs out at you with no warning. It does X damage. It happens instantly. It affects only one space, and it affects only the player. So this is sort of hypothetical. I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head if there's any traps that are exactly like this in any of like kind of the well-known traditional roguelike games. But you see how like everything sort of like trends towards this, right? So why is this bad? So this amounts to just like kind of a hit point tax for traveling over unexplored dungeon tiles, and this leads to sort of what you might call like boring or tedious gameplay, where either you're carefully mapping out where you want to go and where you have been, or you just sort of put your, set your stats up in such a way that, either traps can't really, are doing less to you, like, giving yourself more hit points or more perception, or like however it works mechanically in your game, right? So there are traps in regular video games, right? Like, I guess like the thing that comes to my mind is like the big swinging log from Bloodborne, right? But like, so in most games, they sort of rely on like the real-time nature of these games, right? So with traditional roguelikes, you have a turn-based game, right? So there's no reaction time, right? So you know 100% that your character is going to move out of the way before, unless there's some sort of randomness. But it's not your player skill. It's the skill of your character and the attributes of your character, which are determining if they can, dodge the trap or whatever, right? And then secondly, traditional roguelikes have kind of symbolic graphics, or what I'm calling symbolic graphics. If anyone has a better term for it, I'd be happy to discuss it. But what I'm trying to get across here is that, so you're seeing something like this, right? You're seeing a bunch of symbols which have sort of been interpreted for you from like a game world that probably looks something more like this, right? If it was rendered as like a 3D scene or something like that, right? So with this, right, you can't look at the scene and interpret like what's going on, a hole in the wall or a tripwire or something, and say to yourself, oh, there's a trap there. You have to rely on your in-game character to have that sort of perception score or those skills or whatever to determine that like they see that trap or not. And then it's rendered in this ASCII art or like sort of simple symbolic graphics. It's rendered as a discrete object in the game world, right? So I'm not sure if I'm really getting that across correctly, but hopefully you get the idea. So let's go back to this. So I also broke these down. So I broke these 5 categories down, right? Of like aspects of this trap which are sort of bad design in my opinion. This can be further sort of categorized into 2 sort of categories here. So the first one is that this trap is unfair, right? And then the second one is that it doesn't necessarily make the game that much more interesting, right? So the rest of this talk is sort of just going through each of these 5 categories and trying to think about like, how can we improve the trap in this way, right? How can we improve this aspect of the roguelike trap? Oh, okay. And so one more thing. When you have the trap above, right, it's just one tile where everything's happening. But you can consider the trap as 2 separate parts which are working together, right? You have the trigger, which is like a pressure plate on the floor or a tripwire or something like that, some sort of magic field. And then that's connected to a hazard or a set of hazards, right? Which are the things which are actually damaging like your character, like this like crossbow in the picture or whatever, ridiculous device you can come up with. All right, so with that in mind, let's go into sort of the meat of this talk here. All right, so how to detect a trap. One of the common things that I've seen suggested for this are just to not hide the traps. I think that's interesting, but I think you can do other things as well. So and keep in mind with the hazard and trigger and hazard separation, you could hide maybe like one of those, like hide the trigger, but not hide the hazard, right? So like in this illustration, you see there's this sort of grate on the floor. So you might see that and think, okay, well, there's something fishy going on, but I don't know what's going to happen, right? Baited traps. Some kind of a funny convention of roguelikes is that there are just treasure or whatever item in like sitting in the middle of the floor. But I mean, think about that. Like why is that there? Maybe it's put there as some sort of lure or a bait for a trap, right? The remains of previous victims could be there, or other signs of a trap going off, right? You could have like messages that say like, oh, you can smell something, or you feel a draft or something like that. Blood, bones, soot, other signs that something has, like a trap has gone off, right? Or even a lack of dirt. If there's like a fungus coating the dungeon floor, maybe there's a clean spot, right, where a trap has activated. And then so the above, these are all sort of passive ways of detecting a trap, right? But what about like more active ways? So having your traps be triggered by thrown items is one sort of, seems obvious, but not often implemented. And then also traps that can be detected by like some sort of limited use item, right? So if you have like chalk dust that your character can sort of throw across a space and like detect maybe like a tripwire or a vent that's there. Okay, and then so let's think about doing more to the player than just damaging them, right? So this is pretty common. This is a pretty common one, right? You see like paralysis traps or poison traps a lot already. And then you can also do things like affect their inventory, burning scrolls, having like steel weapons like yank out of their hands, like due to some magnetic force. I would just, one caveat, I'd think if you have a game where you don't have inventory effects and you suddenly add them, I think that can potentially be really unbalancing. Oops. Sorry, there's get control. There we go. So you can have a trap that moves the player around the dungeon, like teleportation, conveyor belts, sort of like Pokemon, rushing water, something like that, shoots. And I think the most important thing is that, like, you should tie your traps into the game system, right? Or game systems, right? So this talk sort of assumes that your roguelike has, the sort of the systems that that most do, right? Like you have like combat, hit points, you have monsters, if you want to call that a system, right? But you have those elements, right? But say you have a religion system in your game, perhaps there's a trap that attracts the ire of like a certain deity. You could have a trap that fools around with the reputation system and makes a faction hate you. So just kind of like think about it in that way, right? Okay, timing. As I said before, because traditional roguelikes are turn-based, there's not a whole lot. I mean, this is somewhat ineffective by itself, right? So I'm talking like if you have like a swinging axe blade that like periodically crosses a certain spot, right? If that by itself is not effective because unless there's some sort of like random chance for your move speed, right, that affects your move speed, with 100% certainty that your character is going to be out of the way before that axe will swing across, right? But if there's other stuff going on in the dungeon, like you're fighting like a monster or something like that, it will make the game more interesting because you have to sort of think about how the two things interact, and you have to make tactical choices about it, right? And then there's also traps that take time to go off, like rooms that fill with water, walls that close in, rolling boulders, it's stuff like that. Okay, so dungeon manipulation, just changing like the dungeon level, right? Adding hazards like fire or puddles of acid. Water traps I think are good because you can have a bunch of other knock-on effects like aquatic monsters, just like affecting move speed. Darkness or fog, like visibility. Reconnecting the map, like opening up new spaces or closing them off. Then finally, monster interaction, which I think is kind of the most interesting thing, right? So like traps that can enter monsters, right? Or which monsters know about which traps. Maybe some of these monsters, if they're intelligent enough, are even the ones setting the traps, right? Traps that summon monsters, having a captured monster that can spot traps for you, or conversely, a friendly monster that will lead you into a trap, right? monsters that dart back into like a trapped lair or something, monsters that set them off on will set traps off on purpose, especially if like those traps, they know that those traps won't affect them. Okay, here we go. So conclusions. So there's plenty of room to innovate on traps. I think it's a rewarding space to explore, which can really like add flavor to a dungeon. Just remember the 2 axes of fairness and complexity. Multi-tile traps tend to be better, just from going through this. And then design trap encounters holistically with monsters and systems in mind. Sorry, we're short on time here. I'd like to acknowledge these resources which I used to make this thing. And thank you to the Roguelike Celebration staff. Yeah, hopefully you guys can ask me questions later. Cool.
Yeah, thank you so much, Reed. Good job keeping that tight.
I know.
Quick 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, and so the Warrior Room, if you end up being around in chat, and then I'm sure people can also find ways to reach out. And yeah, thank you. That was an information-dense 15 minutes. I love it. Yeah. Excellent. Moving right along, the lightning talks go quick. Next up, we have Chris King, developer/designer of 20XX and 30XX, co-op friendly roguelike Mega Man-ish action platformer games. Excellent. So,
hey, fantastic.
Yeah.
Shall I take it away?
Yes, go for it.
Right on. Hi, everyone. My name is Chris King. I've spent the last, 9-10 years or so now making co-op roguelike action platformers 20XX and 30XX. And for so much of those games' development cycles, our relationship with our community and their input into our design iteration processes have been such a critical component of us making these games that I thought I'd take a little time here to share about letting your players take the wheel without crashing the car. One of the advantages we have as roguelike developers is that we have this kind of natural audience that wants to play and replay our games, which means when we develop them in an open fashion, we're often able to have the same player base, the same users respond to us and get back to us with our feedback as we change things, which means we kind of have the same audience that can participate in this kind of feedback ideation involvement process every time we change stuff. So now I'm going to click and make sure the slide thing works. Yeah, so this is a very quick talk about open development, design iteration, and community. This burbling mass of players here is the mass of players that's giving you feedback about your game every time you make a change. The actual size of your burbling mass of players may vary a little bit. That's fine. Most of the principles here are exactly the same. But if you're able to harness this player feedback correctly and sustainably for yourself, I believe that leads to us making better games for ourselves. And it certainly worked for me. So 2 big reasons we care about player feedback today. The first is that player feedback is a really time-efficient source of recognition and ideation. So think of your game feature pipeline as having 4 big components. Recognition being, hey, I realize that I've got this system that I'd like to change up somehow. Ideation being the creative process by which you come up with iteration proposals or change proposals. Decision, where you actually figure out what subset of those ideations to go ahead and implement to your game, the 4th-step implementation. So for me in particular, I find that deciding from a wide pool of player ideated feedback helps me get to the point where I'm actually able to implement meaningful changes to my game much faster than trying to come up with literally everything myself. So I'm a really strong proponent of open game development where you kind of make the game live in front of a studio audience. We tend to be on Steam Early Access for way longer periods of time than we originally think we're going to be. And the other piece here is for perspective's sake. So player feedback is going to give you perspective on your work that you just can't really develop for yourself. You make a game for 2 years and you're never going to have any idea what your own new player experience is like. You're not going to know unless people tell you. And hopefully, you went to go make the game that you decided to make because you knew something great that you wanted the player to experience. You had kind of a great core concept. But along the way, you've probably made a whole bunch of changes, a whole bunch of decisions that kind of are flavor aesthetic clashes with some demographic of your would-be player base. People find stuff about your game that bugs them and they think it sucks. But you don't really have that same sensibility the same way, and so you won't know. And part of retaining a player base is not turning them off. So this very, very short talk here is about building your feedback fire hose and then drinking from it sustainably. And as a small note here, Everything I'm talking about is just kind of to give folks hearing an initial nudge, like, I hope that you come away from this just, if you're not already thinking about or integrating player feedback into your design process, that you at least consider this. If you hear the couple of quick bullet point ways to build that feedback and ways to deal with that feedback sustainably, and all you think is, wow, that guy is foolish and doesn't know what he's talking about, that's wonderful, because you have a frame of reference for this kind of thing already. You already know what works for you, or maybe you hear what I have to say and you think, wow, for me, it's the exact opposite. That's also wonderful. All that's great stuff. And I'm just hoping you think about it a little bit. So first, 2 big points on getting players to give you more feedback. It's very difficult to give players to have them increase feedback quality. That can be very challenging, but you can certainly have them give you more feedback, which will eventually give you more good ideas if you can process them all. So the first one here is to minimize friction, like Ned's ski suit here. You want to make it as easy as possible for players to give you that feedback. So it means removing all of the possible barriers between the player experiencing something they want to give you feedback on and being able to give you the feedback. So for us, the stuff that we've done there is we have a couple of public forums that we use a lot. We're very active in our Discord. We use our Steam community pretty frequently. We have buttons and links from both of our games, sort of title screens that link to our Discord communities, to our Steam forums. So if you have thoughts, you can post them right away. One thing I've really wanted to do, but have never had the time because our custom engine makes this a giant pain in the butt, is I've seen a couple of games, most recently, I think when I played through Rogue Legacy 2, they had a button for most of early access. I doubt it is still there now that they're in 1.0, where you could just press F10 and it would pop up with Reportotron or whatever they called it. And it would automatically populate a form with some basic diagnostic info about where you were in the game when you experienced something. That also gives the developers a lot of context. So if that kind of thing is feasible for you, it's great. The point is, remove as many barriers as you can think of from your players being able to have a feedback-worthy experience and actually giving you the piece of feedback. As a small note here, maybe don't have your players DM you or email you. It's a little time-consuming for you. We'll talk about that a bit more in a bit. The other part here is now that you've made it easy for players to give you feedback, now encourage them to give you feedback by making it obvious that you care and obvious that you're really listening. Players are more likely to share their feedback with you if they think you're actually paying attention, right? Would you call and tell somebody, if you didn't think somebody was listening, would you bother to call and say, hey, I think this should really be a little bit different here. I think this could really elevate the experience. So listen and be visible doing so. So post in your public spaces, chat in your Discord, be really verbose about your patch notes so that when you change stuff, your players get to see the stuff that you changed. So if you have community suggested changes that make it to the patch notes, anybody reading those notes say or can realize, hey, this developer is taking all of this seriously. This also gives you an opportunity to set the tone for your community a little bit here. If you are civil and professional, but not too uptight about the way you interact in your public spaces, your players, at least some of your community, will kind of follow your lead there. So it gives them an opportunity to kind of also be civil and sort of set a professional tone with how they deal with stuff. So those are 2 very, very high-level ways to encourage players to give you feedback, remove the barriers for them giving you feedback, and encourage them to do so by sort of pushing the belief, the true belief, but get them to see that you really are listening and you really do care. So now a couple of very high-level ways to talk about interacting with that increased volume of feedback without drowning in it, because of course the worst thing that happens is you encourage all this feedback and then you don't really develop a sustainable process for dealing with it. You burn out, you shy away from your community because you say, oh my God, I haven't looked at my Discord in 2 weeks and now it's going to take me 2 hours to look through everything everybody said in the last while. And that's obviously really tough. So the first thing here is just to interact efficiently, encourage good force multipliers for you, good uses of your time. Where you can, get your players to give you feedback in public spaces. So Discord is great, even though it's a little bit ephemeral. Steam community is great. Any other kind of persistent forum is wonderful because it lets everybody see your answers to users' questions. When you discuss something about your work in a public space, more than just the questioner gets the answer. If they choose to read it, and B, your veteran folks in your community are going to look at the answers you gave. They're going to internalize those answers, and then in the future, they're going to give people those answers for you, so you don't have to do it. In terms of your own scheduling and timing, anytime you have induced or incidental high tide, so patches, if your game takes off, releases, milestones, anytime you know that the community is going to be especially active, or if you've given them a reason to be especially active, participate actively, be around, make time for this. It's not free, it's definitely expensive, but it's cheaper than coming up with all the ideas and the feedback yourself. And during less busy times when you don't have this kind of high tide going on, batch your feedback sessions. You may organically be able to just sort of figure this out for yourself. I'm checking out for the day. Why don't I check in with the community real quick? Or, I'm on a break. Why don't I, answer a few questions? You may hit points in your life where this doesn't come organically to you. And if you realize this is happening, schedule time for it. Because as I mentioned a bit ago, it can be really overwhelming to feel like, oh gosh, I haven't responded to my fans in weeks now. And now there's this big expectation. So going out of your way to schedule it if you realize you're not doing it organically is really important. And remember that obviously player feedback is incredible when it comes to general, testing, stability, that kind of, bug and QA related stuff. There's obviously a lot of lesson there. But here today specifically, we're talking about the ideation and recognition steps of feature design and development. And so all of this still comes down to your taste. So the important part here, what I'm trying to get at is make sure that as you comprehend and go through the wave of player feedback you receive, that you're still kind of filtering all of it through your own taste and your own experience. You're asking, do these suggestions fit? Do they clash with other things I'm working on? Are they in work scope? Like, you might have a lot of great ideas given to you that, that's the basis of a whole nother game and I could spend 2 years doing that. Obviously, if a player is expressing a pain point or a crash or this bug really impacts my fun of the game, these are important things to keep note of. But remember, you are not you're not instilling a democracy by doing this. You and your team are still the sort of final arbiters of what goes into your work and what doesn't. So don't let hearing all of the community feedback become, I'm just going to implement whatever is popular with the community. That's not the way to go. At least it's not the way to go for us. I'm sure there's somebody out there that maybe works for, but we, make sure that everything we're hearing from the community, we're actively listening. We're talking about things that we agree with, that we disagree with. We often, if there's popular stuff that we're not going to do, we'll kind of go out of our way to say, hey, we hear that you guys are asking for this. We don't feel that this is the right fit for the game, and here's why. So that the community still knows we're listening and we're not just ignoring, popular public stuff. And on the other side of that coin, lots of wonderful suggestions come from one-off suggestors. The number of times that we've gotten wonderful pieces of feedback for 20 and 30XX that came from one user that I'd never heard of before and never heard from again were really, really high and really valuable for the game. So that's kind of everything I wanted to go through today. I know it's a lightning talk. I know that all of this is super high level, kind of surface level stuff. But if you want to sort of dig into this kind of thing a little bit more, obviously from a different perspective, because it was 3 years ago, I gave a longer talk about 20XX's whole early access community development and sort of interaction cycle GDC a couple of years back. I wrote a really long postmortem about our first game, 20XX, sometime after we finished it on Gamasutra, now Game Developer. And I'm always really happy to talk about this kind of thing with anybody who wants to chat about it too. Again, as roguelike designers, we have this kind of wonderful built-in, community. As we build communities, we end up being able to retain individual players really well compared to sort of the average game, whatever that means. And by really harnessing that and letting players be part of our kind of design recognition and ideation process, we can help ourselves out and we can make better games out of it. So I think that's everything I've got. Thank you so much for listening. I hope any of this was at least a little bit informative or giving you a little bit of frame of reference for something. Thank you so much to the Roguelike Celebration organizers and staff for putting on this wonderful event. It's really cool. It's fantastic seeing everybody's talks, and I'm looking forward to checking it out for the rest of the weekend. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. It's very nice. I appreciate you guys don't have to use your limited time to thank us, but it's very kind of you.
Of course.
We have time for one question if anyone wants to toss one in. Good job having a quick enough lightning talk to actually have time for questions.
Yeah, I planned for 10 minutes knowing I'd run over to 12. So when I saw the 15-minute slot, I went, yes.
Yeah, that's very smart. I guess one thing, seeing that I think no one has had an off-the-cuff question, that's my job now.
No problem.
I think you touched a little bit on it, but maintaining also the almost mental health boundary in terms of when to be on and offline in terms of managing your, how much you're drinking from the fire hose. Do you have any other kind of quick tips for handling that aspect of kind of taking in a lot of user feedback?
Yeah, it's a wonderful question. The biggest thing, the most important thing comes right up front, and it's planning. It's planning for it. There's a slide that I cut here with sort of a chart of my personal community management spend time on 20XX, where I really spent about 8 hours a week or so interacting with the community, something out of my total work time. You know, it was like, I don't know, 15, 16% of my total spend. And if I hadn't made that time up front, if you don't plan for it, you don't have time for it. You don't have time to do the job well. And just being able to, you know, it is obviously it's a very different form of work than design, than programming, than whatever else you're doing that actually makes the game the game. But it is work just like anything else. And if you don't treat it that way, it's going to kick your butt.
Yeah, for sure. I think I'm guilty. I mean, it's hard, I think, for a lot of us to know when to log off of anything, but especially when to log off of your own game feedback.
Exactly. The only reason I know that is because I didn't do it the first time, and I was like, oh, okay, I got to do this. This is important.
Yeah. Excellent. Actually, so one super quick question maybe. After a long early access, how do you compartmentalize that your committed players are no longer valid first-time users either?
Oh my gosh, that's a wonderful question. You can't really. The feedback you get, one of the things that you do as you interact with the community for several hours a week, you get to know people, and you can kind of understand their perspectives when they provide feedback, and you begin to understand a little bit about the individual, which also lets you sort of categorize their feedback. This is kind of an offshoot of the actual question, but I have at least one user in the community that I know, is very pleasant and civil, but kind of doomsays everything. And so when a user, if it's his average level of doomsaying about a feature or something, I kind of intuitively understand, oh, this is just average. This is his regular reaction to a thing. But as that happens, you completely lose the ability to understand when somebody is new. And so especially when it comes to getting like new player feedback, a lot of that bleeds over into alternative sources of guaranteeing that players are new, like showing at conventions and specifically getting feedback related to demos if your game's pre-release and you have kind of like an early community before your game actually comes out. That's very hard though. It's a tough question to answer in just a minute.
Yeah. So great question. And yeah, way to answer quick lightning round questions like a champ. If you're around, the mage breakout room at the end of this lightning talk slot will be for people to have more discussion. So cool. Thank you very much, Chris.
Hey, thanks so much.
Yeah. All right, moving along quick. Next up, we have Bennett Devereaux talking about biological inspirations for roguelike mechanics. Another one I am personally very excited for. So go ahead and take it away.
Okay. Hi. Okay, not sure what's going on here, but hello. My name's Bennett Devereaux. I work as a software engineer, and in my spare time, I putt around making little games, or walking in the woods taking pictures of flying molds, or playing the lute. Today, I'd like to speak briefly about my experiences in looking for biological inspiration for game mechanics with a focus on roguelikes. And I can't advance my slides for some reason. That's great. Seriously? Okay. Here we go. So this is the passage from Charles Darwin that provided a title from this talk. Sorry about the delay. And it's a good one for this milieu, not just because it's passionate meditation about the diversity of life on Earth, but also like the emergent properties of that diversity, that the complexity comes from the interaction of agents that are following simple principles. And also, you can kind of flip this on its head and say, well, let's put complexity from simplicity as a design goal, which in a way, I think turns this into a bit of a manifesto for procedural generation. In other words, biology is roguelike. So this all came about because I wanted to make a roguelike game and learn a particular engine, which happened to be Rot.js. And I like tardigrades. And I decided to make the PC in my game a tardigrade, and I wanted that design choice to be a meaningful one. And so I wanted like the mechanics and the narrative to kind of be tardigrade inspired. And since it's a pretty small game, very small game, the mechanic that I picked was the tardigrade's most famous one, its ability to go dormant and survive extreme situations. And the goal became survival, like surviving for a set amount of time, in extreme situations, and the rest of the design involved generating various extreme situations that need to be survived. And this experience got me thinking in more general terms about taking strategies from nature, from organisms, and using them to build game mechanics and, artifacts and NPCs in your games and the like. It's commonplace that life on Earth has been, developing its survival strategies for close to 4 billion years, pretty mature code base. So there should be plenty of inspiration there, Now, if you're going to draw from that, that's a large set of things dealing with a vast host of situations, and not even the largest game can't present every single situation that some real organism might encounter. And so to make this work, you have to do some abstraction. And a couple of ways to do that are consider what resources matter to different actors in the game, what the different sensory modalities available to actors are, and what interactions between actors and with their environments are even possible. And briefly, the mechanics in the game need to make these strategies make sense, and the choice to use one or not be meaningful, not useless and not a button that you just keep mashing. My goal in this investigation was basically doing some philosophical induction. So I dug through this catalog of strategies, which is found on this website, asknature.org, and pick some and think about how they could be abstracted, into game terms. And so convince myself, and hopefully you, that this is a fruitful approach, and maybe even start to extract some principles and heuristics. So for what's about to follow, I do want to provide several caveats here. I've generated some ideas, and it's really the generation of ideas that I'm presenting on. I'm not making any claims that these, are original, that they've never been used before, or that they're very good. They would still need to go through a whole process of refining and filtering, but the process of creating and documenting them was a quick and fun one. So if you go to asknature.org, they've got a pretty rich taxonomy of strategies. Now, their target audience is designers and engineers who want to apply biomimicry to solve problems in the real world. And my focus, at least for this investigation, was creating problems in an imaginary world. So instead of that rich taxonomy, I've got this fairly simple set of buckets / axes. And I say axes because you can definitely see how some of them might overlap, like defense and deception, navigation and resource gathering, like these things might share, might be reflected in a single, behavior. First example, Cataglyphus fortis is a species of desert ant found in Tunisia. It smells in stereo, using both antennae for smell. Gives them more precise spatialization on where a particular scent is coming from. And so while they're out foraging, they use this along with sight to keep a mental map of where they've been so that they can find their way home. And also the smelling helps them with the task of foraging itself. So this is an example of something which kind of combines navigation and resource gathering. Cool fact, the thing that they're foraging for is generally other insects. They forage in the hottest part of the day, which they can handle, but many other insects can't. And so, they're looking for the ones who couldn't take the heat. Okay, so what are some possible ideas that you might draw from this? And a pretty obvious one is, say you create a smell map, sensory modality, it's overlaid on the visual map, or instead of it, but that's getting weirder. But that's got very different notions of field of vision and the way that scents mask each other, interact, fade over time, or can be like deliberately washed off, are very different. And these two illustrations kind of are showing that in action. So in the illustration on the left, player character is able to smell the acid from a green dragon lurking in the far corridor that it can't see. But in the second one, because there's a fresh smelly corpse in the room, it can't smell the dragon on the other side, and so might walk into a dangerous situation. It's not good. Example number 2, cone snails. These are a group of predatory sea snails found worldwide, and they all have this ability to shoot out a proboscis to the prey that they're attacking, and use that to shoot a customized harpoon-like tooth into the prey, and that delivers venom. And it's always got a supply of these teeth, which is weird and cool. And this is clearly like an attack defense kind of strategy. Some species, not all of them, are able to actually, mix and match a cocktail of venoms that they're going to deliver for a specific target. And you may ask, are any of them fatal to humans? And some definitely are. So if you see anything in the ocean that looks like it was generated with a cellular automaton, please do not pick it up. So lots of creatures have short-range distance attacks. That's fine. Not very novel. But I think the combination of venom idea has more legs. Whether that's something that a monster can do, and that's what I've illustrated, or the player is able to choose that as part of a special attack. And in this illustration, we have a cone snail. Somehow it's in a dungeon and not underwater. Don't know how that happened. And it's delivering not only a paralyzing toxin, but also the cocktail includes white dragon venom, which targets this PC's vulnerability to cold. And here's a more familiar creature, the anglerfish, star of stage and screen. And I have one here. And most people are pretty familiar with the bioluminescent lure that it attracts prey with. What was news to me when I was doing this investigation that's quite cool is they have very, very non-reflective skin, completely black, none more black. So it can be very hard for prey to see the fish, even with the light of the lure, before it's too late for them. So, my disclaimer about originality, having an invisible monster with a lure a few squares away has probably been done before, but it's still a neat idea. A little nastier than a mimic because you don't even have to touch the lure. And in this illustration here, because this creature knows what's what, the lure looks like money. Other cool property of the lure, which I didn't come up with use for immediately, is that it can make it harder for prey animals to see in the dark. And if you have dark adaptation as a game mechanic, that's also something that's potentially interesting. All right. So as I said, quick and fun to just browse through some of these strategies and, spend some time, thinking about how you could put them in a game world. And at least that was straightforward for ideas that use different sensory modalities and modes of interaction, and you're not trying to put your new idea into an existing game that has opinions. A lot of the ideas that I looked at, I needed to discard because they really rely a lot on form and material properties and require a pretty rich physics engine, which I think, is a whole other can of worms. Interested in thinking about it, but haven't yet. Other unexplored avenues, really digging into constraints on resources that I talked about at the beginning, but none of the examples really illustrated. And of course, complex collective behavior of organisms. I think that's a really interesting area. All right. I would like to extend my thanks, first of all, to all of you for listening, to Amy Kaufman-Phillips for teaching me about biomimicry, denizens of the Whetstone Discord server for their encouragement and inspiration over the past couple of years, and Roguelike Celebration for the opportunity to speak, and the committee's endless hours making everything work. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Yeah, that was very fun. I learned new things about anglerfish, and I love cone snails. So, excellent. Does your anglerfish have a name? It's very cute.
I don't know. Full disclosure, I borrowed the anglerfish from my wife.
I see.
She may have a name for it, but I don't know what it is.
Amazing. Yeah, I think that lots of just discussion in chat. I think people really liked even the anglerfish idea. That combination of a mimic is kind of familiar, but a mimic with a lure is an extra layer that is intriguing. Maybe overlaps nicely with the trap discussion. Got a little bit.
Yeah.
Heads up that this is a trap. So excellent. Well then, thank you very much, and we will move on to our last speaker for this block. So I'd like to welcome Blair Salzman.
Hi.
Here to talk about roguelikes and neurodiversity.
All right, so, like Alexi said, I'm Hannah Blair Salzman. Just call me Blair, and I'm here to talk about roguelikes, neurodiversity, and mental illness. So maybe you're wondering, who am I? Well, I'm an anthropologist. I have my Bachelor's of Arts in Cultural Anthropology from UT Austin, and I'm looking to further my career in the field right now. I'm also a writer, primarily of fiction, but I do occasionally do like academic papers and stuff. And I'm a video game enjoyer, which I sure hope I would be since I'm giving a talk about video games. I speak English, Mandarin, Chinese, Spanish, and a little bit of French. Been teaching myself some of that lately for And also I am neurodiverse. Now, perhaps could you still hear me?
Yes, we can still hear you. We seem to have lost the
Okay.
video feed. We can hear you.
All right, yeah, it's been acting a bit wonky right now. Okay, I'll try to figure that out, but while I'm doing that, so maybe you're wondering what neurodiversity is. It is unfortunately not a cool sci-fi power. It's not anything in cyberpunk like a chip you can get implanted in your brain. It's an umbrella of various conditions that means your brain works differently than the average population, basically. There's a large variety of them, like bipolarity, dyspraxia, which is when you struggle with like bodily coordination and spatial recognition and things like this. That dyscalculia, when you struggle with math, dyslexia with reading, and there's autism and ADHD and plenty more. All right, the most commonly talked about ones are autism and ADHD, and to a lesser extent, dyslexia, but I just wanted to bring some of the others up because, a lot of the times they just don't get talked about. Okay, they're good. All that much, partially because they're not quite as common, but I still think they ought to be brought up. And I can't speak for every single person who's neurodiverse or neurodivergent, whichever you prefer. And different people have different needs and concerns like accessibility issues and so on. So I just wanted to bring that up before continuing. All right, so maybe you're wondering, what does this have to do with roguelikes? Well, interesting thing about that. I got into roguelikes when I was first in college. Specifically, the big three I was into were Spelunky, The Binding of Isaac, and Faster Than Light. Oh, and some of the images are sort of transparent. I don't know why I wasn't able to fix it, so we're just going to pretend that's not a problem right now. All right, so, and during that time, my freshman year of college and the few years after I graduated, I'd been struggling with particularly bad mental health issues. I couldn't really do much of anything, even things I enjoyed, like a lot of video games. And this was also around the time when people really started pushing for games to be bigger and like open world sandboxes and everything, as if that automatically makes a game better when it doesn't necessarily. Like, I like some big open world games, but you have to do it right. And so, people are going, oh, this game is 300 hours long. And me with my little fried brain and my attention span was just like, I can't do that. Because I'm obsessed with finishing things, partially because I was punished for that as a kid, for struggling to finish with things. And so, yeah. And so I really got into roguelikes instead, and I started wondering, okay, why is this holding my attention so well when those big games with 300 or 500 hours of play don't? Especially when I'm sometimes putting more hours into these roguelikes than I would have put into the big games for finishing the whole campaign. And so I started thinking about that and talking to my friends about that and some acquaintances, and I came up with some things. But to give you like a better understanding of it, like we all know, roguelikes, RNG, procedural generation, permadeath, etc. I'm going to give some other examples that use some similar mechanics to like give you a better scope of what's going on and to just give you more ideas. Like they may not seem related, but you'll see soon. All right, so there's Shovel Knight. If you've been paying any attention to the indie video game scene in the past decade or so, you probably have at least a vague idea what Shovel Knight is. It's a platformer, and it's really great. This is coming from someone who usually doesn't like platformers, so I think it deserves all the attention it gets. But it's for the most part a pretty linear game, except until you get to the last level where you come upon all of the bosses you'd beaten beforehand, like having dinner together, and they're all kind of still mad that you kicked their butts, so they all decide they're going to have to beat you up anyway. So usually boss rushes also get me because, you go for like 10 or 15, then you die and you have to start over, and it's the exact same thing. But this one didn't bother me, and I realized it was because one tiny little detail. It's because there's no set order to which one you fight first or next, and so on. It changes every time. So even if I'd beaten most of them and I died on the last one, it didn't frustrate me all that much. And so, that came to the mind, the randomness of it helps me. And Shovel Knight Dig actually came out recently, which is a roguelike. I've played a bit of it. It's pretty good, but I was already busy with Cult of the Lamb. So I haven't been able to dig into Shovel Knight Dig too much just yet. But it's really good, and I'm looking forward to playing more. All right, next is Animal Crossing. If you don't know what that is, it's a life simulator where you're the only human in a village of animals, and you just kind of do whatever you want, whenever you want. You can even manipulate time with some consequences in the older games. All right, so yeah, basically there are so many things to do, and there are more and more with each new entry into the series. Interior decor, terraforming, custom designs. These are some of the ones I made. They took me so long to make. I'm very proud of them, but like as much effort as I put into these, you should see some of the crazy stuff people do. Just like go to an Animal Crossing custom designs subreddit and your mind will be blown. And so gosh, I almost forgot the last part. All right, so the thing about that is like, you can pick up tasks. You can do whatever you want, usually without any consequences. If you get bored of something, you can drop it. It'll be right there where you left it. And you usually don't get strong-armed into uncomfortable time commitments or doing things you don't feel like doing for too long. And so that's also a part of roguelikes, I think. And then there's Dynasty Warriors, which is a hack and slash series. It's based off of this Chinese novel called Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which is somewhat fictionalized. And it happened from roughly 184 to 280 Common Era. It depends on what historiography you use. That's the kind of thing history nerds like me argue over, so I'll spare you the boring details. It's spawned a lot of spin-offs, and I have a lot of feelings about that because they recycle a lot of material, and it just gets so tiresome after a long time. It feels like they're taking their fans for a ride, but it's still a very fun series, and I like it a lot, and it has impacted my life very positively for the most part. All right, so what's the gameplay like? Yeah, it's basically that. So it's a fighting game, a subgenre of that, but it's less structured. Like instead of it being one-on-one, it's you and your allies versus other people and their allies. In Dynasty Warriors case, there's usually like whole armies involved, and you have to defeat enemies of differing levels and fulfill conditions to obtain victory, usually defeat the enemy commander or protect these important people or something like that. If you're still kind of struggling what that might look like, some more common and popular similar hack and slash games are like Kingdom Hearts, God of War, Devil May Cry, and Bayonetta. Interesting ups and downs with that one in the past couple of weeks, huh? So the thing about Dynasty Warriors is that usually the battles take less than 30 minutes to complete, and if you die, well, that's a bummer, but it probably won't take you too long to restart and get back to where you were, or you can just load up an old save, but, whatever you want to do. Or if you get tired of that, there are, like, a ton of other characters with different play styles you can choose, or you can choose a different battle, or you can even fight on the opposite side of the same battle. And there's a lot of diversity, you have a lot of agency, and the Extreme Legends expansions often add new forms of gameplay. So there's a lot going on there. All right, so maybe you're wondering, so what? What does this have to do with everything? All right, so as I said before, with Shovel Knight, the boss rush, there's the randomness and the procedural generation kind of, which is, of course, the bread and butter of roguelikes. And then there's the ease of changing tasks or picking up new tasks if you're bored or you do want to do something else, like in Animal Crossing and Dynasty Warriors. And then there's the low time commitment of Dynasty Warriors and Animal Crossing also involved. And in the end, it's different for everyone, like I've said, but I've talked to a lot of people with similar conditions to me and similar mindsets. And when they say this, they agree that when I explain it to them, it's like all this adds up to less frustration because you're kind of tricking your brain into thinking you're not doing long, repetitive tasks when you still kind of are, just in smaller tidbits and in different ways. So yes, I think that's part of why roguelikes are becoming so much more popular. They're like, video games are already popular with neurodivergent and neurodiverse people a lot because it engages your mind and your hands. But like even more so with roguelikes, I think, because if your brain is especially fried like that, unless you get really hyper focused on a 300, 500 hour game, you're probably just going to be like, oh, I wish I could play this, but I can't. And that's why I think they're very important. So thank you to everyone who works on them. You have benefited us in a way you may not have imagined. Thank you so very much for coming to my talk. Thank you for listening. Thank you to everyone at Roguelike Celebration for letting me speak and organize all this. I'll be in the Cleric Room for breakout discussions, and you can find me on Twitter at HB Salzman. Also, I also have an obligatory picture of my dog, Quinn. Look at her. I love her so much. She's great. And thank you.
Thank you so much. And free dog picture. Very exciting. Yeah, no, that was really fantastic. I definitely found it really interesting. I think that the connections there resonate with my own experience of that way that, yeah, it's hard to sit down and feel like, oh man, I'm going to commit to like this long experience. I don't know if I can handle that, but it's so much more approachable to be like, oh, I'm just going to do a run and then I'll do another run. And in the end, I've done 20 hours, but
just 10 more minutes.
Yeah, it does really reduce that friction. And I think a lot of people in chat were, finding it very relatable. So.
Oh, cool. I'm glad it did that for you guys.
Yeah, I think that they're really solid insights. So thank you so much. And yeah, so people can find you in the Cleric Room to discuss this further, and we will see if some version of Neurogue Diverse comes up as a badge, because that was another thing in chat of people thought that would be a good badge to be able to put in their profile. But cool. Neurogue Diverse is also just a good enough pun that I think we got.
That is great. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to take that for myself. Thank you.
Absolutely, you have earned it. Excellent. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah. All right, everybody. So that was another wonderful chunk of lightning talks. To remind people of the assignments for the breakout chat, it feels like long ago that we talked about traps and pitfalls, but it was the same slot. So if you want to talk about roguelike traps and how to make them better, you can go to the Warrior Room. If you want to talk to Chris King or just talk about the idea of drinking from that content fire hose of player feedback and how to let your players take the wheel without crashing the car, that is in the Mage Room. The biological inspiration for roguelike mechanics is in Rogue. and Blair and roguelikes and neurodiversity will be in Cleric. So that will be our assignment, and we've got another 30-minute break here before we will be back with our final batch of talks for today, before we come back and do this all tomorrow. Some real good talks in there, so keep that energy going for just a little while longer. I'm looking forward, specifically, I enjoyed Not Words a lot, so going to be great to talk about yet again what else is a roguelike. It might be that Sudoku's a roguelike. We'll see. So reminder, in terms of if you are having any potential trouble with your chat client, go ahead and refresh that. May or may not also get a refresh as we add new badges, since that is something we're having a good time doing. And do take the opportunity to explore. You can find all kinds of things to change your text color for your username. You can drink potions, and there is in fact a whole, perhaps, secret layer to the conference space that you can discover via exploration. So, give that a look, and there's different note walls where you can leave fun things. We have an experimental biology in particular, a note wall for links you might want to share to cool stuff other attendees might enjoy that you thought of when watching all of these wonderful talks. And again, if you are watching this stream on something that is not Roguelike Celebrations social space and you don't know what I'm talking about, go to roguelike.club. You can still get a ticket. You can get a free ticket. You can just join in for a little while, and then you can explore. Check out the swag, check out the Steam sale, all that good stuff. So, without further ado, let's do some breakout rooms, and I will be back in half an hour for 2 more full talks. See you, folks. Hello. You can hear me, and soon you can see me. Here we go. I keep on looking over there where Kawa, beautiful back end Kawa, is running things, and so I can see myself on that screen. And I can see myself here. Anyway, we're back. We're getting a little loopy. It's the end of the day. But we have one last set of wonderful talks. And so, I mean, let's get right into it. Let me be happy to introduce Jack Schlesinger, game designer, programmer, writer. Works include Knotwords, Spell Tower, Good Sudoku, Cards of Darkness, We Should Talk, among many others, and a teacher at NYU. Also working on a tabletop RPG with a procedural dungeon master called If You Die in a Game, You Die in Real Life, the game, which I like that a lot.
Yeah, thanks for introducing me, Alexi. Yeah, I'm very excited to give this talk. All right, I'll jump into it. So, yeah, who am I? I've worked on a bunch of games, and most recently, Good Sudoku and Knotwords, which are two different types of puzzles. And one of the things that my collaborator, Zach Gage, and I, while we were working on these puzzle games, realized was that we were using a lot of the procedural generation techniques that you'd use in a roguelike, and the way that we were thinking about doing this puzzle generation was really similar to the way that we would think about generating a roguelike. And so that was the genesis of this talk. And the roguelike celebration seemed like a appropriate time to introduce this talk to the world. So just, I think most people are familiar with Sudoku, but really quickly, it is a puzzle game where you have different rows and columns of numbers, and you have to order the digits 1 through 9 into each of the empty spaces so that each row and column only has each digit once, and each house or little box only has each number once. It's far more likely that you'll be less familiar with a newer game that Zach and I released back in April called Knotwords, which is a very simple spelling game where you have different zones that have letters that can be in each zone. For example, if you look in the upper left-hand corner of this first puzzle, A, I, and W have to go into those 3 cells in some way. And when you finish, everything vertically and horizontally needs to be an valid English word. So that is the puzzles that I'm primarily going to be talking about. And yeah, so let's just jump right in on it. So I know that this is probably the wrong crowd to ask why you'd want to procedurally generate something, but I do get asked pretty frequently, like, why would you procedurally generate puzzles, like a crossword puzzles, Sudoku? Isn't it much better to do them by hand? Isn't there this like craft of doing them by hand? And in reality, computers are really a lot better at some tasks than humans are, right? Knowing whether or not that there's a solution to a puzzle, as a human being, frequently you have to solve the puzzle in order to do that. And a lot of puzzles are just much easier for a computer to solve than a human being. Is there only one solution to a puzzle, or are there multiple solutions? Being able to go through a lot of permutations really easily. Computers are also much faster at some tasks than human. If I'd made different choices, how much would that change the experience of going through this puzzle? Is something that we'll talk about a bit more towards the end. And also that you're going to be lucky if you have players who are much better at your game than you are, right? Like the ideal situation is one where your game is successful enough and people like your game enough that they are much better at it than you are. So you're going to only be limiting your possible audience if you say that you're going to be the author and pen all of the puzzles that are going to be in your game. And the space is just too wide. So for example, in Sudoku, there are 9 to the 81 possible arrangements of 9 digits and 81 cells, right? So that comes out to a really big number. It turns out that 10 to the 82 is like the upper bound estimate on how many atoms there are in the universe. So we're getting close to 10 or so atoms. If you divided the number of atoms in the universe by 10, there would be that many possible arrangements of numbers in a Sudoku grid. But not all of those are valid Sudokus, right? So, we actually have, a much smaller number, 6.67 times 10 to the 21 valid filled grids. And then you can actually permute each of those, right? If you swap the 1 and 2 in a valid filled grid, it's essentially the same grid. You can also rotate the grid clockwise or counterclockwise. You can swap the rows and columns in specific ways. You can horizontally, symmetrically, or both mirror the grid. So we actually have a much more compact number of unique filled grids. Unfortunately, we then have to start taking numbers out of them. And if we get down to non-essentially equivalent minimal puzzles, we're back up to even more than valid filled grids that we had. So it's just way too big of a space to explore with pen and paper. I saw somewhere that if you were to have every human on the planet, if you're going to have 7.3 billion people, which gives you an idea of how out of date these numbers are. If you had 7.3 billion people start doing Sudokus, we wouldn't finish them until midway through the 3000s. So we're definitely not going to get to it. This image is really great. It comes from a website called Sudoku Dragon. I found it when we were doing Good Sudoku originally, because Good Sudoku started with Zach and I not really having a deep appreciation of Sudokus, more asking why we didn't have a deep appreciation of Sudokus. And this is a great graphical representation of, despite looking at what is a really humongous space when we're talking about how many puzzles there are. If you look at this image, the red being puzzles and the blue-orange part being not puzzles, there's way more space that is actually not valid puzzles, right? So just trying to do it by hand, trying to do it at random, we're not really going to get to where we want to be, right? Now, computers are worse at some tasks than humans, right? Sometimes much worse. Like, is this next step easy or difficult to see? Is this task hard or easy for a human to do? That can be really tough and tricky. And computers do exactly what you tell them to do, even if you make a mistake, right? So, and there's just too many procedurally generated puzzles even to go through by hand, right? So we have to come up with ways of culling down all of the generated puzzles, figure out what we're going to use and when we're going to use them. So while Zach and I were in this position, we started thinking about this. These were the problems that we needed to solve, right? We needed to make the actual puzzles. We had to figure out if the puzzles themselves were solvable, right? Not just we made something that we think is a puzzle. We have to know that they're solvable before we send them out to people and have them try to make them or play them. For good Sudoku, that's one and only one solution to a puzzle. And then for not words, it's that all the words are valid English words and that it has a unique solution, unique using common words, because English, there are a lot of really bizarre words, and it's oftentimes more fun for people to be able to use odd or unfamiliar words in order to solve the puzzles. So we allow alternate solutions. And how do you know how difficult a procedurally generated puzzle is, right? How do you know whether or not this is a good or a bad puzzle, which I kind of shortened to like interesting? How do you know, even if you know what skills you would need to solve a puzzle, that's not the same as knowing whether or not the puzzle is interesting. And I think we took a lot of cues from roguelike generation. And then also I think there's some things that we discovered that might be really useful when you're designing your next roguelike procedural generator. So how do you generate a dungeon, right? This is when we were like, how do you generate a puzzle? We asked ourselves, how do you generate a dungeon, right? We think of the techniques that you need in order to solve the puzzle as monsters, and the order that you solve the puzzle, particularly for puzzles that have one solution or no guessing, is the path through the dungeon itself. So we took a cue from dungeon generation. I'm going to do a really quick explanation of BSP tree dungeon generation, which stands for binary space. The P is going to be explained on a later slide because I can't remember off the top of my head. Propagation, partition. Thank you, Alexi just messaged it to me. So very, very quickly, essentially you have some sort of a space that you want to fill with rooms. You just pick a random spot and you pick vertical or horizontal and you divide it into two. You repeat that multiple times over and over again until you've created rooms that are the correct size. You lay your rooms on top of it and you've made a very simple dungeon, right? So how did we apply this to making Sudokus? Well, the first step for us in making Sudokus was, how do we even get something that is a Sudoku that we can then make better, right? So what we did is we just made a filled Sudoku, which is kind of arbitrarily easy to make something that is correctly a Sudoku. And then we would start taking out numbers mirrored horizontally and vertically over the center. So at every step, we would just remove two of the digits out of it, double check using our solver that it was still a valid Sudoku, which the solver I'll come back to in a bit. And then that was essentially how we did it. And then we used a similar, with the binary space partitioning tree was our jumping off point for the initial not words generation, which was, we'll just fill up the space. We'll make that initial big black box by just arbitrarily, randomly filling up a space by just picking words that will fit into the space that we have until we run out of space, and then kind of step backwards through each of the decisions we made while we were filling it in and see if we can make it better. So in this example, if we took one step back, because we still have two gaps in here, and we tried a different word instead of yak, we can find, oh, well, we can now add tum. Whereas there aren't any common common non-abbreviation words that are T space K or A space A that would work with R as the starting letter right there, right? And so we just repeat this binary space algorithm, this kind of binary space partitioning adjacent algorithm multiple times, going back a couple times over and over again, every step along the way. Yes, I see someone posted tick/talk. Those are, I would call abbreviations. It would be TICK, TOCK. I probably should have picked a better example. But we step backwards through each of those different steps until we end up with something that is well filled, right? This doesn't necessarily mean that we've created a good puzzle from the perspective of difficulty or it being interesting. It just means that we've filled in the space as best we can, right? Yes, I agree, Boris the Brave. This is, BSP was the jumping off point for this, but because of it isn't very much like BSP anymore. Thank you for pointing that out. So that was basically the creating a space of, this is going to be the cat cry yak is going to be the space that we're trying to explore, and then going back through it. So the second question we had to answer was, what makes a dungeon solvable, right? So no inaccessible rooms and no unintentional dead ends, which the more we thought about it, for inaccessible rooms and not words, that's really clear, right? If we have a not word where it's not fully attached, we've actually made like multiple puzzles that are just adjacent to each other, right? So the solution that we essentially use is a flood fill. Oh, I had to re-export my slides as PDFs, so you're not getting a sweet GIF of flood fill right now, but I'm sure that you're all relatively familiar with it. And then for kind of the other interpretation of inaccessible rooms was whether or not the puzzle is actually capable of being solved, right? This is an example of a Sudoku that actually cannot be solved because it has two deadly patterns in it, which make it ambiguous, whether it is it does not have one solution, it has more than one solution. So if you see all four of these red cells can be 5 or 6 and nothing else, that means that you could put 5 into each of them or 6 into each of them. And so our solution for that was to make a solver, right? If we ran into any ambiguities along the way with the solver, we knew that we would have to go backwards. So we'll talk a little bit more about making a solver when I get to it in a second, but this had the side effect of us being able to like add a hint system that was pretty verbose. But as far as making a solver, we just identified the techniques for Sudoku. Fortunately, there's a big community of people who have developed a lot of techniques, and then identify what makes deadly patterns. And if we ever ended up with a deadly pattern, it was very easy to identify it. So as far as creating a solver, Zach and my technique is not necessarily very rigorous, but we play the game a lot, examine the steps we're taking, and then you try to create like axiomatic rules to describe the steps that you've taken, right? So in the example of not words, it's like, oh, if I see these 2 letters or these 3 letters, I have an intuition that they're most likely going to be in this order, right? I before E, for example, stuff like that. If I see EY, I know that that's almost always going to be E and then Y, and not a Y and then E in most situations. And so that, became a nameless technique that we put into a not word solver. What other sets, and then take a step backwards, right? Like, okay, so this is the step that I'm taking over and over again. I am seeing the set of letters and I am intuitively doing that. Now, what other sets of letters would match that rule? Now I'm going to start using frequency analysis on the English language, right? We have a bunch of word lists of common words. We have a dictionary. We have various ways of scoring whether or not a word is common or not. And so I can start doing analytics on that set of words that we have, right? Oh, okay, what other pairs of letters are above a certain, are like 90% of the time, they're always in this order. 95% of the time are always in this order. And then can I do any kind of statistical analysis in order to confirm my suspicions? And so this is a big one as well, is, having people play it, ask people what they're thinking, watch the decisions that they make and kind of go back through it, be like, oh, okay, they started in this corner. That's interesting. I wonder why they did that. See if you can break some rules out of that, and then just iterate a lot. And so the other way to think about that we thought about dead ends and solvability is like, can you get a dungeon in an unsolvable state? Like, can you lock a door over here so that you can't get through this other thing over here to get to the exit? Which in Knotwords was really, if you have a valid solution for a part of a puzzle, it can have a cascading effect if you've got an incorrect solution, right? So it's possible that you've got a fully correct solution over here on the left side, and it creates a fully incorrect, it makes the rest of the puzzle completely insolvable. And so our solution for this was to start creating every time we notice something like this, like, oh, okay, we can get certain shapes where these two parts are only connected in one place, and if you use these letters in the wrong place, you're not going to be able to use them over here. We created rules, like for each zone, which is the collection of cells that have letters together, we're going to make it so that if you have that in an order we didn't predict, you can at most have like 2 words be valid more than one zone away, right? So we started taking steps back to think like, what are the dead ends that you're going to run into? What are the pain points that are going to feel really bad? Difficulty, right? This was a big one, which is potentially much easier when you're thinking about a dungeon, which is like the number of obstacles or monsters or traps that are at a certain level compared to the player. But we don't necessarily have that when we're thinking about puzzles. So we basically identify the different steps we need to solve the puzzle. Here are some of the techniques that you would use for Sudoku, and assign each of them a score, and then count the number of each technique and a path through the puzzle, right? For Sudoku, because you never have to guess in a Sudoku, because it should have an unambiguous answer, it's easy for us to make these counts for different levels of the solver, right? We have like a beginner difficulty solver that only knows some very easy things, so it's going to take a very roundabout path through it. And then we can set the solver to be an expert level. It might notice a technique that allows it to shortcut some stuff. But in both cases, we can not just identify how difficult this puzzle is, how difficult is this puzzle for an expert player, for a beginner player. Now, this is a little trickier when we talked about Knotwords, because we didn't start out with the techniques like we did with Sudoku. And so we had to use a slightly different solution, which is, thinking about those things that make it easier or harder. When we look at the E's, it doesn't matter what orientation these E's go in, like you can't put these 2 in incorrectly. There are letters that we have that only have one possible ordering. So that definitely makes this puzzle less interesting, right? Or less good. And so then we can look at this other version of, when we were doing that little search through the space of this puzzle, we ended up with these two puzzles. This one, there's multiple valid vowel positions. You can have cot, you can have tan, you can have pan, and you have multiple valid consonant positions. So this is going to generate a more interesting play, right? So one of the techniques that kind of inspired the way that we think about how we work through the space once we've landed on a very compressed grid was the cellular automata way of developing dungeons. So Conway's Game of Life, really quickly, you have a grid, any cell that has fewer than two or more than 3 living neighbors dies. Any cell with exactly 3 living neighbors becomes alive, that born, and then in any other case remains as it was, survive. So this is the way that you would abbreviate that to B3S23. You say all the digits that create either one of these situations. So unfortunately, you don't get to see this great Jeremy Kun GIF where it shows this random grid that becomes a cavern. I definitely recommend going to that blog. It's really great. But this is one of the ways in which you can develop realistic caves, and it kind of passes your gut check, right? If you have a wall and more walls get near it, that makes sense. That would be fine. You wouldn't want to get rid of that. But if you have an isolated wall, like a single cell or just 2 cells, you want to remove those because that would be kind of like a weird pillar in the middle of a cave. So instead of too compressed or too empty in developing knotwords, we have one possible solution: repeated letters, right? So here's an example of, we've identified that we want to keep, we like the top left corner of this, we don't like the bottom right corner of this. So we can remove that and start stepping through various English words that we like better, right? So we can throw the L's in there, which also have a problem. So then we can throw in dry, and we can throw in sly, and we end up over here with this puzzle that is much cleaner, a little bit more interesting. It has words that are less common. It has a bigger variety of vowels, which gets us into what makes a puzzle interesting, right? So this is going to be a separation of the incidents, right? When you're in a dungeon, ideally your dungeon is not just one big room with all of the monsters in it, or it can be. It just depends on what kind of game you're making, I guess. A flow of tension release, and then good storytelling. I come to games by way of theater and actually being a theater writer, and so I've always been super drawn to the idea of single player games feeling like one of the typical dramatic arcs, right? It should feel like you start off with something, it's not fully, wholly inaccessible, and then the more that you get into it, the tougher it gets until you finally unlock the answer to this game, and it's kind of a denouement. You have like a short release as you get to the inevitable conclusion, right? And so you don't get to see this GIF either. For puzzles, we think of this interesting story kind of like an interesting path, right? An interesting path for a game that involves no guessing, like Sudoku, would be how frequently, given different seeds for the solver, are the same techniques in a row, right? Like, how often do you just have like hidden single, hidden single, hidden single, hidden single? Is there one technique that dominates the puzzle? Is it all mostly one technique, or is there a good variety? How many different techniques are there? If you have multiple visible techniques, how different are the paths if you choose one or the other? And then, a game that does have guessing, like knotwords, you would want to run the solver with multiple different seeds, and then we look at consistent spots like, this part is always pretty easy for the solver to figure out. This part is weirdly always very challenging for the solver to figure out. And then look for inconsistent spots, right? Oh, these are, depending on the way that you're approaching it, where you're coming from, these parts are really inconsistent. They're either really hard or they're arbitrarily easy. And just throwing some math on here, you can then use a population variance in order to assess how variable the difficulty is going to be on a puzzle. Because we don't just want, we want a lot of difficulty in the puzzle, but we don't want the puzzle to either be arbitrarily hard or arbitrarily easily, depending on which order you go through it. So this is math with no numbers, oh no. The top is just population variance, the X being each value for difficulty, U being the mean, and then N being the number of them. But this calculation is just what I like to use. It can obviously be however you want to assess how swingy each part is as far as how much variance you have. And so I'm going to wrap up now just by saying a couple takeaways, which is if you treat your dungeon like a puzzle, the way that we make puzzles, making a solver or a simple player model can probably teach you a lot, right? You can help you assess difficulty, it can help you assess consistency, and maybe some kind of variable of interestingness. And then if you treat your puzzle like a dungeon, we started realizing that creation is really just refinement, and solving the puzzle is telling a story, because it's definitely much clearer, the storytelling, when you are, embodied as a character. And just generally, I'd always recommend adapting other domains' techniques into your own. Knotwords, I didn't get into it because I only had 30 minutes, but Knotwords also uses some AI techniques from fighting games to predict what words will make the most sense, or what future words might be possible to fit into other places using Markov chains. So I apologize. I am going to be in the breakout room, and I'm really excited to talk to some of y'all, and definitely reach out if you have more questions.
Yeah, thank you. Just right in time. I was going to show up with the Shepherd's Crook, and you wrapped it up exactly on time. With the bombshell that, now I want to know about the fighting game as well. But thank you. That was fantastic. Yeah, I found it really interesting. I listened to the eggplant episode recently that I really enjoyed, and I was like, oh boy, now I'm even more excited for Roguelike Celebration. Too bad your GIFs had trouble. If you tweet them or something, then we can try and retweet them and get them in front of people. But so thank you so much. And the Mage breakout room is where people will be able to find you in 30 minutes after the next talk.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Jack. And so next is Sursa Victory. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
I am doing well. It's the end of a great day.
Yeah, it's been a long one.
You want to just take it away?
Sure. Let me pull up my notes here. Thanks to everybody who stuck around for this last talk of the day. My name is Sursa Victory, and in this presentation, I'm going to talk about choice design in roguelikes. Over the next half hour, I'm going to cover a few different topics. First, I'll introduce myself, my background, and why I decided to talk about choice design. After that, I'll step into the academic and popular literature to briefly describe why choosing is fun and dramatic for players. I'll then talk about the types of choices in games that players find engaging. And finally, I'll present everybody with a few ideas for choices that you might experiment with in your own traditional roguelike. So before I begin, I want to take a second to define a term that I'll be using often in this talk, traditional roguelike. My reason for using this term is not to get into debates about what counts as a roguelike or a roguelite and so on. Instead, I'm using the term as a loose catch-all for games that closely resemble the original Rogue and its close contemporaries, so turn-based dungeon crawlers with ASCII graphics or minimalist tile sets. And while the examples and advice in this talk focus primarily on these sorts of games,
My hope is that the concepts I'll be going over can be helpful, regardless of what kind of game you're making. So that all being said, I'd like to start by very quickly introducing myself. I've been a professional programmer since 2006 and a freelance game designer and writer since 2008. I'm probably most well known for my Death Trap Dungeon modules and monsters for tabletop role-playing games, the most recent of which have been published by Kobold Press. A few years back, I developed a remake and expansion of the original Rogue, shown on the left. I'll draw on my remake a little bit during this presentation. I'm also working on a new roguelike, the box art of which is shown on the right. My primary business these days, however, is writing choose-your-own-adventure style game books aimed at tween and teen girls. Because of this, I've had to do a lot of thinking, a lot of researching, and a lot of practicing when it comes to choice design. As a fan of roguelikes and a hobbyist roguelike developer, I wanted to share what I've learned with you all and start a discussion on how to more intentionally apply principles of choice design to roguelikes. Before getting into the specific kinds of engaging choices that appear in games, I'd first like to discuss why choices help create an enjoyable experience for players. Choices in games are fun and dramatic for 4 reasons. First, they test the player's ability to weigh the benefits and opportunity costs of trade-offs. Second, they give the player a sense of agency in your game world. Third, they create moments of uncertainty that are important for player engagement. And finally, they provide moments that help make the player feel smart. Not all choices in games are equally compelling. In the literature about games, designers highlight trade-offs as an essential element of good choice design. In game designer Ian Schreiber's course, Game Design Concepts, he writes that generally, interesting decisions in games involve some kind of trade-off. That is, you are giving up one thing in exchange for another. Jeff Warrender uses stronger language to describe trade-offs in You Said This Would Be Fun, What Makes a Game Good, and How to Make a Good Game. He writes that a well-designed choice in a game should be agonizing. In an agonizing decision, you have several things you want to do, but you can't do them all. By choosing A, I'm giving up something about B that I'd very much like to have, and vice versa. In an agonizing decision, for each available option, there are both upsides and downsides, considerations and counter-considerations. It is the tension the player feels when having to weigh these considerations and counter-considerations that lead to fun and drama. In Players Making Decisions, Game Design Fundamentals and the Art of Understanding Your Players, Zach Highwiller doesn't mince words. He writes that trade-offs are the single most useful technique for making a decision interesting, hands down. And as you'll see in a moment, each of the types of engaging choices described in this talk are some flavor of trade-off. Agency is crucial for player engagement. If the player feels like nothing she does has any effect on the game's outcome, she is likely to become bored and frustrated. This desire for agency in games, according to Zach Highwiller, stems from people's need for agency in life more generally. In Players Making Decisions, he draws on this theory of self-determination put forward by psychologists Edward Deci and Richard Ryan, writing that people need to feel control in some measure of who they are and what they do. They need to feel as though their actions control their life's outcomes. Games are clearly in the practice of tasking players with activities that challenge their mastery and autonomy. It's part of why games are so widespread in most cultures. Games in many ways are a low-stakes opportunity for us to satisfy this human urge for agency in a world where we often have none. Gameplay that gives players a sense of agency can be described as meaningful. And in their widely cited text, Rules of Play, Game Design Fundamentals, Katie Solin and Eric Zimmerman explain that well-designed and clearly communicated choices are the way in which gameplay is made meaningful. They write that meaningful play occurs when the relationships between the player's actions and outcomes in a game are both discernible and integrated into the larger context of the game. Creating meaningful play is the goal of successful game design. And by discernible and integrated, Solin and Zimmerman mean a couple things. First, did the player know what choice she was making? Was she provided with clear feedback on the immediate result of her choice? And is it clear to her how her choices affected the longer-term outcome of the game? If as players we knew for certain how a game would end before it began, we likely wouldn't enjoy the game very much. If in Rogue, for example, the player always knew that she would get the amulet and escape to the surface, or that every unidentified scroll was safe, she might become bored pretty quickly. So much of the fun of games then lives in those moments where it's not clear which way a situation might go, and that the player's decisions have an impact on what happens next, for better or worse. In Uncertainty in Games, Greg Kostikian writes that games require uncertainty to hold our interest, and that the struggle to master uncertainty is central to their appeal. And in traditional roguelikes, where so many things are randomized, this struggle to master uncertainty takes center stage. We have no uncertainty as to what waits on the next dungeon level, what effect the unknown potion will have when quaffed, or whether the next attack against the Medusa will hit. All we can do as rogues is attempt to master the uncertainty by playing carefully and making smart choices that put us in a better position to capitalize on the helpful surprises and mitigate the unhelpful ones. Jeff Warrender talks about the uncertainty inherent in making a choice. A good decision gives us the feeling of being pulled in two or more different directions. Tension in a narrative creates interest because the audience wants to see how the storyteller will resolve it. And a similar principle applies to games. The presence of tension creates interest as you select your course and then see what the outcome will be. Going back to Jeff Warrender again, he lays out in You Said This Would Be Fun a number of motivations that people have for playing games. And one such motivation, according to Warrender, is to feel smart. He writes that games can provide the experience of making choices and seeing the result in bite-sized chunks, giving you little victories that make you feel intelligent. Game designer Rafe Koster goes even further in A Theory of Fun for Game Design, the thesis of which is that all engagement in games ultimately stems from the desire to learn and to feel smart. Fun, he writes, is all about our brain feeling good, the release of endorphins into our system. One of the subtlest releases of chemicals is at that moment of triumph, when we learn something or master a task. This almost always causes us to break out in a smile. There are many ways we find fun in games, but this is the most important. Catherine Isbister expresses a similar sentiment in How Games Move Us, Emotion by Design. To the human brain, playing a game is more like actually running a race than watching a film or reading a short story about a race. When I run, I make a series of choices about actions I will take that might affect whether I win. I feel a sense of mastery or failure, depending on whether I successfully execute the actions in the ways that I intended. My emotions ebb and flow as I make these choices and see what happens as a result. And this ebbing and flowing of choices, of emotions as a result of choices, is, in my opinion, one of the most entertaining parts of traditional roguelikes. My favorite runs, personally, are often characterized by wild swings between this is the best run ever, I'm unstoppable, to there is no way I'm getting out of this mess. Now that I've given you an overview of how choosing leads to fun and drama for players, I want to get into the meat of this talk, the types of engaging choices in games. In this section, I'll describe 5 different types of engaging choices: mutually exclusive actions, risk versus reward, now versus later, resource trade, and dilemma. I'll illustrate each choice type by drawing on examples from popular traditional roguelikes. The first choice type I'd like to describe is mutually exclusive action. And in a mutually exclusive action choice, the player has multiple things she would like to do, but she can't do them all. This is, in essence, the basic trade-off. The player must weigh the benefits of one course of action over the opportunity costs of not picking the other courses of action. A great illustration of this type of choice is Your Turn in any traditional roguelike. Typically, the player only gets one action on her turn before the monsters and the environment take their turns. There might be several things she'd like to do on one turn: drink a potion of stone skin, and cast a scroll of enchant weapon, and swap her magical rings, and zap the charging troll with her wand of fireballs. However, she'll only be able to choose one of these actions. And in crunch moments where every turn counts and one wrong move can mean permadeath, this choice can be quite tense. Another great example of a mutually exclusive choice are the treasure rooms in my favorite roguelike, Brogue. These rooms contain several treasures, each with their own unique benefits. Once the player takes an item off its pedestal, cages drop down over the other items. Thus, she can only choose one item to leave with. Like all trade-offs, there is not necessarily a right or a wrong answer here. The player must assess which option to choose based on her playstyle, her build, what's happened so far in the game, and what she predicts might come later. The final example I'll give of a mutually exclusive choice are the skill shrines in Forays into Norendryn. By interacting with a shrine, the player can boost the skill tied to that shrine, such as magic or stealth. These shrines typically come in pairs, and if she accepts the benefit of one shrine, the other goes inert. Thus, the player must think carefully about which skill she'd prefer to level up. When people think about choices in games, they often think about this one, risk versus reward. And in a risk versus reward choice, the player has an option between a lower risk, lower reward option and a higher risk, higher reward option. Such choices challenge the player to assess the value of a potential reward relative to her ability to mitigate the risks of seeking that reward. Maybe one of the most iconic risk versus reward choices in traditional roguelikes is the use of unidentified items. The player must weigh the peril of using an unknown item that might be dangerous or cursed against the direness of her situation. If the player is surrounded by monsters, is using an unknown scroll and hoping it's teleport worth the risk of it being explosive runes instead? Another common element of traditional roguelikes that present a risk-reward choice are out-of-depth monsters. As the name implies, these enemies appear on dungeon levels much earlier than they would normally, thus posing a serious threat to the player. However, defeating such monsters could earn the player significant experience points and loot. The player must weigh whether she feels confident or equipped enough to engage with an out-of-depth monster, or if it's better to just steer clear. A third common risk-reward element in traditional roguelikes are vaults, chambers teeming with both dangerous monsters and powerful treasures. When encountering a vault, the player must choose whether the treasures present justify the risk of engaging with a horde of tough enemies. The next type of choice I'd like to describe is the now versus later choice. And in these situations, the player has a limited resource, and if she uses it now, she can't use it later. Alternatively, the player can have something modest now or hold out for something better later. Now versus later choices challenge the player to balance short-term immediate needs versus her long-term goals. Consumable items, or items with a limited number of uses, are a common example of a now versus later choice in traditional roguelikes. Items such as potions or scrolls can only be used once, and then they're gone. Likewise, wands can only be zapped so many times before they fizzle. In any given situation, the player must assess whether it warrants using that item up or if it's smarter to hold on to it for a potentially more serious situation later. Forays into Norendryn includes what might be my favorite example of a now versus later choice in traditional roguelikes. So unlike many other roguelikes, which allow the player to rest and recover whenever she can find a safe corner, Forays gives the player one rest action she can take per dungeon level. Once she rests and recovers, she can't rest again until she reaches the next dungeon level. And this creates an interesting tension as the player must decide how serious her situation truly is before using up her one opportunity to rest per dungeon level. A third example of a now versus later choice comes from my own remake of Rogue. And in it, the player can become a priestess to one of the three goddesses by praying at a high altar. Early in the game, the player will encounter a lesser altar, where she can become a lesser priestess. However, if she does so, she won't be able to pray at a different altar later to become a high priestess. So similar to the rest mechanic in Forays into Norendryn, the player must assess how badly she needs the boon of priestesshood early in her run, or if she feels confident enough that she can survive to the deeper levels to earn the boons of being a high priestess. The fourth choice type I'd like to talk about is resource trade. And in a resource trade, the player can, of course, trade something she has for something she doesn't. The thing being traded for typically is useful in a different way or in a different context than the thing that she's trading away. An example resource trade in traditional roguelikes are the blacksmith forges in Adom. These forges can be used to repair or enhance weapons and armor, but doing so requires the player to spend metal ingots. The player can earn ingots by melting down other metallic items in her inventory, thus trading them for attack or defense buffs. Another example of a resource trade choice is the magic lamp in NetHack. Now, unlike other lamps, the magic lamp doesn't run out of oil, thus making it extremely useful in navigating the dark and perilous levels of Gehenna. The player can choose to rub the lamp to summon a genie and make a wish. However, doing so turns the magic lamp into an ordinary oil lamp that will burn out. Thus, the player must decide if and when she wants to trade one resource, an inexhaustible light source, for a different resource, a wish. A third and final example of a resource trade choice comes from my remake of Rogue. The player can encounter these inert golems with a ring-shaped slot in their chest. If the player chooses to give up one of her magical rings to put it into the slot, the ring is lost and the golem comes to life as a companion that fights alongside the player. In these situations, the player must weigh the value of her magical ring's powers against the value of having a tough bodyguard monster. The fifth and final choice that I'd like to talk about is dilemma. And in a dilemma, the player has failed in some way and is forced to choose between two or more things to give up or punishments to suffer. And failing in this context could mean stumbling into a trap, falling victim to a powerful monster ability, using a cursed item, solving a puzzle incorrectly, and so on. And to be honest, it was pretty difficult for me to find examples of dilemmas in traditional roguelikes. So if anybody has examples that come to mind, I'd love to hear about them in the breakout room or the chat. Now, that being said, I did put together a mock-up of what a dilemma might be like in traditional roguelike. So in this mock-up, and I hope you can see that okay, the rogue encounters a rare monster, a Balrog, and fails her saving throw against its explosive fiery aura. And rather than destroy all of the rogue scrolls or incinerate one at random, she instead is prompted to choose which scroll gets burned up. So by turning this type of interaction into a dilemma choice, a roguelike developer can inject a fun moment of drama, an agonizing decision, to quote Warrender, into the player's experience. So as you're thinking about how to implement choices in your own roguelike, I invite you to pay special attention to how your generation algorithm layers multiple choices. By presenting the player with multiple choices of varying types at once, you can create some truly engaging scenarios. So here's an example from a recent game I played of my Rogue remake. So after falling through a pit trap very early in the game, I ended up in this chamber. And I really had to sit and think about my move here for a minute, as there was a lot of choices to weigh. Should I run away from these powerful out-of-depth monsters or fight them to get their experience points and their loot? Should I use a consumable escape item, like a Scroll of Teleport? Should I take a chance on an unidentified item, such as zapping the Medusa with an unknown wand? Should I risk the Medusa's gaze to stop and drink from that fountain up there in the top right corner, which itself has random effects? Or is this a situation where I use up my once per game prayer to my goddess for help? It's my opinion that these high stakes moments with layered choices are a great embodiment of the fun zone of roguelikes. And it should be something that we strive for as roguelike developers. In these last few minutes of my talk, I'm going to suggest some ideas, high-level ideas, for choices you might experiment with in your own traditional roguelike. So what you might do is offer the player a choice of upgrades or threats to unlock at predetermined intervals. You might present the player with branching stairs leading to either a lower danger level with less treasure or a higher danger level with more treasure. You might put multiple locked dungeon chambers on a level, but the rogue only has one key. And I put those in quotes because it doesn't have to be a literal lock and key. You may give the rogue powers that she can only use once per dungeon level, such as the rest mechanic in Forays into Norendryn. You may present the player with opportunities to trade between different numeric values in your games, so such as trading strength for armor class, trading hit points for staff charges, or lowering faith to lower wandering monster chance. You may give the player a token that can be cashed out for a better reward the longer the rogue waits, or you may give her a power that becomes more powerful the longer she waits. You may give her items, powers, or spells that provide a more beneficial effect the riskier the situation the rogue is in, such as a power that gets buffed the more monsters she's in melee with at once. You may give the player cursed items, I love cursed items, that grant abilities more powerful than what is normal, but each use is risky. Force the rogue to choose a punishment for triggering a major trap or falling victim to a legendary monster power. You could have her choose a bias to the generation algorithm for good or ill. Or finally, you could offer the player an extra life, but at some significant cost. Before I wrap up, I want to give one final note, and that is playtesting is crucial. So sometimes a choice that looks good on paper and that embodies one of the types described in this presentation, it can still end up falling flat. So it's always important to get your game in front of players and refine your choice design in response to their feedback. Now, I ran into this myself with my own remake of Rogue. And so here in the screenshot, you'll see that the players can sometimes encounter the petrified remains of out-of-depth monsters. She can choose to smash the monster for an XP bonus, but at the risk of attracting an angry Medusa, the Medusa that petrified that monster. So while conceptually this was a good risk versus reward choice, players told me in our Discord that they rarely smashed petrified monsters. And when I asked them why, they said the XP bonus was too low and rarely justified the risk of encountering one of the most dangerous monsters in the game. So this feedback helped me adjust the XP reward and the Medusa chance, and to make the trade-off feel a little bit less one-sided. So choice design is a huge topic in games, and this talk really only scratched the surface. However, I hope that you found some of the concepts helpful and inspiring as you think about the design of your own roguelikes. So to very quickly summarize what I've covered today, choosing is fun and dramatic because it challenges the player to weigh trade-offs, gives them a sense of agency, creates moments of uncertainty, and helps make the player feel smart. Types of engaging choices you should strive for include mutually exclusive actions, risk versus reward, now versus later, resource trade, and dilemma. I invite you to consider the kinds of choices the elements of your roguelike present the player, and tune your generation algorithm to layer multiple choices in an encounter. And of course, playtesting is key. If you'd like to learn more about my books and online courses, you can find them at tridentgamebooks.com. You can also play my remake and expansion of Rogue at victorysoftworks.com. And if you'd like a copy of the slide deck in PDF format, you could download it at bit.ly/3EKOTJ And so with that, I want to thank everybody again who stuck around for this final presentation. And of course, I want to thank the organizers of this conference. I've been a long time attendee, and presenting here has been a goal of mine for many years, and I'm really glad that I was able to do so this year. So thank you.
Hi, yes. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, that was fantastic. There have been people in chat saying that this is their favorite talk of the con so far.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah, which I appreciate. I know it can be hard bringing the con home at the end of a long day.
Mhm.
And I think that this was just perfect. I think a few people were saying, like, your very leveled tone, that was a very nice pace. It was very relaxing for how
thank you.
information dense it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was wonderful. And there's also actually a bunch of questions, more than
Oh,
one
boy.
time to get to, which again,
Yeah.
impressive given it's the end of the day.
Yeah.
One of the ones that's most upvoted is from Dustin, which is, what are you think some of the best ways to prevent player resource hoarding? Because that's a choice decision where that, like, do I use it now, do I use it later, is kind of mimetically something that people get stressed out about.
Yeah, that's a tough one because personally as a player, like I play a lot of Dark Souls, a lot of Elden Ring, and I'm very leery about using consumables. And I always think, oh, I'll save it for the next boss. I'll save it for the next one. And then I beat the game and I have 100 like green blossoms that I've never used. I think that one is a problem that I don't know if I've really solved well. I mean, I think part of it would be to create situations where the use of consumables is necessary or more necessary than or a better option. So like to go back to Dark Souls, I often feel like I don't really need the consumables to beat the bosses. I can just get the timings down. But in games like roguelikes that are less about Twitch and more about tactics, there are a lot of situations where sometimes I have to teleport or I have to pray to my goddess because otherwise I'm going to lose. And because I think permadeath creates an interesting dynamic there because, like, again, to go back to Dark Souls, if I die to the boss, I can just try again. But in a roguelike, I can't really try again. The run is over. So I think that creates pressure and entices people to use those resources.
It's actually use it or lose it, and you understand that.
Oh yeah, but I'm a very conservative player because I'm terrified all the time. So.
That's a big mood. I think that's part of Dustin's talk tomorrow. Is about just being terrified all the time, if I understand the topics.
Yeah.
I'll maybe ask one more question just because it's the end of the day. We have a little bit of time here.
Sure.
From Ecomaniac, have you found a sweet spot in terms of the amount of choices a player should have at a given time to not become totally overwhelming?
Yeah, there's a term I didn't include in this talk, choice density, and it is very much possible to overload the player with choices. And one of the things I wanted to touch on that I didn't have time for in the slide deck was with dilemma. And I think a number of people could have seen the example, like, okay, prompt the player, when maybe she gets hit by the Balrog or triggers a fire trap, and have her pick the scroll that gets burnt up. And you really got to be careful with that because if you do that too frequently, you're constantly pulling the player out of the flow. So I think the answer to that question is just play testing. You've got to get it in front of people and feel out, the vibe. And if people come back to you and saying, you know what, I feel like every 20 seconds you're asking me to, pick my poison and it's taking me out of the flow, then you can dial it back a little bit. But if you don't get that feedback from players, you can kind of tune it up a little bit. And I wish I had like a formula or some kind of algorithm, but really it's just, as a lot of people who presented today can attest, you're just kind of feeling it out. It's more of an art than a science.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. Roguelikes are about vibes is one of the big takeaways.
Exactly. Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, and so there's even more questions, but, in the name of getting to the breakout rooms and stuff like that, the Rogue breakout room is the one we've assigned for this talk. And so I encourage people with questions to go have discussion there. And hopefully you'll be able to stick around. But thank you so much for closing out Saturday for us with a fantastic talk.
Yeah. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. All right, so as a reminder, like I just said, Sursa will be in Rogue, and then before then we had Jack talking about this puzzle is secretly a dungeon, and that is in Mage. So there are your two breakout rooms to go chat at. That's going to be a tough choice, because I do want to hear more about that whole fighting game inspiration thing, but also all the choice discussion was fantastic. So it's a dilemma. Hey. So, that is the end of our scheduled talks, but you will perhaps notice that the other thing on the schedule is unconferencing. I mentioned this all the way at the beginning of the conference, but I'm going to explain it again now, because since there are no other talks, I think that we're going to, wrap up the stream side, and so I won't be back again on this main stage until tomorrow morning. So just to explain that, we are going to have a half hour for just social time so that you can go potentially be in those breakout rooms and kind of have conversations. And then at 7 o'clock Pacific, so half hour from now, give or take, is unconferencing. So the way that works, there is on the map an unconferencing lobby. You can go there and there's a note wall where you can suggest topics that you want to talk about more in depth with people in actual Zoom rooms for some, face chat or audio chat. So go there, you can suggest topics and you can upvote topics, and what will happen is that 5 minutes after 7 Pacific, moderators will go in and will assign the top 4 topics to the 4 rooms that are there. So there's 4 different rooms off of the unconferencing that you can look at, and those will have their different topics, and then you can go to those Zoom rooms and hang out, and you'll have an hour, I think, until the social space closes, something like that. We'll confirm the timing. We'll also do a shout and chat, but basically that's the idea. There'll be those Zoom rooms available. If you want to have video chat, or if you want to just use audio and lurk, that's okay too. I'm getting a confirmation. That is at 6 Pacific, 7 o'clock Mountain. Yes, sorry, I'm doing time zone conversions in my head. That's why I try and say half hour from now. But yeah, so you'll have some time there. Check the schedule if you're not sure, because I've confused you with time zones. And then finally, because this is, as I said, the end of the stream for the day, I want to just run through some of the end of day wrap-ups. First of all, I want to say a thank you to Maggie, who is our live captioner, who's been doing a fantastic job all day, as every single year just knocks it out of the park. It just is so wonderful for accessibility, and so thank you, Maggie, for another great year. We're so glad to have you back. Thank you also to all of the speakers who've been fantastic today. This has been great. Everybody's kept on time. We haven't had to, push people out early, and people have been flexible with the scheduling. It's been great. I've loved all the talks. I don't know about you guys, you folks. So thank you for that. Thank you everyone who's attended. We'll be back again tomorrow, same time. Whole nother set of fantastic talks. We'll switch the unconferencing around, so it'll be in the morning, so we can get some more of those cool European people who were blowing our minds this morning. Do consider checking out the swag table. We got shirts, we got socks, we got pins. One note, if you are international and you're having some trouble with getting shipping to your location, when you first go to the merch page, there is a note with an email address of email this if you're having trouble with international shipping. So email that address if you're having trouble with international shipping. Also, we have a Steam sale. Check that out. Office of Steam in the social space will get you a link there. If you've been on social media and want to talk about the con, if you want to say nice things about the talks that the speakers might see, we're using hashtag roguelike celebration, or you can add us at roguelikecon. And yeah, I think that is about it for this evening or morning, wherever you are. Make sure to get some rest, take care of yourself, and hopefully we will see you back tomorrow. And I, for one, am very excited to be back. So enjoy the breakout rooms, then do the unconferencing, and then go to bed or go on with your day. Whatever works. See you tomorrow.